Chapter 1, The beginning of the game reached the pinnacle of life? How did the exam go? Inside the hotel, Shenhao leaned back on the bed, with the Apple notebook on his lap playing the third season of Love Apartment. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Shenhao paused the movie on the computer and then said with a smile on the other end of the phone, "It's a little better than I expected." "That's good, at least there's a university to go to." A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Comrade Lao Qin, you really look down on me," Shenhao said with a sigh. "Don't even try. I don't even want to talk about your past grades. Don't you know?" The other end of the line said. Hearing this, Shenhao couldn't help but touch his nose and smile. "Okay, you've had enough fun for a few days. Hurry back, your mother is missing you at home." A father knows his son best. Just by listening to Shenhao's voice, the other end of the line could tell his expression at the moment, and couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, I have already bought the ticket for tomorrow. I will be there in the afternoon, and I will need you to come and pick me up, father." Shenhao laughed. "Understood." Shenhao hung up the phone, ended the pause, lay back on the bed, and a relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "College life is about to begin, and I really look forward to it." As a senior high school student, his academic performance was not among the best in the class, but rather in the lower middle range. However, he performed exceptionally well in the college entrance exam, missing the cutoff score by just 1 point. If he narrows down the list of cities, he should still have some options for a second-tier university. He can only look for a good one when he goes back. Although his score is not very high, he still has to find a city that he is satisfied with. After all, he will be living there for 4 years. Everyone says that college is a magical and wonderful place, full of youthful hormones. Shenhao certainly yearns for it too. "Forget it, let's just pack first. We can worry about the registration when we get home. There's still time, no rush," Shenhao muttered. As a flower of the new era, Shenhao's personality is more like his father's. He doesn't like to be restrained, and he is also a very assertive person. Otherwise, he would not have just rushed out of the exam room and asked his parents for a sum of money to give himself a spur-of-the-moment trip. Shenhao got up to pack his luggage, so as not to forget anything tomorrow. Just then, a prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. "Ding, the perfect godly hero system has loaded." "Ha? System?" Shenhao was taken aback by this sudden sound, and it took a while for him to react. Isn't this something that only exists in novels? Is it real? Does this thing really exist? Ding, the perfect godly hero system is at your service. It actually works. Shenhao was really confused. This wasn't a dream, was it really a golden finger? It took a while for him to accept this reality, and at the same time, he was a little excited. Could it be that? Who doesn't have a fairy tale dream of grasping the sun and moon and plucking the stars? He asked excitedly, "What functions do you have?" Ding, the perfect godlike system can help the host reach the pinnacle of life, including wealth and status. Wealth? So it's a fortune-bringing boy. Shenhao was a little disappointed. After all that, it wasn't the kind of fairy system he had imagined. But it was okay, and the godlike system seemed pretty good. Next, all the information about him appeared in his mind. Host, Shenhao. Level, LV1. Experience, 0-100,000. Looks, 76. Stamina, 80. System, what's the deal with the level and experience? Shenhao inquired. His first concern was not looks, but the 2 experience bars. Looks are a matter of personal taste, and Shenhao didn't blame the system for not knowing what a handsome guy looked like. The perfect godly hero system can be upgraded. The higher the level, the more generous the rewards, and it will also trigger hidden skills. When the experience points are full, the system will automatically upgrade to the next level. I see. Shenhao suddenly realized, so how can it be upgraded? The host only needs to spend a sufficient amount of money to upgrade the system. Shenhao looked at the zeros behind the experience bar and his mouth twitched. 100,000 yuan, for a high school student like him, was simply a huge sum of money. System, are you sure you're not messing with me? Ding, congratulations, host, you have received money blessings. Due to the current low system level, the host can only receive 3,333 yuan in blessings per day. Can blessings be increased? Shenhao asked curiously. LV2's daily blessings are 6,666 yuan. Shenhao suddenly understood. After calculating in his mind, wouldn't that mean 1,199,880 yuan a year? A first-level system, with a net income of over a million yuan a year? This is too top-notch, isn't it? Shenhao said, this is really the top of the top. An income of 1 million a year is definitely a very considerable income, even in a first-tier city. How do I withdraw this money? Shenhao asked in his heart. The daily blessing money is refreshed on time and saved in the system, and it can be transferred to the host's account at any time. It's quite considerate. Shenhao muttered, there shouldn't be any risks with this money, right? If there is a problem with the source of this money, then it's over. Although the amount is very attractive, he doesn't want to spend his prime years in prison. I heard that there are also backdoor experts in there. Just thinking about that kind of life makes your scalp tingle and your body shiver. Host, please be assured that the system's rewards come from legitimate funds in the stock market, and there are traces to follow. There are no financial or legal risks, so the host can use it with confidence. That's good. Shenhao let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon became excited. With a net income of more than 1 million a year, doesn't that mean he has achieved wealth freedom all of a sudden? Although it's not as good as his father's, this is a first-level system reward, and who knows how high it will go. You have to know that he is only 18 years old, and being able to reach this annual salary at this age can be said to be rare. Although this amount of money is not enough to be called a godly hero, it's just free money, right? Chapter 2 Xiao Yuxing Xiao. Early the next morning, Shenhao finished packing, walked out of the hotel, breathed in the fresh air, and instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Goodbye, beautiful city. Shenhao glanced at the hotel one last time, when a new Maybach S580 slowly pulled up in front of the hotel. The body color was not the double-tone color that Maybach is known for, but pure black. Despite this, the brand new logo on the front of the car still showed that the car was expensive. The new car's bare price is 2.48 million, and with some optional extras, it will really cost over 3 million when it's all said and done. As a luxury car in the Mercedes-Benz family, its main selling points are elegance, business and comfort, the standard for the big boss's travel. Although this may be controversial in the eyes of some people, there is no doubt that this brand is one of the top luxury brands. The driver's door opened, and a polite-looking middle-aged man in a black suit and white gloves opened the door. He saw Shenhao standing in front of the hotel at a glance and hurriedly walked up to him, politely asking, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen?" "That's me," Shenhao nodded. This Maybach S580 was the luxury car he had booked online to pick him up today. As the brand favored by low-key bigwigs, Shenhao also wanted to experience it. Of course, the price was not beautiful, nearly 1,000 yuan for the more than 1 hour ride from the hotel to the high-speed railway station. In the past, Shenhao definitely would not have done this. After all, the price still hurts a little. But now with the help of the system, this little amount of money is just a few hours worth of income, so it's nothing. Moreover, Shenhao's life motto is that life is short and we should seize the day. Isn't money meant to be spent? What's more, it's money that you've earned for free, so why not spend it? Mr. Chen is happy to serve you, this way please. The man politely took the luggage from Shenhao's hands, then led him to the back door, opened it, and, holding onto the top of the frame, bent down to make a gesture of invitation. Shenhao smiled and thanked him for his life's work, got into the car, and, after getting in, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sure enough, there is a reason for such high prices, and the service is really attentive. The man put Shenhao's luggage in the trunk and returned to the driver's seat. There are cold drinks and snacks in the car, you can help yourself. Shenhao nodded, fastened his seatbelt, and just then felt a little thirsty. As a professional online surfing expert, he skillfully found the location of the car refrigerator and opened it. Sure enough, there were a lot of water and desserts inside, which looked very appetizing. Shenhao picked up a bottle of water, took a few sips, and then ate a piece of cake. He felt very satisfied and praised, "Not bad. Thank you for your comment." The driver flashed a professional smile and then started the car. They sped along the road. Along the way, Shenhao and the driver chatted with each other, and before they knew it, an hour had quickly passed. Shenhao also arrived at his destination. The car slowly came to a stop, and the driver got out of the car and opened the door for Shenhao. "Thank you." Shenhao nodded, and the driver took out his luggage and delivered it to him. The service is really something, as expected from a luxury car. And I must say, the Maybach is really top-notch in terms of comfort. The seat massage function is very comfortable, and there is plenty of space in the back. Even if you stretch your legs out fully, there is no problem. No wonder those big shots like this kind of thing. Shenhao said it was great. Then he pulled his luggage through security and entered the waiting hall, took out his phone to check the time, just 20 minutes left. He put the phone down, looked around, and finally found an unoccupied place to sit down. The greeting system in his head quickly told him that the experience bar had become 1653 100,000. The ticket home this time cost more than 700, and together with the cost of the Maybach just now, it was exactly 1,653. Looking at it this way, he would be able to upgrade to LV2 next month. Shenhao touched his chin. After confirming the experience points, he subconsciously opened the Penguin and clicked into the class group chat. As expected, they had already let loose. The goddesses who usually looked aloof at school had also turned into chatterboxes at this moment, talking incessantly about which university to apply to and which city was better. Shenhao watched for a while, feeling a bit bored, so he exited the group chat. Seeing that there was still some time left, he quickly opened King of Glory and played for a while. As a veteran MOBA player, his level in the canyon can be said to be top-notch. Although there is some gap compared to professional players, he is definitely considered an extremely powerful player among the casual players. He easily clears the Honor 100, not to mention the peak competition. He is always among the top 100 in the rankings every season. Every time you give me something useless, why not give me a few epic skins? As soon as Shenhao logged onto the game interface, a pop-up window appeared about rewards for returning veteran players. Looking at the rewards, which were like chicken ribs, he couldn't help but complain. To be honest, as an internet giant, Xuanting is always stingy about things, and the current gaming environment is not as good as it used to be. The skins are coming out more and more frequently, and the gaming environment is getting worse and worse. Many veteran players have responded, but in the end, no one pays any attention. While taking the players' money, they don't treat the players as human beings, so it's no wonder that the player loss is serious now. Those dog-headed planners really should reflect on themselves. While spitting out his grievances, Shenhao clicked off that page. Because of the preparations for the college entrance exam, he hadn't logged into this account for half a year, and his rank had dropped to Diamond. This rank is a bit low, and he hasn't played for so long, so he doesn't know if his skills have regressed. Shenhao clicked into the ranking mode, and just as he was about to finish, a true man never matches. Just as he was about to click on the single-player ranking mode, an ID that looked a little familiar suddenly sent an invitation. Xiao Yusheng Xiao? What a familiar ID. Who is it? Shenhao looked at the name and felt a little familiar, but he just couldn't remember. However, time was limited, and the most important thing was to quickly start a game, so he simply selected Agree. Entering the player selection interface, the familiar ID lit up on the screen, sending an inquiry, "Long time no see, why have you disappeared for such a long time this time?" Shenhao looked at the message and really couldn't remember who this person was, but he was too embarrassed to ask. If they had been playing well before, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Then he quickly typed out a line of small text. Handsomer than Daniel Wu, I've been busy preparing for the college entrance exam, so I haven't had time to play the game. Xiao Yu Shangxiao, wow, how was the exam? Did it go well? Handsomer than Daniel Wu, it was okay. After this message was sent, the game started. Xiao Yu Shangxiao didn't send any more messages, and Shenhao didn't care. He was playing the jungler position in this game, and he chose Li Bai, a hero that was super popular with young girls, both in terms of the hero model and the skin effects. Shenhao was a jungler himself, so he was naturally very skilled at playing Li Bai, a hero who was both handsome and could show off his skills. Xiao Yuxing chose to support Zhuang Zhou, a hero with very simple controls, or even no controls at all. He was also familiar with the jungler chosen by the opposing team, a hero who could be called a permanent guest of the Diamond Division, King GG. The moment he saw this hero, Shenhao burst out laughing, remembering what a famous player in the valley had said, "I'm going to choose King GG and just start killing." As a result, he was killed indiscriminately by the other team, and this became a classic quote in the canyon. If you don't take the Monkey King at the pinnacle, you'll just wait for the 6-point cast. This quote was all the rage at the Pinnacle tournament at the time. As long as you picked King GG, everyone would say, "You're really something." Entering the game, Shenhao controlled Li Bai and walked towards the blue buff, taking the normal jungle route. Li Bai was very weak in the early game, and only reached a level where he was somewhat combat effective in the 4th wave. Shenhao buried his head in the jungle and started farming. Unfortunately, his teammates were not very good, and they had already lost several times before the 5-minute mark. The score was already 0-8, half of which was given away by Xiao Yashangxiu. Xiao Yashangxiu, I'm sorry, I've let you down this time. Handsomer than Daniel Wu, it's okay, just stay calm. Shenhao quickly typed a line of words to calm his teammates, who were about to explode with anger, and began to operate seriously. Chapter 3, A Reward from the System. Soon the game reached the 13th minute. With Li Bai's big advantage, they successfully won the ranking. Shenhao's final score was 19-38, which could be considered a massacre. Xiao Yashangxiu, thank you so much, God, for winning another game with me. Shuaiguo Wu Yanzu, no problem, I have to go now because I have something to do here. After typing this, Shenhao directly exited the game, and then hurriedly grabbed his luggage and headed towards the carriage. After finding his seat and placing his luggage, Shenhao sat down with a sigh of relief, as the train was about to leave in 2 minutes. Looking at the time, it was 8:30. It would take more than 5 hours to reach Hangzhou from here, and he would probably arrive around 1:30. He took out his phone and sent the time to his father. After a while, his phone rang, and it was a message from his father, saying that he knew. After getting a response, Shenhao put down his phone and closed his eyes to take a nap. Just then, a prompt sounded. Ding! Random task, bring your old friend flying. Task completed. Reward being distributed. In view of the host's perfect performance in the game, the host's appearance value is increased by 1. Shenhao had a question mark on his face. Can appearance be rewarded? The system's voice disappeared, and Shenhao suddenly felt the strange gaze of the girl sitting next to him. He immediately took out his phone and turned on the selfie mode, and discovered that there seemed to be some changes. Although it was still the same face, it felt a little different. If he had to say, there was indeed a sense of coolness. His original foundation was not particularly bad, otherwise he would not have a rating of 76. Coupled with his height of 1.78 meters and cheerful personality, he was a big boy with a sunny disposition. Besides, in real life, where can you find so many 100-point and 90-point handsome guys? If 60 points is the passing mark, then 70-odd points is just a little bit handsome, right? He checked his information and found that in the appearance column, the original 76 had now become 77. After reading it, Shenhao couldn't help but marvel at the system's power, and at the same time, he looked forward to whether the system could change the structure of the body, for example. Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. I'm talking about the length of the legs. Shenhao quickly hid the smile on his face and leaned back in his seat with a serious expression. The train slowly started moving, and he closed his eyes. Gradually, sleepiness overcame him. He had gotten up very early in the morning, and the rhythm of the train made him unable to resist falling asleep. Damn it, did I miss the stop? When he woke up, Shenhao quickly took out his phone. There was still 30 minutes until the arrival time, so he let out a sigh of relief. He perked up and dared not fall asleep again. If he missed the stop, it would be trouble. Habitually, he clicked on the penguin and entered the class group. He noticed that there weren't as many messages as yesterday. The few active people were all old birds from the previous class, and their favorite thing to do during the day was to hang out in the group chat. Shenhao was just mucking around in the group chat, looking at the chat history, when his phone vibrated. It turned out that Lu Tao had a DM. Lu Tao at Shenhao, you dog, you're so carefree. As soon as the college entrance exam was over, you ran off to sightsee, and you didn't even tell me. The two had a good relationship, so Shenhao quickly replied. Shenhao at Lu Tao, being a man, of course you have to be dashing. Lu Tao at Shenhao, sure enough, you're a rich dog, and we mere mortals aren't worthy. Shenhao at Lu Tao, Who doesn't know the name of Hangzhou's young master Lu? How dare you pretend to be poor here? Lu Tao at Shenhao, keep a low profile. What's with the young master Lu? Remember, Lao Qin, will always be like father and son. Shenhao at Lu Tao, get lost. Shenhao laughs and scolds, then exits the group chat. Lu Tao comes from a good family. His father is in the building materials business. Although Lu Tao hasn't said so explicitly, he must have at least tens of millions of assets. This guy is a bona fide rich kid. Buzz. Lu Tao sends a message, but this time it's not a group chat. When is Lao Qin coming back? We'll soon be going our separate ways, so call Wang Hui and Shenhao to get together. Shenhao responded, sure, I'll be home soon, in the evening? Lu Tao, sure, I'll decide the place, how about Principal Lu's Hot Pot? Shenhao, the flagship store? Lu Tao, yes. Shenhao, okay, see you in the evening. The two hastily made an appointment, and Shenhao exited the chat. At this time, the train just arrived at the platform. Shenhao got up, grabbed his luggage and followed the crowd to get off the train in an orderly manner. Outside the station, an old Audi A6 was parked on the curb. Shenhao recognized his father's car at a glance, waved, and walked over with a smile. Old comrade Shen, open the trunk. Shenhao shouted from behind the car. After arranging the luggage, he walked to the passenger seat, opened the door, and sat down. Shen Jianming scolded directly with a smile, "Rotten kid, you have no respect, how dare you call me old Shen? Hey, doesn't this show how close we are?" Shenhao laughed. "Cut the crap, your mother is still waiting at home," Shen Jianming said, then started the engine. "How have you been playing these days?" Shen Jianming asked. "Not bad, I have appreciated the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland," Shenhao responded. "Well, young people should walk more and get in touch with the outside world more often. Not only is it good for your health, it is also very important for learning and socializing." Shen Jianming said, "Do you have any plans for school yet?" "Not yet, but Tianfu seems to be doing quite well. In recent years, it has seen development in both the economy and consumer spending. The main thing is that I like the pace of life there," Shenhao replied. "Tianfu? The living environment there is really not bad." Shen Jianming nodded, "It is also more suitable for young people like you. But Tianfu is quite a distance from Hangzhou, and your mother would probably prefer you to choose a school in the local area or in Shanghai. Local universities are not bad, but since I grew up here, wouldn't it be boring to choose to go to university here?" Shenhao shook his head. "And the pace of life in the Magic City is obviously fast, and with my score, I'm not good enough to get into a good university. So the advantages of the Magic City are not fully reflected. The main thing is that the city of the Magic City is not suitable for living at all. It is too commercial, and to put it bluntly, there is no human touch. Although the economic situation and development level of the Magic City can be described as the best in the country, it is full of high pressure and can feel very depressing. Life is not meant to be enjoyed, so what's the point? Therefore, he prefers a city with a slower pace of life where he can feel the smell of the real world." Originally, he planned to choose between Wushi, Jinling, and Tianfu. Later, after looking at it, he felt that Tianfu was not bad, and there were many internet celebrities, and most importantly, the food. Jinling is not far from Hangzhou, and the flavors are somewhat similar. As for Wushi and Tianfu, he prefers the latter. Shenhao's words were strongly agreed with by Shen Jianming. Indeed, the city of Shanghai is very realistic and cruel. At all times, it is necessary to speak in terms of interests. Set against the backdrop of human warmth, it seems even more cold and devoid of warmth. "Fine, you can explain this matter to your mother when you go home." Shen Jianming waved his hand. Chapter 4, Lu Tao's New Car. We're back. Shen Jianming and Shenhao returned home and walked into the living room. A beautiful woman with well-maintained skin, who looked to be in her 30s, walked out of the kitchen. It was Shenhao's mother, Wang Xia. "Wash your hands, dinner will be served soon." Wang Xia greeted them. "It smells good." Shenhao's eyes lit up when he smelled the familiar smell and immediately walked to the dining table. Wang Xia slapped Shenhao's hand, which was about to steal food, and told him not to eat without washing his hands. "Okay." Shenhao looked at the delicious dishes with regret, and finally, when Wang Xia wasn't looking, he quickly picked up a piece, shoved it in his mouth, and then ran to the bathroom with a smile on his face to wash his hands. "This lack of hygiene is really your fault." Wang Xia glared at Shen Jianming, who was standing in the doorway. "What does this have to do with me?" Shen Jianming said helplessly, really getting shot while lying down. "You still don't admit it, Xiaomo is just like you." Wang Xia glared. Shenhao finished washing up and came out of the bathroom. Hearing this, he burst out laughing. At home, his mother was definitely at the top of the food chain, followed by his father, and finally him. "Okay, let's eat," Wang Xia called out. Shen Jianming sighed. As the head of the family, his position at home was really hard to describe in words. Shenhao could tell that his father was depressed, so he said with a smile, "Dad, your status needs to be improved. I have confidence in you. Don't stir up trouble here, you brat." Shen Jianming scolded with a smile. "What are you talking about? Hurry up and come over here, or the food will get cold." Wang Xia urged. Coming. Shenhao gave his father an encouraging look, then ran to the table, looked at the table full of dishes, and couldn't help but say, "It smells so good." "Stop being so cheeky," Wang Xia responded, turning to serve the father and son. At the dinner table, Wang Xia asked, "How was your trip this time?" "It was pretty good, except that it was a bit too short," Shenhao said while eating. "I heard from your father that the college entrance exam results are in. What are your thoughts?" Wang Xia asked. "The chances are that it will be in Tianfu, but the school hasn't been decided yet," Shenhao responded. "Why go so far away? Isn't it better to choose a university in Shanghai or Hangzhou, which are also closer to us?" Wang Xia frowned. "It's not that it's not good, it's just that I feel that the living environment and pace of life in Tianfu are more to my liking." Shenhao put down his chopsticks, burped, and said calmly, "And with my grades, I won't get into a top university like 985 or 211, so the comfort of life is the top priority." Perhaps sensing Wang Xia's reluctance, Shenhao walked up behind her, smiled, and said, "Mom, with such well-developed transportation, it's only a few hours from Tianfu to Hangzhou by plane, so you can come back at any time. Our child is all grown up and has his own considerations, so let's not get involved." Xin Jianming added from the side. "Eat your food." Wang Xia glared at Qin Jianming and then sighed, "Okay, since you've made up your mind, I won't force you." "Thanks, Mom." Shenhao cheered, gave Wang Xia a hug. "Virtue." Wang Xia gave Shenhao a white look. Shenhao laughed, then went back to his room, opened the suitcase, took out the laptop, and since he had decided to go to Tianfu University, he had to find out more about the school. You can't just sign up for a university without knowing anything about it. After looking it over for a long time, he finally settled on the School of Foreign Languages in Tianfu University. After considering the pros and cons of the two schools, Shenhao thought for a moment and ultimately chose Tianfu University. It is said that this university is a university where the school works harder than the students, and its history is full of twists and turns. Buzz. Shenhao's phone rang, it was Lu Tao calling. He glanced at the time, it was already past 6 p.m., so he picked up the phone. Lao Qin went downstairs, "I'll be at the entrance to your community, Wang Hui and Shenhao are both there, hurry." "I'll be right there." Shenhao hung up the phone and walked into the living room. His parents were sitting on the sofa watching TV. Wang Xia looked at Shenhao, who was getting ready to go out, and asked, "Where are you going at this hour?" Shenhao responded while putting on his shoes, "We're going our separate ways soon, so I'm going to meet up with Lu Tao and the others before I leave." "Okay, be careful, and come back early." Wang Xia reminded him, "If you're drinking, don't drive." "I know," Shenhao said with a smile. Walking out of the residential area, Shenhao looked around, but didn't see Lu Tao's figure. He took out his phone and was about to call, when a gray BMW with a battle-ready appearance opened the window and a familiar voice came through, "Lao Qin, this way." Shenhao turned his head and looked, and saw Lu Tao, the guy, sitting in the driver's seat waving. Wang Hui and Shenhao were also in the car. "No wonder, young Master Lu, you just graduated and you're already driving a new car?" Shenhao teased, walked over to the passenger seat, opened the door, and got in. "Huh, I'm going to college soon, so I was thinking about getting a new car, I hope it doesn't break down." Lu Tao imitated the tone of a popular recent broadcaster on a certain audio platform, complete with the expression, and it was simply unparalleled. "It's just that our young Master Lu comes from a wealthy family, and look at the three of us, it's just miserable." Shenhao teased. Wang Hui and Shenhao behind him couldn't help but laugh, and they chimed in, yes, I think this dog just bought a new car and wanted to show it off to us." "Exactly, with so much money, the whole table will be paying for Lu's meal today." Shenhao teased. "Lao Qin is right, this rich guy is the one we're eating with." Wang Hui was the first to jump in and agree. The guys were on good terms, so they were just joking around, and everyone was very open-minded and didn't mind. Plus, Lu Tao's family was well off, so the cost of a meal was nothing to him. "Just call him dad or forget it." Lu Tao laughed. "Oh, you're pretending, too? Let's get him!" Wang Hui shouted. Shenhao smiled and said, "I think it'll work." Then he was the first to act, and the two behind him pounced on him one after the other. Stop it, I was wrong, I'll kneel down for you." Lu Tao hurriedly begged for mercy. "You little shit, see if you dare to pretend to be cool in front of your dads again." The men then laughed and stopped. "Hey, I'm unlucky to have you guys." Lu Tao pretended to sigh and shake his head. Ha ha ha, you should say you've got some good fathers. Wang Hui teased. Get out of here. Lu Tao scolded with a laugh. Start the engine. A loud noise came from the car, which sounded very shocking. The M3 Thunder Edition, with this configuration, it must cost more than 100,000, right? Shenhao exclaimed in admiration. Including the optional extras and purchase tax, it's more than 1.1 million in total. When it comes to this car, Lu Tao suddenly became interested, and it was obvious that he really liked it very much. Chapter 5, Principal Lu's Hot Pot. Damn, your dad is awesome, giving you such an expensive car right after graduation. I'm jealous. Shenhao couldn't help but exaggerate. This car is equivalent to their family's annual income. Envy plus one. Envy plus one. Shenhao and Wang Hui echoed. Damn, you guys are toxic. Lu Tao suddenly spat out. Besides, I had been trying to get this car for a long time, and my father's company had received a few big orders recently, so he finally agreed to get it for me. You have no idea how hard it was. Lu Tao looked depressed. In the end, you got it, unlike us. If we dare to mention such an expensive car at home, we'll be beaten with a belt. Wang Hui looked envious. Exactly. Shenhao also spat out. Shenhao nodded in agreement. You guys have had enough, especially Lao Qin. With your family's situation, buying a car that costs over 1 million yuan is not a problem at all, but you're pretending to be poor in front of me. I'm disgusted. Lu Tao looked at Shenhao with contempt. We're not the same, I'm poor. Shenhao waved his hand to show that he was poor, but this sentence amused Lu Tao. By the way, Lao Qin, what does your family do? Wang Hui came up at this time, a little curious, and Shenhao also looked interested. Before in class, although a few people knew that Shenhao's family was well off, they didn't really know much about it. After all, Shenhao was very low-key. Can I say it? Lu Tao looked at Shenhao with a wicked smile on his face. It's not a secret, just say it if you want to. Looking at Lu Tao's smile, Shenhao was speechless. It was as if he were a secret agent. Cough cough, Lao Qin's family is in foreign trade, as for assets, you can imagine. Lu Tao said with a wicked smile. Holy cow, it turns out that you are the hidden ultimate boss among us. Wang Hui and Shenhao were shocked. They didn't expect Shenhao's family to be so powerful. Thighs beg for hugs. Thighs beg for hugs plus one. Thighs beg for hugs plus one. Lu Tao took the lead, and Wang Hui and Shenhao immediately followed suit. This time it was Lu Tao's turn to strike back. Wang Hui and Shenhao had originally thought that among the three of them, Lu Tao's family was the best off, but they had never imagined that Shenhao's family was also so well off. As for their own family situations, only Shenhao's was slightly worse, as he came from an ordinary family that ran a small business, with an annual income of about 1 million yuan. Wang Hui's family was in the wholesale business, and had an annual income of several million yuan. This income may not be considered extremely wealthy in Hangzhou, but it is definitely a comfortable life. Good you, Lao Lu, you have actually learned to deceive the world. Shenhao slammed a fist into Shenhao's shoulder. Everyone laughed. Okay, it's not as exaggerated as Lu Tao said, and Comrade Qin would never buy me such an expensive car. He taught me that it is only meaningful for a man to get what he wants on his own. Shenhao pretended to shake his head helplessly. Cut it out, I don't believe you. Several people despised him, saying in unison that Shenhao's image in their hearts had completely changed, and they could no longer trust this guy. Shenhao shrugged his shoulders and didn't defend himself. Several people changed the subject, and the car became lively again. Half an hour later, several people finally reached their destination. Lu Tao drove the car into the underground parking lot, and then took the elevator to the 5th floor. It was still a bit crowded at dinner time. Fortunately, the group was lucky and there was just one seat left. Lu Tao ran over to it, shouting, "Waiter, 4-4. This guy is no doubt born in the year of the monkey, he's really quick." Wang Hui commented. Haha, you just noticed? This guy paid the bill even faster. Shenhao also laughed. What are you guys saying about me? Lu Tao saw the smiles on the faces of the others and felt bad, they must be talking about him behind his back. We were just saying how generous Mr. Lu is. Yes, that's right. The group of people all agreed, laughing even more. Lu Tao doubted but had no proof. Let's go, let's eat first, Shenhao said with a smile. The group of people took a seat by the window, and Lu Tao then called the waiter to order. You can all eat spicy food, right? Lu Tao looked at the red pot at the top and asked. Because President Lu's hot pot is Qing City hot pot, it is a bit spicy in terms of taste. Just kidding, what can't dads do? Wang Hui said with a pat on his chest. You're the only one who can pretend to be cool. Don't cry out for daddy when the spiciness gets to you. Lu Tao said disdainfully, and then asked Shenhao and Shenhao, both of whom said they were fine with it, and finally ordered a super spicy hot pot base. Hey, whoever concedes loses their son. Lu Tao quickly ordered the dishes and looked at the group with a wicked smile. I'd rather have a stomachache tomorrow than let you get your way, Wang Hui said with disdain. I hope your bottom is as hard as your mouth, ha ha. After Lu Tao finished speaking, Shenhao and Shenhao burst out laughing. Okay, stop it. Shenhao quickly stopped them. If this guy goes on, he might say something embarrassing, and we won't have to eat later. By the way, Lao Qin, how many points did you get this time? Lu Tao asked curiously. These guys are all the same, they're not interested in studying. The results of this year's college entrance exam were also very unsatisfactory. Wang Hui, this guy, was superhuman this time, scoring over 200 points. His father was so happy that he almost broke his leg, but his mother stopped him, so he is still safe and sound and able to come out for hot pot. Wang Hui and Shenhao also cast curious glances. I performed exceptionally well this time, just 1 point short of 500. Shenhao laughed. Ha? What? You got 499? Damn you, Qin. You actually abandoned your brothers to boost your score. The others were stunned for a moment, and then they walked up to Shenhao as if they wanted to eat him. What do you call this? This is called a child prodigy taking over, you guys, rotten fish and shrimp. Shenhao shook his head with a smug look, making the others almost vomit blood. It's over. Lao Qin got 499, which means we're not even as good as that beast Lao Qin, Wang Hui wailed. My world is crumbling. Lao Qin got 499, and I feel like a sow could climb a tree. Lu Tao covered his face in pain and said sadly. Shenhao also sighed, alas, just wait until tomorrow's news. I think the odds of a sow climbing a tree are less difficult than Lao Qin getting 499. You guys are really full of shit. Shenhao scolded with a smile. By the way, did you secretly take supplementary lessons behind our backs? Lu Tao looked suspicious, and then said, what a crafty guy. Do I look like someone who takes supplementary lessons? Shenhao rolled his eyes, these guys really have big brains. Chapter 6, Local Fire Reduction. Yes. Lu Tao nodded. The remaining two brothers looked at Shenhao suspiciously, and then Wang Hui seemed to remember something at this time and exclaimed, holy shit, Lao Qin, you wouldn't have secretly hooked up with our monitor and then asked her to give you private lessons, would you? What? Lu Tao and Shenhao were stunned after hearing this, and then they looked at Shenhao with gritted teeth, looking like they wanted to eat him. Lao Qin, you're despicable. I've been wondering why you two seemed a bit off during that period of time, and now I know why. Lu Tao exclaimed, as if she had opened the door to a new world, her face full of curiosity. Tell us, what was it like dating the monitor? Did you two kiss? How big is the panda? Oh. The animals looked at each other with a flirtatious expression, leaving Shenhao speechless. She and I are innocent, don't make wild guesses, if it gets back to her ears, she'll think I have improper intentions. Is that really the case, Lao Qin? These guys are all over it with their nosy faces, as if they are determined to uncover Shenhao's true privacy. That's not true. I see you two eyeing each other all day, flirting with each other? Wang Hui looked puzzled. Shenhao was too tired to even respond. What do you mean flirting? They were just having a normal conversation, just like any two friends would. Sure enough, you can't get ivory out of a dog's mouth. This is slander. There is absolutely nothing between the two of us like you're saying. Shenhao said seriously. Really? Lu Tao and the others asked, and after getting a positive response from Shenhao, they all revealed their contempt. What a loser, buddy, I despise you. Shenhao. Just then, the waiter walked over with the dishes they had ordered, and the group quieted down. Since Lu Tao was going to drive later, the group did not drink. Sizzling, that's hot. Lu Tao shaved the meat for 2 seconds, then put it in his mouth, immediately grimacing from the heat, which made the others gloat. By the way, Lao Qin, have you chosen a school yet? Lu Tao asked. Yes, I have. Tianfu University. Shenhao responded. Tianfu? You're going to Tianfu? Wang Hui and Shenhao both looked surprised, and even a little envious. Girls from Tianfu are famous for being pretty. Well, after looking at the environment and atmosphere there, I like it a lot. Plus, the commercial facilities there are very mature and convenient, and the pace of life in Tianfu doesn't make people feel oppressed. Shenhao said while eating. That's true. Lu Tao also agreed with Qin Mo's words. He has also been to Tianfu twice. The environment and pace of life there are more comfortable, and there are really a lot of beautiful women. Alas, you are happy, but we are in trouble. Lu Tao said helplessly, thinking about his own results. Although they are not as good as those of a third-rate Wild Goose University, they are almost the same. Wang Hui doesn't need to be mentioned, and Shenhao, like Lu Tao, only scored a little over 300 points. Now they can only be picked by the school, not the other way around. But for Lu Tao, there is still one possibility, that is, to study abroad, to go abroad to get a degree, and after returning, he can still get the title of returning overseas Chinese. Although it is useless, it sounds good. It's all tears to talk about. If I had known, I would have spent more time studying. Wang Hui said with annoyance. But it's too late to say anything now, unless he repeats a year. But even if he repeats a year, he still has no confidence in next year's college entrance examination. It's better to just give up. Given your family's situation, wouldn't it be better to find a comfortable environment and let your family help you study abroad? Shenhao said casually, just take the money, and you can do whatever you want. No, how safe is it abroad compared to here? I don't want to go out and study abroad and lose my life. Lu Tao shook his head and refused. If it's for fun, he can accept it, but if he has to live there for a long time, he'll probably go crazy. Wang Hui and Shenhao also thought the same thing. Shenhao smiled and said, you're right. So do you have a goal yet? The three of them shook their heads in unison when they heard this. Not yet. Let's go back and look again. With this result, we can only find a second or third tier city. Oh, by the way, Lao Qin, I remember, at the end of the last group chat, the monitor mentioned you. Lu Tao suddenly remembered this when he was halfway through eating. Shenhao was taken aback and said, when? How come I didn't know about it? It was the time I called you in the group chat. You might have quit and not noticed. Lu Tao said casually. Oh, the gossip is in the air, and you're still saying there's nothing between the two of you. Shenhao teased from the side. What's going on? I really don't know anything about this. Shenhao was helpless. What did she say? Shenhao was a little curious. I'm asking if you've decided on a school. Lu Tao responded while eating. Shenhao took out his phone and looked through the chat history from that day. In a moment, he really saw the pink two-dimensional avatar. Lu Tao hadn't lied to him. He really hadn't seen it, so there was no way he could have replied. He put down his phone, and Shenhao came up to him with a flirtatious look on his face. This is the rhythm of the husband singing along with the wife. Come on, guys, stop teasing me. We're not even WeChat friends. Shenhao shrugged. I don't believe it. Do you believe it? Wang Hui looked at the other two, and as expected, they all shook their heads. Shenhao smiled helplessly and didn't explain. Explaining to these guys was no different than playing music to a cow. Seeing this, the others did not continue to tease, but instead started to frantically eat the rice. They had to say that the hot pot in Qing City was really tasty, but it was a bit challenging for them, who were born and raised in Hangzhou. Sizzling, so spicy. Wang Hui's face turned red from the heat, and he kept shouting that it was so spicy. The other few people were not doing much better. Among the group, Shenhao was the one who could handle the spice better, but even he could not take it anymore, mainly because Lu Tao, that animal, really messed with them. He ordered a very spicy pot base. He himself now deeply regrets it, as he can't feel the existence of his tongue. It's simply too spicy, and the spicier it gets, the more he eats. Very spicy, very spicy, very spicy. Shenhao kept shouting, very spicy. Shenhao looked at Wang Hui's miserable appearance and couldn't help but laugh, while Lu Tao laughed loudly beside him. The few people ordered a few cold drinks, and then they had another 300 rounds of battle, but in the end they really couldn't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. If I eat anymore, my stomach will explode tomorrow. Lu Tao slumped in his seat, having a hunch that he would need to reduce the heat in his stomach tomorrow. Sigh, I can't take it anymore either. The second person to collapse was Wang Hui, who was sweating profusely and his lips were red, like the lips of a sausage in a movie by Stephen Chow. Shenhao soon followed suit, and last was Qin Mo. Chapter 7, Class President Tang Shi. Lao Qin, you're amazing, you lasted until the end. Wang Hui said. No wonder you went to Tianfu, you can handle this kind of taste. Shenhao was also impressed. I, Shenhao, would like to call you the strongest iron chrysanthemum. Screw you. Qin Mo laughed and scolded. Ha ha, goddamn iron chrysanthemum, you're still the best, Shenhao. Lu Tao and Wang Hui burst out laughing. Lu Tao got up and went to the front desk to settle the bill. The four of them had spent a total of 1,369 yuan, which was neither expensive nor cheap. For Lu Tao, a big spender, it was no big deal at all. Let's go. Lu Tao greeted a few people and walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Wan Hui bluntly said, TSK, I thought Lu would quickly show off Bolt. I guess he was embarrassed because the girl at the front desk was so pretty. Qin Mo directly added. Slander. This is blatant slander. What do you mean I'll show off Bolt? Lu Tao couldn't help but complain. These bees really won't let go of this matter. He did do something like this before, but wasn't it out of desperation? He had previously fallen in love with a girlfriend online on a well-known software platform. The girl in the photos was pure and beautiful, and in real life she was a goddess. But when they met, he was a sight to behold, showing off his grandmother. But he still endured the discomfort and didn't leave directly. As a result, after that grandmother learned that he was a rich second generation, she directly pouted and wanted to go to a Western restaurant. You can imagine, a grandmother of more than 160 pounds pouting, the picture is just too beautiful. Lu Tao looked at that face and almost vomited, but he forced himself to endure the nausea and agreed. He was thinking about finishing eating quickly and leaving, but as it turned out, Grandma Xiao ordered a bottle of nearly 10,000 yuan of red wine right away. He was dumbfounded, and this was obviously treating him like a fool. This was really the first time he had encountered someone like this, and he was also extremely speechless. Later, he really couldn't hold back anymore, and he ran away directly by using the bathroom, without even paying the money. He fled at a speed of 3 seconds per 100 meters. After returning, he told a few people about this, and they almost died laughing, directly giving him the title of Hangzhou Bolt. Hearing this, the few people laughed even more perversely, especially Wang Hui, who couldn't help but laugh when he thought about it. This incident had literally contracted their laugh points for that semester. Obviously I was the victim, and when I came back, I had to be mocked by you animals. Lu Tao looked depressed. Ha 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 ha. His words once again earned a burst of insane laughter. It was already past 8 o'clock, and the few of them went straight back to the underground parking lot. Lu Tao was extremely depressed. He had come out for a meal in a good mood, but these guys had managed to ruin his mood. It was still early, so why not go to a bar? Wang Hui suggested. Some other time, maybe. After the hot pot, I stink like a bomb. If we go to a bar, we'll be like flares, not attracting girls, let alone attracting them. Qin Mo shook his head. You're right, I should have known not to eat hot pot. Wang Hui looked regretful. Since they couldn't go to the bar, the few of them just went straight home. Lu Tao drove them to the entrance of the residential area, and Qin Mo waved goodbye before walking into the residential area. When she got home, Wang Xia, who was sitting in the living room watching TV, said in surprise, You're back so early? Yes, I came back right after dinner, Qin Mo said with a smile. Where's Comrade Lao Qin? He went to entertain some guests again? Qin Mo nodded, returned to his room, took a refreshing shower, changed his clothes, lay on the bed, took out his phone, opened the app, found the pink two-dimensional avatar of the monitor, and tapped in. Qin Mo, have you decided which school to go to? As soon as the message was sent, there was an almost instant reply, and Qin Mo was stunned. Goodness, it came back so quickly. Tang Shi, I sent a message in the group, why didn't you reply? Qin Mo? You sent me a message? Qin Mo chose to lie without batting an eye. At times like this, it's always wise to play dumb. Tang Shi, humph, you're still lying to me. Qin Mo, class president, you know I really don't know. Tang Shi, really? Qin Mo, really? Tang Shi, humph. Qin Mo looked at the last expression of arrogance and knew that the other person wasn't angry, so he struck while the iron was hot. Qin Mo, I've applied to Tianfu University, what about you? Tang Shi, you're going to Tianfu? Shenhao, yeah, I feel like it's a good fit for me. Tang Shi, okay, I'm going to Fudan University in Shanghai. Shenhao, congratulations, with your scores you'll have no problem getting in. Shenhao lay on the bed and chatted with Tang Shi for a while before putting down his phone. As the class's acknowledged academic and goddess, Tang Shi really is the perfect goddess template. However, Shenhao did not have those thoughts, so when they were in class, they only limited themselves to communicating with their classmates. This time, it was because he had ignored each other's messages in the group last time that he took the initiative to contact Tang Shi. No wonder he is a top student and a student at Fudan University, wow. Shenhao laughed. But just then, the phone, which had just been put down, suddenly lit up. Shenhao raised an eyebrow. It was a message from Tang Shi. It turned out to be her WeChat QR code. Shenhao saved the QR code and then opened WeChat to add it. Just like a penguin, it was still the same pink two-dimensional avatar. He suddenly laughed, because the goddess and academician Tang Shi actually liked this cute avatar. After successfully adding her, the two exchanged greetings, and then he exited WeChat. He clicked on the familiar game sound, and Shenhao sat up and clicked into the queue. 7 minutes later. Victory. 5 games, all victories, and all crushing victories. Boring. Shenhao put down his phone, lay back on the bed, and asked in his head, "System, why is there no reward this time?" Ding. System tasks are random, and there is not a reward every time. Shenhao nodded, so that's how it is, and then he checked his experience points, which were still 1,653 100,000, and muttered, "Looks like I'll have to go out and spend some money tomorrow, and I also need to prepare some things before the start of the semester." He then checked the balance of his blessing gold, which had also arrived today, totaling 5,013 yuan. Without hesitation, Shenhao directly withdrew the amount to his card. Soon, a text message came to his phone, and the balance of his bank card also became 38,019 yuan. Go to sleep. Shenhao revealed a contented smile, and after lying on the bed for a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 8 Hangzhou City Building. The next morning, Shenhao woke up, washed up, finished breakfast, said hello to Wang Xia, and then left the house. He went to the underground garage, walked up to a dumb gray Porsche Panamera, pressed the key in his hand, skillfully opened the door, and got into the driver's seat. This is his mother's car, which is several grades better than the old A6 of Comrade Lao Chin. It goes without saying that when it comes to family status, his mother still comes first. Let's go to Hangzhou Tower, just in time for the new Gucci collection. Shenhao pondered for a moment, made a decision, then started the engine and drove directly out of the underground garage towards Hangzhou Tower. Hangzhou Tower is known as the most expensive luxury shopping center in Hangzhou, with a huge selection of domestic and international luxury brands, and everything you could possibly need for food, drink, and entertainment. The price range is also incredibly high, and basically, apart from clothes, he prefers to go to Intime in 77 and Xintiandi. On the car, there is Jay Chou's Chapter 7 of the Night. Because this car was originally equipped with the top-of-the-line Berlin sound system, the sound quality is simply beyond words. It is not comparable to a concert venue, but it is not much worse. Shenhao enjoyed the stunning musical atmosphere while rhythmically tapping on the steering wheel. The more you listen to Jay Chou's songs, the more you appreciate them. Shenhao is not really a die-hard fan of Jay Chou, but he has to admit that Jay Chou's musical accomplishments are truly hard to surpass. Especially in the past 2 years, the internet celebrity-style music that has become popular on the internet is really hard to surpass. Just change a few lyrics and 2 tunes, and it becomes original, but you get bored of it after listening to it twice. As for this kind of music, Shenhao said that it's okay to listen to it occasionally. Of course, not all internet celebrity-style music is that bad, there are still a few songs that can cause widespread repercussions. Shenhao hummed along to the song, and because it was the weekend, there weren't many cars on the road, and he arrived at Hangcheng Building in half an hour. After parking the car, he went straight to his target for the day, Gucci. He was very purposeful when shopping and didn't like wasting time, so being straightforward was best. Arriving on the 3rd floor of Tower B, Shenhao entered Gucci with ease. "Hello, sir." A female shop assistant walked up quickly, very polite, with a professional smile on her face. She didn't look down on or despise Shenhao because he was young, and the shop assistants at such high-end luxury brands were very professional. Generally speaking, it is still rare to encounter the kind of condescending treatment seen in novels or on TV, but it is not absolute. If you encounter it, it just means you are too lucky. Buy a lottery ticket. Shenhao nodded with a smile and said, I've come to take a look at your new styles, mainly shorts. This way, sir, I'll take you to the men's section over there. The saleswoman politely invited him. Shenhao nodded and followed behind her. In the men's clothing section, Shenhao immediately saw the pair of shorts he liked. Without even looking at the price, he said, pack these up for me. The saleswoman smiled and took the shorts to the front to pack them up, while Shenhao walked over to the t-shirts. The shorts just cost 8,999 yuan, and he still had 30,000 yuan left on his card, plus the blessing money he received today, so he had enough to pick up a few more t-shirts. In a moment, the female salesperson came back and Shenhao pointed at a few of the t-shirts and said, please wrap these up for me as well. No problem. The female salesperson not only didn't feel impatient, she was also very polite and enthusiastic. After all, they get a commission, and every sale they make earns them money, and a lot of it at that, so they can't get enough of these kinds of customers. May I ask if there are any other styles you need? The female salesperson continued. Shenhao shook his head and said, no, I just want these. Please follow me, sir. The saleswoman took the items Shenhao had chosen and Shenhao followed behind her to pay for them. Just swipe your card. Shenhao took out a bank card and the saleswoman politely took it and then asked, do you have a membership card, sir? No, Shenhao shook his head. Gucci members can become members of his family by spending more than 100,000 yuan a year, but Shenhao, a student, only spends tens of thousands of yuan a year. Hearing that Shenhao did not have a membership card, the female clerk directly took out the POS machine and swiped the bank card on it. Shenhao entered the password and the receipt was successfully printed. After looking at the amount of the purchase, a pair of shorts and 4 t-shirts totaled more than 20,000 yuan. After receiving the bank card and receipt, the female clerk handed the wrapped clothes to Shenhao. The female clerk respectfully escorted Shenhao out of the store. There was still more than 10,000 yuan left in the budget, so what should she buy? After leaving the Gucci store, Shenhao looked at the bank card balance sent via text message on her phone, touched her chin, and summoned the system. Host, Shenhao. Level, LV1. Experience, 23,815 100,000. Looks, 77. Physical fitness, 80. Ding. The task is triggered. The godly rich are all about spending. Noting the host's spending amount, the system rewards the host with 1,100 times the random cashback coupon. Do you want to receive it? Accept. Shenhao silently mouthed the words, while wondering what was going on with this cashback coupon. But soon he understood, and was a little surprised, because he had won a triple cashback coupon. Do you want to use the cashback coupon? The system asked. Use it. Shenhao silently mouthed the words. Buzzing. Just then, a consumption text message came on the phone, your bank card balance is 85,676 yuan. Shenhao was stunned. This was how the consumption coupon was used. Not only did he not spend any money on the clothes, he also made a profit of more than 40,000 yuan. The system is really reliable. Shenhao became excited. He now had more than 80,000 yuan in his possession. Couldn't he upgrade his system level today? If you upgrade to level 2, you will get 6,666 yuan in blessings every day, which is double the amount you get now. Who can resist this temptation? Shenhao can't resist it anyway. Spend, spend. Ding. How can a godly hero go empty-handed? Buy a watch that symbolizes the identity of the host. Complete the task and get a 13x cashback coupon as a reward. A watch? Shenhao froze for a moment and looked at his wrist. It was a bit empty, but there were really only a limited number of brands that could satisfy him for less than 80,000. There were a few watch brands in Hangqing Building, such as Breguet, Omega, Blancpain, Cartier, and IWC. Breguet and Cartier are both regarded as one of the top 10 world-famous watch brands, but Breguet in Hangqing Building did not seem to have watches at this price point, with the cheapest one costing more than 100,000. As for the other brands, Shenhao knows very little about them. He only knows that within this price range, Cartier's Blue Balloon seems to be a good choice, and the design concept is relatively young and fashionable. Chapter 9 System Upgrade. Let's go take a look first. Shenhao thought to himself, and took the elevator down to the first floor. Since the Cartier store was on the first floor, as soon as he entered the door, a male salesperson in his 30s came up to him and politely asked, "Hello sir, may I help you?" Let's take a look at the Blue Balloon series. Shenhao got straight to the point. please follow me, sir. The man's smile grew even wider, and he then made a gesture inviting Shenhao to follow him. Led by the man, Shenhao arrived at the blue balloon counter. Looking at the blue balloon series of watches listed inside, Shenhao nodded. The appearance was quite in line with his aesthetic sense. Then he looked at the prices, which ranged from 40,000 to over 100,000. The salesperson next to him was introducing the styles to him. However, Shenhao didn't pay any attention to what he was saying. His gaze rested on one of the models with a blue strap. He looked at the nameplate below it, WSBB 0029, price 65,999 yuan. The price was just right, so Shenhao said directly, please take out that one and let me have a look. The salesperson then took the watch from the display case and placed it in front of Shenhao. Shenhao nodded after looking at it and asked, can I try it on? Of course you can, the salesperson readily agreed, took off the watch and professionally put it on Shenhao. Do you have a mirror? Shenhao asked. Of course, sir, this way please, the salesperson said, ushering Shenhao to a full-length mirror. Shenhao looked at it and nodded with satisfaction, saying, it's quite good looking, so I won't take it off and I'll just swipe my card. The salesperson was stunned. He had never seen such a straightforward person before. Normally, even if someone likes something, they will ask if there is a discount or something. Shenhao, on the other hand, didn't even ask about the price or discounts, and just swiped his card. The salesperson said, okay, you can do whatever you want with your money. If Shenhao had known what he was thinking, he would have burst out laughing. Joking aside, with the system, the money is completely free. Okay, would you still feel bad about free money? Of course not. Not to mention that he is completing the tasks of the system, and there is also the cashback card, so there is no pressure at all when spending. The salesperson was full of smiles and his face was more polite. He said to Shenhao, sir, please wait a moment, I will take care of you right away. After saying this, the salesperson took Shenhao's bank card to the cashier's desk, swiped the card, signed for it, and took the receipt. Seeing the balance on his account change from 85,676 to 19,677 yuan, Shenhao said he didn't feel any pain at all. After all, it was all given to him by the system. Just then, the voice of the system in his head sounded, reward has been credited. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the task. The system is rewarding you with a 2x cashback coupon, based on the amount you spent. Hearing this familiar voice, Shenhao silently mouthed the words, use. The next second, 131,998 yuan appeared in his account. The balance, which had originally been only 19,667 yuan, instantly returned to full, becoming 151,665 yuan. The smile on Shenhao's face became even more obvious. Not only did he get a free massage, he even made a profit of this amount. He really loved this system. Not only that, but his experience level in the system also increased. Experience: 89,814, 100,000. Only 10,000 more to upgrade. Sir, here is your watch receipt. Do you have any questions? The salesperson's words brought Shenhao's thoughts back to reality. He briefly looked at it and smiled, saying, no problem. With just under 10,000 system experience points left, there was no need to spend money elsewhere, so he might as well get it done here. He glanced at the jewelry section and said, leave the items here for now, I'll go look over there. Sir, would you like to look at the jewelry? I'll show you around, the salesperson asked. Thanks. Shenhao nodded. This way please. The salesperson led Shenhao to the jewelry section again. Shenhao tried on a ring and felt that it was quite good, so he said directly, this ring, pack 2 for me. Do you want all of them to be this one? The man asked. Yes. Shenhao nodded. Shenhao? Hearing someone call his name, Shenhao froze for a moment. How did that voice sound so similar to Tang Xi's? He turned around and saw a tall girl with fair skin and hair tied in a ponytail standing in front of him, looking at him with surprised eyes. It was Tang Xi, Benyi. What a coincidence, class president. Shenhao was also a little surprised, but he quickly recovered his composure and teased, could this be the fate that heaven has arranged for the two of us? Do you want my mom to hear this too? Tang Xi gave Shenhao a blank look. Shenhao? He turned his head to look ahead, and sure enough, Tang Xi's mother was also there selecting jewelry. Fortunately, she didn't notice them, otherwise this would really be easy to misunderstand. Scared? Tang Shi saw the expression on Shin Mo's face and burst out laughing. A little. Shin Mo also smiled in response. Chicken. Tang Shi looked down on Shin Mo for a moment, and then saw the Gucci bag in Shin Mo's hand and exclaimed in surprise, "You're a hidden gem, Shin Mo. These things are not cheap." Shin Mo looked down at the things in his hand and said, "I'm going to report to Tianfu soon, so I wanted to buy some supplies before I left. They're all discounted and not expensive. Do you take me for a fool?" Tang Shi looked at Shin Mo with an idiot-like expression. "The items you bought were not on sale. You know that too?" Tang Shi looked at him with contempt, and then looked at the blue balloon in his hand. "Come on, rich young master, don't hide it. Are you afraid that I will rob you?" "Class monitor, you are exaggerating." Shin Mo spoke with righteous indignation. "Humph." Tang Shi snorted and said, "Right, I'll give you my WeChat. Why didn't you contact me even once?" "I didn't want to disturb the monitor. After all, you're so pretty, I'm sure you get lots of guys hitting on you every day, right?" Shin Mo teased. "Don't be silly, how could I possibly agree to be friends with guys like that?" Tang Shi said indifferently, flicking her hair out of her face. "Are you implying something, monitor?" Shin Mo pretended to be surprised. "Go to hell." Tang Shi was speechless and gave this guy who had no manners a blank look. Shin Mo laughed heartily. "Don't mention it, Tang Shi in this kind of state really has a different kind of beauty." Just then, the salesperson had already packaged the 2 rings, and Shin Mo skillfully handed him the bank card. Another 10,000 or so was deducted from his card, and Shin Mo went through the process again. "Here's your card, sir." The man politely handed Shin Mo's bank card back. Shin Mo took it and then held all these things in his hands. Today's task was successfully completed, and the systems level had also been upgraded to LV2 as expected. Host, Shin Mo. Level, LV2. Experience, 101,202 500,000. Looks, 77. Physical fitness, 80. Ding. The system has been upgraded to LV2 and the information scanning function has been enabled. The system's voice sounded in Shin Mo's mind, and at that moment, Shin Mo looked at Tang Shi, and suddenly a piece of information appeared. Tang Shi. Age, 18. Face value, 89. Body, 86. Purity, 96. System, what is that purity score? Shin Mo asked. The purity score comes from private life, and the higher the score, the purer the person. A score of 95 or above means no personal life. A score of 91-95 means having a personal life with only one partner. A score of 90-85 means having a personal life with more than 5 people. A score below 85 means having a personal life with more than 10 people. A score of 50 means having sex with 100 people, so you'd better run for your life. Upon hearing this, Shin Mo's mouth twitched. This is too much of a bug, isn't it? What are you looking at? Tang Shi waved her hand in Shin Mo's face and looked at him strangely. Nothing, class president. I still have things to do, so I'll go first. If you have anything, WeChat me. Shin Mo came back to his senses and smiled. Okay, bye. Tang Shi waved her hand and returned to her mother's side. Tang's mother glanced at Tang Shi and said, "Shi, is that young man your classmate?" "Yes, he's in my class," Tang Shi said. Chapter 10, Meeting Up at the Bar. Shin Mo walked out of Cartier and went to the underground parking lot. Today's shopping task was already completed, and there was no need to shop anymore, lest there be too many things to go home and have no way to explain. After all, the value of the things in his hands exceeded 100,000 yuan. Although Wang Xia was not particularly clear about how much savings he had, she still had some idea. It would be troublesome if she was asked about it. He couldn't just tell his mother that the money was given to him by the system, could he? I'm afraid that by then, even his mother would think that he had a mental illness. This feeling is really uncomfortable. I think I need to find a way to rationalize this money, otherwise I won't be able to explain it when I buy bigger items in the future. Shin Mo pondered in his heart. But don't worry, you can start a business while you're in college. At that time, as long as you make good use of this, it won't be difficult to convince your parents. Shin Mo smiled, praising his own intelligence, and went to his mother's Parramatta. He opened the passenger door, put everything in, and then returned to the driver's seat to get ready to leave. Buzz. Just then, his WeChat suddenly rang. He opened it and saw that it was from his mother. It turned out that his mother had made an appointment to go to a skin care salon and would not be back until later. Shenhao replied okay, followed by a cute emoticon, and then glanced at the things on the passenger seat. Fortunately, his mother had gone out, otherwise it would have been difficult to carry all these things upstairs. Especially the Cartier watch, which cost more than 60,000 yuan, it would be hard to explain. Going home. Shenhao was in a good mood, so he turned on the music and drove out of the underground garage, heading towards his residential area. Because it was noon, there were more cars on the road than in the morning, but it wasn't crowded, and it took him just over half an hour to get home. After parking the car, he took the things from the passenger seat out and then took the elevator directly back to his home. As soon as he entered the door, Shenhao took the things to his room, especially the Cartier box, which he directly threw into the suitcase. His mother would never find it in this place, so it was very safe. After everything was settled, Shenhao lay back on the bed, looking at the system message in his head and discovering that today's blessing money had increased by another 3,333 yuan, which was the amount of the second-level blessing money that the system had automatically added after the upgrade. Awesome! Shenhao couldn't help but praise it. In the evening, Shenhao looked at the food introduction about Tianfu on the computer. Just as he was getting a little hungry, Lu Tao sent a message asking if he wanted to go out and have some fun. Shenhao thought, since Comrade Lao Qin and Wang Xiao weren't home anyway, it seemed like a good idea to go out and have some fun. He hadn't eaten yet, so he took out his phone and replied, "Where to?" Lu Tao, FT bar. Shenhao looked at the time and replied, "It's still early, why don't we go get something to eat first?" Lu Tao, I was just going to say that. No problem, see you at the usual place. Shenhao replied with an OK emoji, then got ready to get up, picked up the keys to the Paramira and went out the door. The so-called old place was a snack bar that the few of them often went to when they were in school. Although the store was not big, the food was delicious and the prices were reasonable, so Shenhao still had a good impression of it. Half an hour later, Shenhao drove the Paramira to an alley, found a place that wasn't in the way and parked there. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Lu Tao, who was staring at him blankly. Damn, Lao Qin, I see that you are the biggest dog in the family, and you are still crying poor with me. You have shown your true colors this time, haven't you? The Paramira Hunting Edition even has a sound system from the more than 100,000 yuan Berlin Acoustics, with SC group keys and a sports exhaust. Lu Tao marveled. Then he continued, last time you said that your father would never buy you such an expensive car, and then you drove a car that costs nearly 2 million yuan. So I was wrong last time, wasn't I? After circling the car a few times, Lu Tao gave Shenhao a punch and couldn't help but complain, you could almost buy my 2 cars with this one. Shenhao responded, don't be ridiculous, this is my mom's car that I'm driving today. You think I'll believe you? Lu Tao looked at Shenhao with contempt. Really? Shenhao looked innocent. Lu Tao snorted in contempt, then stopped dwelling on the issue, and then held out his hand, excitedly saying, Lao Qin, let me try it, I've never driven a Paramata with this configuration before. It's obvious that this guy really likes cars, and Shenhao didn't refuse, either, smiling and handing him the car keys. Take it easy, or Ms. Wang is going to scold me. Lu Tao laughed and said, don't worry, my skills are awesome. Shenhao looked at his exaggerated expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He didn't stop him, handed Lu Tao the keys, and looked at the small shop they often went to. Lu Tao's battle-ready gray M3 was parked at the entrance. Shenhao and Wang Hui had not yet arrived, so Lu Tao simply waited here. Lu Tao drove the Paramata around the outside for a lap and didn't come back until 10 minutes later. As soon as he got out of the car, he excitedly ran up to Shenhao. Lao Qin's Paramata is really top-notch, I'm tempted to get one too, if only I had the money in my pocket. So quickly you've grown tired of the new one and fallen in love with the old one? Don't you like the M3 anymore? Shenhao sneered. That's not it, the main thing is that this Paramera is really comfortable. Lu Tao returned the keys to Shenhao and praised. Why don't you go back and talk to your father about selling your M3 and getting a Paramera instead? Shenhao teased. Forget it, if I really did that, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to avoid a flogging. Lu Tao shook his head. Ha 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 ha. Shenhao suddenly burst out laughing. Just then, a white Mustang stopped in front of the two of them. It was still a 50T Mustang, and it had been refitted with a complete car kit and a set of mid-exhaust pipes. The sound was also very powerful, and the appearance looked very fierce. The window lowered, and it wasn't Shenhao and Wang Hui, who else could it be? Shenhao smiled and said, not bad, when did you upgrade it? Hey, I just upgraded it, Shenhao grinned. The look is not bad, not like the style of an auto parts city. Lu Tao also said. Of course, if it's modified into a young and energetic guy, that would be terrible. Shenhao complained, this set of modifications took a lot of effort. It does look good, and the sound is pretty awesome. Shenhao nodded. Alas, there's nothing I can do, poor people like us can only rely on modifications to satisfy ourselves, unlike Lu Tao, a rich guy, who can just buy whatever he wants. Exactly, poor me, I still don't have a car of my own. Wang Hui followed suit and pretended to be pitiful, sighing repeatedly. You too, that's enough. Lu Tao looked at Wang Hui and said, didn't you just order an Audi A7 too? How did you know? Wang Hui was a little dumbfounded. He had wanted to surprise these guys, but he never expected Lu Tao to find out. Lu Tao looked contemptuous and said, next time you post to your circle of friends, could you please block us? We're not blind, and your 3 posts just flooded our feeds, okay? My brother. Ha! I remember blocking it, didn't I? Wang Hui looked confusedly at Shenhao and Lu Chao, but the two of them couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Lao Lu, you don't know how hard I held back all the way here. This bastard kept pretending to be poor with me. Chun Chao laughed, covering his stomach. Shenhao was also unable to stop laughing. Wang Hui. Chapter 11, The Face of a Capitalist. Wang Hui was extremely depressed. He had wanted to pretend to be a big shot in front of the others, but instead, he had been exposed by himself. It was really embarrassing. Ah, Lao Wang, you really made me laugh to death. Chen Xiao laughed wildly while patting Wang Hui on the shoulder. Next time you pretend to be a big shot, remember to block it out. Shenhao solemnly reminded him. If he hadn't reminded them, they would have laughed even harder. Wang Hui wanted to cry, but he had no tears. What was this called? This was called being unable to act cool and being the butt of everyone's jokes instead. He decided that in the future, before posting to Moments, he would have to double-check everything. After a while, the group of people finally stopped laughing. I was laughing so hard that tears came to my eyes. Lao Qin, you're so mean. Lao Qin is really bad. That's right. The group of people stood together in a united front, putting the blame on Shenhao for all the bad things that had happened, and nodded their heads. You guys? Shenhao rolled his eyes. At this time, Wang Hui, who had sharp eyesight, noticed the dumb gray-colored Parramatta next to them and let out an exclamation. Holy shit, the hunting version? What hunting version? Chen Xiao was also attracted by his words and looked over together. Lu Tao looked at the two of them and snorted, pretending to be mysterious and showing off. Do you know who owns that car? Who? Wang Hui and Chen Xiao were both attracted and subconsciously asked. Humph. Lu Tao hummed twice, then looked at Shenhao on the side and exaggerated. What do you think, Lao Qin? Shenhao helplessly gave him a blank look, so he took out the car keys. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao were dumbfounded. Wang Hui couldn't believe it and asked, Lao Qin, is this car yours? Of course not, it's my mom's car, I just drove it over here to use it. Shenhao helplessly explained. Do you guys believe it? I don't believe it anyway. Lu Tao was on the side of the fire. I don't believe it either. Wang Hui also seconded the motion. Chen Xiao nodded and said, I don't believe it. Shenhao was helpless, shrugged his shoulders, and said, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. I told you, this Qin guy is a bad guy. He's obviously one of the biggest spenders, but he pretends to be poor in front of us. I condemn you in the name of justice. Lu Tao gave him the middle finger. Seconded. Seconded +1. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao also gave him the middle finger. How can a son condemn his father? Shenhao looked innocent. Oh dear, he's provoking us. What should we do, brothers? Lu Tao asked with a wicked smile. Get him. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao said in unison. Then the three brothers, with wicked smiles on their faces, pounced on Shenhao. After a while of fighting, the trial ended with Shenhao surrendering. Your mother really has good taste. This Parramatta is really top-notch. Wang Hui said with envy. I'm tired of saying the word envy. Lu Tao said. Me too. Me too. Wang Hui and Chen Xiao immediately chimed in. Get out of here. Shenhao scolded with a smile, I haven't even said I envy you yet. Driving a 2 million plus car and saying you envy us, is he mocking us? Wang Hui looked at the two men seriously. I think it looks like it. Lu Tao affirmed. Don't overinterpret it. Shenhao rolled his eyes. At least your cars are all your own. Speaking of which, the person who is suffering the most in here is me. If this is considered a kind of suffering, then let this suffering befall me. Lu Tao looked determined and looked at Shenhao firmly. My son, I have never asked you for anything in my life, so you see. Get out. Shenhao laughed and scolded, kicking him. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hui and Shenhao laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. Stop it, hurry up and go in, there won't be any seats left. Shenhao said. The few people then noticed that in just a short while, the small restaurant was almost full. Hurry up, I'll go in first and take a seat. Lao Qin, you go order, I'll have the usual. Lu Tao said quickly, and then ran inside. Comrade, I'll leave this task to you. I believe in you, dry bread. Wang Hui and Shenhao looked serious, patted Shenhao on the shoulder, and then ran in after them. Little Days movies are harmful. Shenhao shook his head in admiration as he watched Shenhao's back, but then went to the front desk and ordered the usual food for the group. He then took out his phone to pay, and the four of them spent a total of 236 yuan, which was already a good deal. Shenhao casually glanced at the balance of his text messages, then took the menu and walked over to the seat occupied by Lu Tao. Have you guys read the group message? Zhang Jia is planning a party, saying that it's a farewell get-together. Chen Chao said. Is he just wanting to get together? I'm embarrassed to burst his bubble, but isn't it just that he got into Shanghai University too, and I heard that the monitor signed up for Fudan, trying to get close? Lu Tao looked disdainful. It's just like Sima Zhao's heart, everyone knows. It's no secret that he likes Tang Shi in the class, except that it seems that she doesn't have any interest in him in that regard. Wang Hui said calmly. No matter what he does, if he pays the money to go, and he'll get to eat and drink for free. Shenhao smiled and sat down. Zhang Jia is the model student in the eyes of the teachers in the class, and his academic performance has always been good. He and Tang Shi are known as the golden boy and girl in the class, and with his good family background, he is quite famous at school. Moreover, it is no secret in the class that he likes Tang Shi. He pursued Tang Shi when he was in school, but was rejected. Even Shenhao admired this guy, who had been rejected several times but still maintained such perseverance. I have to say, if Zhang Jia wasn't in front of him at the moment, he would have been unable to resist praising him. If I had to say, you are still the worst, Lao Qin. Lu Tao shook his head in disapproval. After all, the other person had good intentions, of course I won't go if I have to pay. Shenhao said matter-of-factly. The face of the evil capitalist. Several people looked at him disdainfully. I'm just helping out, you know. You can imagine that they'll order a lot of food, and if they can't finish it all, it'll go to waste. Waste is a shame, and I refuse to waste, starting with me. Shenhao spoke with conviction. This is the first time I've seen someone take shamelessness to your level. Wang Hui looked at Shenhao speechless. Lu Tao and Chen Chao both nodded in agreement. Just as the group was exchanging views, the waiter brought the food. Chapter 12 Fascination Bar. It smells so good, just like the old days. Lu Tao took a deep breath and said with a satisfied look. Too bad, we won't be able to eat it again soon. Chen Chao picked up a piece of bullfrog and put it in his mouth, exclaiming. Ugh, just talking about it makes me feel sick. Wang Hui grimaced. You didn't sign up for some remote place, did you? Shenhao teased with a curious look. Lu Tao and Chen Chao also stopped eating and looked at him curiously. It's more or less like that. Wang Hui looked dejected. The mere mention of it instantly drained his energy, and even the delicious meal lost its taste. Tell us so we can laugh together. Lu Tao, who didn't mind getting involved, added with a smirk. Shenhao and Chen Chao also looked like they were about to burst into laughter. A small place in Gue City. Wang Hui shrugged. Gilead is great, the scenery there is the best in the world, you little brat, just enjoy yourself. Lu Tao winked. Alas, the main thing is that I heard that the male-female ratio in that school is seriously out of balance. There are too many wolves and not enough meat. My dreams of love are shattered. Wang Hui wailed, poor my handsome face, it's going to suffer loneliness with me. Wang Hui, you have to have confidence in yourself. With your looks, even if you were thrown into a girls' college, you would never find a girlfriend. Lu Tao gave Wang Hui a serious pat on the shoulder. Screw you, have you forgotten my nickname at our school? Hi Wang, okay? Wang Hui retorted unconvinced. You really are pathetic when you're being stubborn. Lu Tao said seriously, which really amused the others. Ha ha ha, if we're going to talk about who's mean, it's you, not Lao Qin. Chen Xiao laughed as he patted his thigh. Screw you. Wang Hui glared at Lu Tao. But seriously, Gue City is still okay. Qin Mo said. The city is okay, but the school is really not very good. Poor my S7, I'm now debating whether to tow the car there. Wang Hui lamented. If we don't drive there, won't it be a waste? Qin Mo looked at him. That's right, why don't we switch? I heard there are a lot of young guys there, they should like my style. And if you install 2 subwoofers, we'll be the coolest kids around. Chen Chao teased. Forget it, trading in the S7 for a Mustang would be a huge loss for me. Wang Hui looked at Chen Chao with contempt. Bullshit, with the modifications, my price is not much worse than yours. Shen Chao said unconvinced. At least mine is a new car, can you compare with Dad's? Wang Hui gave a middle finger. Mine hasn't been driven for long either. Shen Chao retorted. The two men fought for a while. Qin Mo and Lu Tao laughed on the side. It was much more interesting to watch them than to look at their phones. Qin Mo glanced at the time on his watch. It was already 7:30, it was about time, let's go. Is it time? Shen Chao looked up. It's 7:30, we'll just drive over there. Qin Mo laughed. Let's go, I'll ride in Lao Qin's car this time. Wang Hui said. Let's go. Lu Tao cheered. Wang Hui followed Qin Mo and got into the matte gray Porsche, while Chen Chao and Lu Tao got into their own cars. A loud noise sounded, and Lu Tao took the lead and rushed out. The power of the BMW M3 Thunder Edition was really not to be underestimated. See you at the bar. Lu Tao yelled excitedly. This guy. Qin Mo laughed out loud, then started up the Panamera and followed after, with Chen Chao's Mustang right behind. FT Bar, formerly known as Fascination, is located in Hangzhou's Xintiandi shopping center. It is positioned as a small to medium-sized trendy nightclub, and it is said that this is also Hangzhou's first deeply invested industry. Therefore, there are a lot of beautiful women here. After all, as a representative of Hangzhou's good men, the founder of Flirting with Girls, his influence in Hangzhou naturally goes without saying. Because I have also stood outside the door. I will go to the mountains and the sea for you, and empty my pockets for you. I will satisfy the expectations in your eyes. I will not slacken off for fear of disappointing you, and I will put on a brave face no matter how tired I am. I will worship you with my eyes. My story, girl, begins because of you. It so happened that this was the song playing on Qin Mo's car, and it was even the DJ version. Wang Hui sang along excitedly. If only I could be as dashing as the ancestor, he thought with a sudden sigh. Ah, unfortunately you don't have that face. Qin Mo didn't hesitate to pour a bucket of cold water on Wang Hui, and then burst out laughing. Shocked, Wang Hui looked at Qin Mo with a plaintive expression. Don't worry, although you can't compare in terms of appearance, think about it another way, you can't even compare in terms of height, so when you think about it like that, isn't it balanced? Qin Mo teased while driving. Old Qin, I'll kill you. Although he said it, Wang Hui did not act on it. After all, Qin Mo was driving, and this was no joke. Don't be discouraged, you're still young, and if you stop jerking off, you might even grow. Qin Mo stabbed again, cutting to the heart. I threw up, Lao Qin, this batch of yours is definitely poisonous. Wang Hui was speechless. He was already feeling bad about the height thing, and now he had to be teased by Qin Mo. Wang Hui said that his heart was in pain, ma fei. Although he was very unhappy, he couldn't find any reason to argue back. The factory god's classic Bible sentence was just right for Wang Hui at this moment. After about half an hour, the group finally arrived at Xintiandi. Qin Mo spotted a parking space, pulled in, unbuckled his seatbelt, and told Wang Hui to get out. As soon as the two got out of the car, they saw Lu Tao leaning against his M3, chatting with a girl who was dressed provocatively and had a great figure. Holy shit, no way, this animal already got lucky before he even went in? Wang Hui's eyes widened. Qin Mo was also a little surprised, because the girl was facing away from them, and all he could see was her back, not her face, so he scanned the girl's information curiously. Wang Qin ran. Age, 23. Face value, 76. Body, 83. Purity, 73. Doesn't that mean she has had a private life with more than 10 people? This old guy really has an eye for talent. Shenhao teased. Old Qin, you're finally here, I've been waiting for you for half a day. Lu Tao waved his hand when he saw Shenhao and the others, then winked at them, his hand naturally resting on the girl's shoulder, a look of complacency on his face, as if he were showing off his conquests. The girl was also an old hand, and didn't care about Lu Tao's hand at all, instead she smiled and greeted them. At this time, Shenhao and the others also saw the appearance of the girl. Although her system score was only 76, this girl obviously frequented nightclubs. She was dressed fashionably and had done her makeup well, so she looked acceptable. The main thing was that her figure was really hot, especially since her breasts were really big, probably a C-cup. Overall, she was quite good looking, of course, that was without knowing her purity score. Right now, Shenhao just wanted to say that he was scared. Chapter 13, The King's Game. Let's go in first. Shenhao locked the car and said. Lu Tao proudly walked in front of the girl, like a victorious general. If I had known, I would have driven faster. Shenhao looked at Lu Tao's appearance and felt sorry for him. You're afraid of not having enough girls when you come to a bar. Shenhao laughed. That's right. Shenhao nodded and said, look at the way he's acting, I really want to punch him. Me too. Wang Hui agreed. Okay, let's go, there are plenty of girls inside, I'm just afraid you guys can't do it. Shenhao laughed and patted the two on the shoulder. Just kidding, I'm determined to be the second most affectionate man in Hangzhou, do you think I can't do it? Wang Hui puffed up with pride. The few entered the bar, and Lu Tao was embracing the girl the whole way, whispering something to her, looking very happy. Because Shenhao and the others arrived just as the bar opened, there weren't many people inside, so it wasn't crowded. Shenhao and his group of 5 people might have to order a girl later, so Xiaoka definitely wouldn't be able to sit down. Lu Tao took out his phone and found the sales manager on WeChat. The group ordered a medium table. The types of bars in Hangzhou are different, so the minimum spend is also different. For example, Hangzhou's more famous OT bars, even the most peripheral outer ring cards start at 1,500, and the better inner ring cards start at 3,000. The minimum spend for a one's inner ring cards is even more than 10,000 on weekends. The minimum spend for other small and medium-sized nightclubs is cheaper, for example, here, the minimum spend for a medium card is 1,980. The location is neither far nor close, so it's pretty okay. A $39.99 drink package, plus 6 soft drinks, 20 beers, and a bottle of Hennessy XO. Lu Tao said to the sales manager. Damn, Lu is really going all out to impress the girls, isn't he? Wang Hui teased. You look down on Master Lu, don't you? Is this a small amount of money for him? Shenhao teased as well. Ah, today's entire bill will be paid by Master Lu. Chen Chao shouted. Gee, Lu Gongzi, you must have gone all out, right? The scene was absolutely irresistible for the girls. Wang Hui encouraged. You think I don't want to? Lu Tao rolled his eyes. The budget was really limited, and even the cheapest little dragon costume was 41,999, which was equivalent to his monthly allowance. After ordering the drinks, the manager showed him the price, and Lu Tao paid directly, without opening a card, and 10,000 yuan was gone. Do you still have girlfriends? Invite them to have fun together? Lu Tao shouted in the ear of the girl. They are here too, I'll call them now. Wang Qinran responded, then took out her phone to notify her girlfriends. These people are obviously second-generation rich kids. If she catches them, she will be able to afford that bag she has been eyeing lately, right? Wang Qinran quickly contacted 4 or 5 friends to come over. They were all dressed fashionably, and the group of girls looked very eye-catching together. They all had long legs, and black and white stockings were arranged for them. Many men cast envious glances. Hello, young man. A girl wearing a black camisole and a sexy short skirt smiled and said hello. Lu Tao and the others nodded, and then introduced, these are my friends, Shenhao, Wang Hui, and Lu Chao. The girls then introduced themselves to each other. The girl in the black halter top was Zhao Lin, a small model who often hung out in nightclubs and was very easygoing. She glanced at the group and naturally made her way over to Shenhao. Hello, little brother. Zhao Lin held out her hand. Shenhao smiled and shook her hand. He scanned Zhao Lin with the system and found that her purity score was an impressive 86, higher than Wang Qinran's. This score seemed a bit more normal. At this time, the drinks Lu Tao ordered were also served, one each of agate pink, Paris flowers, 2 Jägermeister, 2 Pink X, Hennessy XO, as well as beer and some fruit snacks, 2 sets of dice and a deck of playing cards. "Brothers, let's play!" Lu Tao shouted. Shenhao and the others raised their glasses and cheered, before gulping them down. The girls next to them were also busy, picking up the soft drinks on the table and mixing a few cocktails. After taking a sip, they started chatting with the guys. Because the DJ at the bar was playing loud music, they basically had to communicate with each other while standing close together, and soon they were having a great time. "Hey, little brother, do you want to play dice?" Zhao Lin smiled and asked, extending the glass in her hand towards Qin Mo. Compared to Wang Qinran, Zhao Lin's social status was obviously much higher. As a model, she naturally had a good eye for things, and knew the categories and prices of luxury goods like the back of her hand. She had observed a few people before she sat down. She was familiar with the watch Qin Mo was wearing on his wrist, which was a Cartier worth nearly 70,000 yuan, and the ring he was wearing on his finger was also a Cartier model. Just the things he was wearing on his hands were already worth nearly 100,000 yuan. What was this? This was the high-quality sucker she had been dreaming of. Together with Qin Mo's sunny appearance, he immediately attracted Zhao Lin's attention. She winked playfully, and her long legs in Balenciaga accidentally brushed against Qin Mo's legs, testing his reaction. She knew how to make use of her advantages. As a model, her figure was naturally outstanding, and coupled with a pair of speed-increasing shoes, she was definitely a blessing for leg lovers. Even if you aren't a leg lover, you won't be able to stop ogling. Unfortunately, Qin Mo had a system and had already seen her naked, although he would not really do anything with her, but it was still possible to get a taste. Qin Mo and Zhao Lin clinked glasses and Qin Mo smiled, "Okay." Seeing that Qin Mo had agreed, Zhao Lin's behavior became even more ambiguous. She placed the wine glass on the table in front of her and said with a big sister smile, "The loser has to accept the punishment, no cheating." "No problem," Qin Mo responded with a smile. Shenhao and Wang Hui on the side watched as the two of them had already started playing dice, and they let out a sound of admiration. "Lao Qin is really fast." Lu Tao also grinned and looked at Qin Mo and the other, agreeing, "This guy is a master at pretending to be a pig while eating the tiger." "That's right." Shenhao and Wang Hui nodded heavily. After a while of drinking, Wang Qinran suggested, "Why don't we play the game of kings?" "Sounds good." Lu Tao and the others naturally gladly agreed. The so-called king game is a card game. The group drew several cards, which contained the king and queen. The person who drew the king or queen was the king, and the king could designate other people to play any game. There were 9 of them in total, so they took out 9 cards. Wang Hui shuffled the order of the cards and then rearranged them on the table. "Lao Qin, join us," Wang Hui said. "Sure." Qin Mo smiled and said, "You guys go ahead. Then I won't be polite." Lu Tao laughed, drew a card from the middle, glanced at it secretly, and revealed a mysterious smile. The few didn't care and quickly drew all the cards. "I'm the king." Lu Tao laughed, showing the card in his hand, a black king. "Coincidentally, so am I," Qin Mo smiled as he turned over the card in his hand, a red king. "You two have some shit luck," Wang Hui muttered, as he drew a 2. Shenhao also pursed his lips. He drew a 5, while Wang Qinran's card was a 6, Zhao Lin drew a 1, and the other 3 girls' cards were 3, 4, and 7 respectively. "Ha, Lao Qin, we're in luck." Lu Tao grinned evilly, "Let me see, who should we pick?" Chapter 14, Pure-Hearted Qin Mo. Lu Tao looked around for a while, and finally said, "Let's go with numbers 2 and 4. How about a cup of wine and a spin around 3 times? Lu Tao looked at the others, trying to see who numbers 2 and 4 were. At that moment, Wang Hui turned over the card in his hand and made an expression of helplessness. Qin Mo looked at it and saw that it was number 2. Who was number 4? Number 4 is me. The girl also turned over the card in her hand, looking shy. Her name was Zhou Ling, and she looked very pure, like the milk tea girl. Wang Hui was ecstatic, and secretly praised Lu Tao in his heart. He was a good brother indeed, and the girl's appearance was quite in line with his aesthetic taste. "Oh." Qin Mo and the others began to heckle from the side, looking at the two of them ambiguously. But the girl was also very straightforward, without the slightest hint of coyness, and quickly finished the punishment with Wang Hui. "How was that, buddy?" Lu Tao came up to Wang Hui with a wicked smile on his face. "Don't say anything, father and son forever." Wang Hui patted his chest. Get out. Lu Tao laughed and scolded. Ha 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 ha. The group burst out laughing, and the girls nearby were also infected, covering their mouths and giggling. Hurry up, Lao Qin hasn't been punished yet. Shenhao reminded him, then frantically gave Qin Mo a hint, hinting at his own number. Qin Mo understood in an instant and gave him a reassuring look. Shenhao was instantly moved to tears. This is what brothers are for. Cough cough, it's my turn. I choose 5 and 7. Qin Mo said. Who are 5 and 7? Come forward, don't hide. Wang Hui heckled from the side. Shenhao suddenly gave Qin Mo a loving look, and then he laughed and said, I'm number 5. I'm number 7. The other girl also stood up. Qin Mo remembered her. She was the one who made the deepest impression when she introduced herself just now. Her name was Zhao Limin. Kiss each other, you decide the position. After Qin Mo finished speaking, he gave Shenhao a look, saying, Buddy, I've given you the opportunity, now see what you can do. Shenhao immediately understood, walked over to Zhao Limin, reached out and took her in his arms, and lowered his head and kissed her. Holy cow, this is too easy for this guy. Lu Tao said. That's right, next time if there's something like this, remember to choose me. Wang Hui said shamelessly. Qin Mo was speechless, and then the few of them started playing the game of kings again. Qin Mo had very good luck tonight, and he drew the king several times. Except for him, everyone else was arranged by him. Finally, it was his turn to punish, and the other person happened to be Zhao Lin, while the kings were Lu Tao and Zhao Limin. Lu Tao gave Qin Mo a reassuring look, saying that his buddy would definitely help him. Qin Mo immediately shook his head. He didn't want to give his first kiss in a place like this, so he quickly winked at Lu Tao. Lu Tao didn't react for a long time and thought he had misread it. Finally, under Qin Mo's constant prompting, he understood, and then looked strangely, but still symbolically asked the two to do some simple punishments, without even physical contact. This guy finally understood what he meant. Lao Lu, what do you mean, preventing your brother from getting married, you have to drink a penalty? Wang Hui yelled. I'm innocent. Lu Tao suddenly felt even more aggrieved than Doi. Innocent my ass, drink up. Shenhao urged. Lu Tao looked miserably to Qin Mo for help, but the latter ignored him like nothing had happened. Qin, you ungrateful bastard. There was nothing he could do, so Lu Tao angrily gulped down the wine, and the group immediately cheered. The girls couldn't hold back their laughter either, and Zhao Lin's face looked a little bad. She felt unbalanced in her heart. What did that mean? Did he dislike her? But she couldn't say it out loud, so she just held it in, and her good feelings towards Qin Mo immediately dropped to a minimum. But it didn't stop Qin Mo and the others from having fun. They were here to have fun, and who cares if Zhao Lin was in a good mood or not? After all, once they got out of here, they would be from two different worlds and there would be no way for them to intersect. Zhao Limin then exercised her right as the king, and the winners turned out to be Wang Hui and Shenhao. One had to say that these two guys were a bit lucky. Holy shit, it's you. Wang Hui's eyes widened. I was going to ask. Shenhao rolled his eyes. This scene immediately made the girls laugh, and they started to make a scene, asking for a kiss. This disgusted the two guys, but fortunately Zhao Limin didn't go too far, and they were only symbolically fined 3 cups of wine. Thank you, beautiful girl, I'll send you a red envelope later. Wang Hui let out a breath and thanked her. Then thank you in advance, Mr. Wang. Zhao Limin gave a small smile and understood, sitting directly next to Wang Hui and raising her wineglass to take a sip. The group of people played for a while longer, the atmosphere was very joyous, and they had drunk almost all of the wine. Qin Mo glanced at the time and saw that it was already past midnight. It's almost time, shall we go? Qin Mo suggested. Lu Tao and the others had also had enough fun and nodded, so Wang Hui directly added Zhao Limin's WeChat and sent him an 888 yuan red envelope. Zhao Limin was very happy and accepted it directly. A few people walked out of the bar, and Qin Mo took out his phone and directly called a few designated drivers. After all, they had been drinking and it was inconvenient to drive. Lao Qin, I think that Zhao Lin just now was pretty good, with long legs and she's also a model, what do you think? Lu Tao came up and put his arm around Qin Mo's shoulder, saying in a mean way. Qin Mo spread his hands, I didn't say it was bad, I just don't really like it. Wow, a pure virgin. Wang Hui exclaimed from the side. Ah, that's great. This sentence suddenly made several people laugh, and Qin Mo even snapped back angrily, "This is called guarding one's body like jade. What the hell do you guys know? I despise you." Shenhao gave Qin Mo a disdainful look. Despise +1. I despise you too. After a while of playing and fighting, the designated driver arrived. "The designated driver is here, let's go," Qin Mo said. "Okay, I'll contact you tomorrow." Lu Tao waved his hand. The several people got into their own cars, while Wang Hui followed Lu Tao to the M3, because their two homes were relatively close, so Lu Tao was giving him a ride. "Driver, go to Huarun Community." Qin Mo fastened his seatbelt and reported his location to the designated driver. The designated driver turns on the navigation system, confirms the location, and starts the engine and drives towards Huarun Community. After arriving at Huarun Community in a few minutes, the designated driver drives into the underground parking lot. "Mr. Qin, we're here." The designated driver reminds him to park the car and turn off the engine. "Thank you, sir." Qin Mo thanks him, pays the fare, takes the car key, and goes home. Chapter 15, The Old and Young Man. Qin Mo returned home after 1 o'clock. Wang Xia and Qin Jianming were already asleep. Qin Mo slowed down his pace, trying not to make any noise, and walked to the kitchen. He poured himself a glass of water because he had drunk quite a bit at the bar and was a little thirsty. Then he went to his room, washed up briefly, and fell asleep quickly. The next day. The brat didn't know what time he came home last night, and he wasn't awake yet. In the living room, Wang Xia said impatiently, while Qin Jianming sat in front of the TV and didn't care, "He's not a child anymore, he has to have his own social life. Just indulge him, and you'll be happy when he brings home a pregnant woman." Wang Xia glared at Qin Jianming. "What are you talking about? Qin Mo would never do such a thing." Qin Jianming said calmly, he knew his son's character very well. "Humph." Wang Xia snorted, "She was just saying that." It was almost afternoon when Qin Mo woke up. He rubbed his eyes and walked to the living room, saying, "Good morning." "Look at the time, it's not morning anymore," Wang Xia said, looking at Qin Mo with displeasure. Qin Mo looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was already 1:30. He smiled awkwardly and quickly went over to please her. Wang Xia gave him a cold stare and didn't say anything more. "Mom, what did you guys eat for lunch? Do you still have any leftovers?" Qin Mo asked. "Yes, heat it up in the kitchen." Wang Xia pointed to the kitchen. "Okay." Qin Mo went to the kitchen, heated up the dish, and took a bite. At this time, Qin Jianming answered a phone call and left. Qin Mo came out of the kitchen with a bowl in his hand, and asked, "Mom, what's with Comrade Lao Qin? The company recently took on a project, so he's been busy lately." Wang Xia responded. "Oh." Qin Mo responded, quickly finished the bowl of rice, and then went back to his room. Lying on the bed, Qin Mo looked at the familiar avatars in the group of penguins still chatting away, and he was happy to see them. He replied to a few of them. "Wang Hui at Zhangjia, I'm saying, Zhang Xiao, when are we going to get together? I've been waiting for this meal of yours so long that I can't even think about food anymore." Lu Tao at Zhangjia, "Yeah, it can't be that you're broke, can it?" "Doubtful, doubtful." Shenhao at Zhangjia, "La Lu, I have to say something about you. What kind of strength does our Zhang Xiao have that he can't even afford to buy a meal, right Zhang Xiao? These few people are acting really weird in the group chat. The day before yesterday, this guy was still saying that he wanted to get together, but now there's been no news. How could these few people let this opportunity go?" Qin Mo laughed out loud and replied. Qin Mo at Wang Hui, "Ha, our Zhang Xiao might be studying and didn't see it." Wang Hui at Qin Mo, "Ha, that's hilarious." Zhou Qian at Wang Hui, don't talk nonsense, okay? Zhang Sheng at Zhangjia, "Zhang Xiao, come out and say something, don't dive, we also agree to get together, school is about to start, it's also a way to commemorate everyone." Facing Wang Hui and the others' craziness, Zhang Jia couldn't sit still either. This was like being set on fire, and he could only stand up and explain. "Zhang Jia, sorry, I've been busy with school things these past few days." Zhang Jia at Tangxi, do you have time the day after tomorrow? Let's get together with the class." When Qin Mo saw this message, he burst out laughing instantly. The fox's tail was showing. At this time, Lu Tao and Wang Hui and the others were openly ridiculing each other in the group again. Shenhao at Zhangjia, "What do you mean, Zhang Xiao? If the monitor doesn't come, will the party not go ahead?" Wang Hui at Zhangjia, "The The purpose of this party is not to satisfy someone's selfish desires, is it, Zhang Xiao? That would really hurt the feelings of your classmates. Lu Tao at Shenhao, Wang Wei, what are you talking about? Zhang Xiao is not like that. You're being mean. Isn't that right, Zhang Xiao? Say something. Funny, funny. Shenhao almost burst out laughing when he read this. Lu Tao is really a top-notch group leader. Zhang Jiao looked at the group as the few people inside were furiously trolling him. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, but in order to maintain his image in front of everyone, he forced himself to remain calm. Zhang Jia, let me clarify. The purpose of the gathering is simply to give everyone a party. Unlike what some people said, the day after tomorrow, I will prepare a delicious meal at Tea People Village, Jiangnan, and I hope everyone will come. After Zhang Jia finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the group chat before it exploded. Zhang Shang, long live Zhang Xiao. Wang Dazhang, Zhang Xiao is really awesome. The cost of dining at the tea village is not low, 160 yuan per person. Su Yuan, Zhang Xiao is awesome. Zhou Chen, I heard that the dishes at the tea village are very good. I'm in for a treat this time. Thank you in advance, Zhang Xiao. Playful. Zhang Xiao is awesome. Zhang Xiao is awesome. Zhang Xiao is mighty. The group instantly became like boiling water, and even those who had been lurking surfaced. Zhang Jiao looked at the scrolling messages, which greatly satisfied his vanity, and then replied to the messages. Zhang Jia, you're too kind, just consider it a farewell gift for everyone. Clasp hands, clasp hands. As soon as this message was sent, it instantly aroused everyone's goodwill. Just as he was feeling pleased, the next message directly made his face fall. Shenhao at Zhang Jia, I'm going to ask you weekly, is this a treat paid for by Zhang Xiao? If it costs money, I won't go, I'm poor. Pathetic, pathetic. As soon as these words were sent, Lu Tao and the others on the other end of the phone burst out laughing like pigs. Now they understand who the real master is, right? Tang Shi was also in the group the whole time, but she didn't want to reply to Zhang Jia. When she saw Qinmo's message, she burst out laughing. Someone who can spend 100,000 yuan at Cartier is actually crying poor here, so she immediately edited a message. Tang Sini at Qinmo, some people are the real hidden rich. Rolls eyes. Shenhao at Tang Sini, read, but I don't understand what the monitor is saying. Hands up. Tang Sini at Shenhao, rolls eyes, rolls eyes, rolls eyes. Zhang Jia, classmate Shenhao is worrying too much. Don't worry, I'll arrange the whole party. Shenhao, that's good, otherwise it would be too much of a burden for someone from an ordinary family like me. Clasping fists. God, what a burden. Lu Tao and the others were laughing so hard they could hardly straighten up, and they quickly replied. +1. +1. +1. Qin Mo's WeChat received a message. He clicked to open it, and it was from Tang Shi. Tang Shi, you're so bad. Laughs. Shenhao immediately replied, you can't say that, class president. I'm just looking out for the welfare of my classmates. Innocent. Chapter 16, The Wild King of the Canyon emerges once again. Shenhao and Tang Shi chatted for a while longer, when Lu Tao and the others sent a message in the small group they had created. Lu Tao, Lao Qin, you said you and the monitor didn't have a thing, so why did she only reply to you? Chen Xiao, the bench has been moved and is ready for the melon. Wang Hui, confess and be lenient, confess honestly. Shenhao laughed and quickly replied to the message. Alas, perhaps this is the charm of Hangzhou's Wu Yanzu, you can't hide it at all. Be proud of yourself, be proud of yourself. Lu Tao, contempt, someone said a while ago that there was no relationship between the two. Wang Hui, you've kept your brothers in the dark for so long, tell us the details, please. Evil laugh, evil laugh. Shenhao, oh, wow, big news. If I post the screenshot in the class group, will Zhang Jia still invite us to dinner? Sinister, sinister. Shenhao replied with a smile, that's enough of you guys, the monitor, and I really don't have a thing going on, she probably just doesn't want to reply to Zhang Jia. Lu Tao, come on, you have to make up a better lie. Scorn, scorn. Shenhao simply gave up, if you don't believe me, just forget it. Hands up in the air. Lu Tao, fine, I'll let you off for now. Wang Hui, when are we going to FT again? That girl asked me out last time. Pride, pride. Shenhao, Zhao Li mean? Wang Hui, you're very clever, Dad is very happy. Shenhao, get out. Shenhao watched the two of them fool around and didn't answer the question. Places like bars are fine to go to occasionally, but going every day gets old. Then he had Wang Hui and said, "By the way, La Wang, has your A7 arrived yet?" When the subject was brought up, Wang Hui immediately replied, "It's here, but I had to send it for an upgrade, so it'll probably take another week." Lu Tao immediately asked, "What was upgraded?" Wang Hui quickly replied, "A set of front and rear bumpers and side skirts for the RS7, 21-inch drag-in scale wheels, brake calipers, and the overall color. This car cost me a lot of thought." Shenhao, "Damn, you kid, that's not cheap." Wang Hui, "That's right, it's months of pocket money." Shenhao also replied in surprise, "After the changes, it's directly a weapon for picking up girls." Wang Hui, "Huh, the guy in the Porsche is saying that the S7 is a weapon." Lu Tao, "I'm also laughing." Shenhao, "Haha +1. Shenmo's funny reply to the message. "How did it get back to me? That's my mom's car, if anyone should be laughing, it's me." As soon as this message was sent, several people instantly stood on the same side, and at the same time, they replied with a cut. Alas, honest people are not desirable these days. After Shenhao sent it, he suddenly laughed. He ran a hand over his chin and considered whether to buy a car for fun when he got to Tianfu. But his funds were limited at the moment, so he looked at the system message. Host, Shenhao. Level, LV2. Experience, 101,438 500,000. Looks, 77. Physical fitness, 80. Since he paid for dinner yesterday, his experience level went up by 236. But it was clear that he was still a long way from reaching the next level. Then he looked at the blessing money for today, which had also arrived. The balance in his card was 161,664 yuan, which seemed like too little to buy a car. Sigh, I'm still too poor. Shenhao shook his head. If someone else heard this, they would probably be unable to resist punching him. Isn't this Versailles? Ordinary people may not earn 160,000 yuan a year, but in Shenmo's mouth, it has become too poor. Isn't this bullying an honest person? If you get another cashback spending card that gives you 5 times as much, wouldn't you get rich in no time? Shenhao thought this, but unfortunately the system's tasks are random, and there is nothing he can do. It's a pity, but Shenmo's mentality is very good. It's free anyway, so getting it is earning it, and it doesn't matter if you don't get it. Lu Tao asked in the group chat, "By the way, what do you think about the day after tomorrow?" Wang Hui responded, "What else can we say, of course we're going." Shenhao silently raised his hand in the group chat, agreeing, "For a child from an ordinary family like me, do you know what the concept of 160 yuan per capita is?" Lu Tao and the others were all speechless, and they all complained, "This brat." Shenhao chatted in the group chat for a while, and then exited the group chat, wanting to play a game of King of Glory, but he found that the season had been updated. Shenhao lay on the bed, bored. Then Wang Xia's voice came from outside the door, "I've made an appointment with your Aunt Lu to go shopping." Shenhao quickly got up from the bed and replied, "Got it." Wang Xia heard Shenmo's voice and didn't say anything else, just went straight out the door. Half an hour later, the update for the game was complete. Shenhao clicked into the game, familiar with the game interface and the familiar smell. Another season had passed, and his rank had dropped directly to Platinum. This rank means that you are either in a fight or on your way to a fight. You can say that in a 10-minute game, 7 minutes are spent on the way to a fight, and the remaining 3 minutes are resurrection time. For them, defensive towers are not nearly as important as fighting, and this is the reason why many people cannot get to Diamond. Last season was Diamond, this season is Platinum, and the era of my unrivaled talent is gone forever. Shenhao laughed. He clicked on the queue and found that his friend Xiaoyu Shengxiao was also online in the friend list, and had been playing for 10 minutes already. Shenhao glanced at the screen and then started playing directly. Because it was the Platinum rank, there was no bandpick stage, and what heroes you wanted on your team still depended on your hand speed. For example, heroes like Monkey, Daji, Miyamoto, and Hoei were practically T0 heroes at this rank, with simple operations and direct damage, so they were very popular, and basically if you were slow you didn't have one. Shenmo's 4 teammates quickly chose their heroes, 2 archers and 2 mages. It can only be said that this lineup is very Platinum. Shenhao still chose Li by this time. Don't ask why, just that it's cool. Entering the game, the 2 mages took the middle lane, and the 2 archers took the upper and lower lanes. Shenhao looked at it and didn't say anything. At this level, as long as an individual is strong enough, they can completely dominate the game with their own operations. It just so happened that Shenhao's operation could be described as absolutely peerless. In 4 minutes, after Shenhao had built up a certain amount of economy, he started roaming the 3 lanes, easily helping his team establish an advantage. His own record was also 6-0-3, which was considered luxurious. Under Shenhao's operation, the enemy's high ground was already demolished in 6 minutes, and the opposing jungler was even further behind, with Shenhao having a 0-7 economy lead and a 6,000 gold lead. Meow meow, wow, this player is amazing. Shenhao, well played, buddy. Can I add you as a friend? Man like the wind, I could play that jungler. Humble licking dog, don't be so conceited. If it weren't for him, we would have lost this game a long time ago. As he read the scrolling subtitles on the public screen, Shenhao almost burst out laughing. Is this really Pu Xin Nan? I've seen it now, it really is a sight to behold. He didn't reply, and carefully operated, and in the end, the score of this game was fixed at 7-13. The eyes of the masses are discerning. After exiting the game, Shenhao looked at the battle record of the man like the wind and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This guy was playing Hui, and his battle record was stuck at 091, and the last assist was only obtained at the very end. Chapter 17, no wonder he is a man more handsome than Daniel Wu. He really is a man like the wind. Shenhao teased. After the game ended, Meow Meow was the first to send a friend request. Shenhao directly clicked to reject. Shenhao clearly remembered the words of a famous anchor, love is a taboo in the confrontation lane, and the same goes for the jungler position, not to mention that this kind of ID might be a picky guy. That kind of scene is just too beautiful. Shenhao suddenly shivered, and the next round was about to begin. The Canyon Tongtian generation was officially back. But just as he was about to click to start, an invitation from a familiar friend appeared on the screen. It was from Xiaoyu Shenhao, who had been waiting for Shenhao since the end of the previous game. Xiaoyu Shenhao, great God, can we play together? Aye. Looking at the name, Shenhao still couldn't think of who it was, but the sense of familiarity made him very puzzled. In the end, he chose to agree. Big taboo, big taboo. Xiaoyu Shenhao, wow, thank you, great God, for coming. Handsomer than Daniel Wu, keep a low profile. The game started soon, and because Xiaoyu Shenhao was a diamond rank, the player selection phase returned to BP mode. Xiaoyu Shenhao, great God, what are you playing this game? Do you want me to support you? Handsome guy, it depends. Just play what you're good at. Xiaoyu Shenhao didn't reply, but instead directly targeted a character that female players love and male players hate, Princess Yao. It's not the problem of this hero, but the players who use this hero are too polarized. For example, if you know how to play, Princess Yao is very annoying. Her frequent shield bashing and control skills can completely destroy the opponent in the early game, and they will lose the chance to win in the late game. And for those who don't know how to play her, they will just hang on to one hero and do nothing, which is just a useless accessory. If you choose this kind of player, you are doomed to start with a disadvantage. So most players hate this hero. Of course, if you meet someone who knows how to play her, she is still very useful. Whether you play with her as a jungler or a support, she is extremely powerful. As expected, when Xiaoyu Shenhao decided on this hero, the other teammates were already getting heated and started to vent. Delang Taosha, I really want to say thanks, it's this cerebral palsy hero again, I've lost 5 games already, can't we have some normal heroes? Mengnan GG, I'm really impressed, 6 points. Shui Bai Zai Ci, stupid. Xiaoyu Shenhao. Shuaigua Wu Yanzu, stop arguing, this is taking me to the skies. After Shenhao finished typing this sentence, he quickly locked onto a hero. If we talk about rhythm, this hero is probably second to none. History is chasing after me, but I'm faster. A blue lion appeared on the screen, and it was Pei Qinhu, the favorite of high-end junglers. There was a season when he was a must-pick hero. His powerful hero mechanics allow him to establish an advantage in the early game, and coupled with his unique mobility, he can be said to be the most fierce and best rhythm-setting hero in the early game. In the hands of a skilled player, this hero is absolutely terrifying. With the ability to switch lanes and push towers after gaining an advantage, no other jungler in the entire game can match him. Shenhao chose him for a very simple reason, there is a Yao girl in this game, and he is determined not to let her drag the game into the late game. So he chose a strong jungler to play the early game and deny the opponent a chance to play in the late game. Handsomer than Daniel Wu, you clear the lanes with the mid laner first, and then follow me after level 4. Xiao Yuxing Xiao, okay. he quickly enters the game. In this game, Shenhao chooses to invade the opponent's blue buff, because the opponent's jungler is Zhao Yun, and the early game blue buff is very important to him. As long as he controls the blue buff and slowly erodes it, the opponent will definitely have internal strife and maybe even directly lose the game. Shenhao has a firm grasp on the psychology of these players. The first buff refreshes every 30 seconds, and Shenhao moves towards the opposing blue buff. As soon as he sees Zhao Yun, he takes advantage of Tiger's early strength and dual skill mechanism to pounce and attack, and also punish the blue buff. Tiger's level instantly reaches level 2, and Zhao Yun tries to fight back, but Shenhao immediately applies a slow, changes forms, and then uses his second and first skills to take the head. Without hesitation, the moment Zhao Yun was killed, Shenhao collected the river crab and then rushed towards his red zone, incidentally doing a good deed anonymously to help the mid lane clear the line of troops. The resurrected Zhao Yun was collected again by the 3 mid laners on Shenhao's side, so it can be said that the game was over. After clearing the opponent's jungle, Shenhao did not rush back to his own jungle. The position of the old master on the top lane obviously gave him an opportunity. 10 seconds later, he cooperated with his top laner to kill him, completely opening up the rhythm of the game. Then, relying on Tiger's powerful ability to rotate and operate, he kept taking the dragon and destroying the tower, and incidentally killing Zhao Yun. Especially after Yao Mei reached level 4, Shenhao's behavior became even more unrestrained. He took advantage of Tiger's hero to the fullest extent. What Shenhao didn't expect was that Xiao Xingxiao's proficiency with Yao Mei was much higher than Big Fish's. At least he could cast his shield, albeit a little slowly, but it was enough. By the 5-minute mark, Shenhao's score was 15-3, and his opponents were already fighting among themselves thanks to Shenhao's Tiger. No surprise, the game was pushed by Shenhao at 540, and his record came to 18-02. The pace setter of the whole game brought individual heroism to the fullest. Xiao Shengxiao, wow, the great god is amazing, it ended before 6 minutes. Back in the game room, Xiao Shengxiao sent a message immediately, full of admiration. Handsomer than Daniel Wu, it's mainly because the opponent's mentality exploded. Xiao Shengxiao, don't be modest, god. Shenhao immediately smiled when he saw this, and then replied pompously, okay, I'm a professional player, I'm showing my hand. Xiao Shengxiao, liar, last time you said you were taking the college entrance exam. Shenhao immediately replied, amateur professional player. After replying, Shenhao himself laughed. Xiao Shengxiao, roll eyes, roll eyes. Shen didn't care, clicked on the next game, and started the canyon tour with her again. This time, he chose another hero, Bailey Xuanzi, who was also more operational and visually appealing. Xiao Shengxiao still chose Yao Mei. She simply loves heroes that are easy to operate and don't die too many times. Of course, she couldn't bring it out when she was playing herself, or she would be scolded. After entering the game, after 5 minutes, praise followed. Little Xiaomo, no wonder he's better looking than Daniel Wu, this operation is simply amazing. I love the Minotaur, I want to be held in your lap, I can fly anywhere in the country. Little Bar Cici, this is so cool, it's different when you have a big brother. Looking at their messages, Shenhao ignored them and concentrated on the operation. In the end, the game ended after 7 minutes, and once again, he had surpassed the gods and didn't die even once. Even Xiao Shengxiao had won a gold medal assist. Chapter 18, Random Rewards triggered again. Shenhao and Xiao Shengxiao galloped recklessly inside the canyon. Unbeknownst to them, Shenhao had already reached the diamond rank, and Xiao Shengxiao was only 1 star away from starry. This feeling of being on the winning team was really good. It was more than 10,000 times better than the feeling when playing alone, and being able to select Yao Mei in the duo queue with Shenhao without being scolded greatly increased the fun of the game. After the end of this round, Xiao Shengxiao sent a message. Xiao Shengxiao, are you still playing, great god? Shenhao glanced at the time and realized that he had already played for 4 hours. He looked at his rank and saw that he was only 1 rank away from being promoted to Diamond 1. He decisively chose to play 1 more game. Entering the game, this time the opponent directly banned Yao Mei, and the other side also banned some soft supports, so Xiao Shengxiao immediately sent. How can she play? Everything she knows how to use has been banned, and she's still on the first floor, where she chooses her hero. Just as she's wondering what to pick, Shenhao asks him to help him steal first. He's chosen the Lawblade hero, Sima Yi. This hero has powerful burst abilities, not only can it kill the C position in seconds, but its ultimate also makes it hard to defend against. It also has silence in its second skill, so it can be said to be a relatively comprehensive hero. However, this game already has a support, leaving only a mid position, so Xiaoyu Shengshao has no choice but to fill in the gap. Xiaoyu Shengshao, great god, sorry, I may have to screw you over this time. Handsomer than Daniel Wu, it's okay, just guard the lane. Following Qin Mo's advice, Xiaoyu Shengshao directly targeted a hero that could clear the lane quickly. Zhang Liang not only cleared the lane quickly to level 4, but also had a stable control. Most importantly, it was simple. Just release 2-second skills at the start of the game to clear the lane, and the damage was not bad. Qin Mo's lineup: top lane Chang Yaojin, jungler Sima Yi, mid lane Zhang Liang, bottom lane Gongsun Li and Princess Niao. The opposing team is a purely local lineup: Arthur on top lane, Monkey in the jungle, Daji in the mid lane, Bailey Shoyuet and Kaiwenji in the bottom lane. The brave Niao is not afraid of difficulties. As soon as the game started, a shout came from the in-game voice, which made Qin Mo laugh out loud. He quickly typed the next line, and we learned that Niao is Chang Yaojin, brother, you're okay, but this voice is definitely not something that someone who hasn't played for 2.5 years could do. King Bull, why are you testing my code? The game hasn't even started yet, but these guys are already getting into it. Qin Mo controls Sima Yi to walk towards his red zone, because Sima Yi with a red buff is very strong. After clearing the red buff and Piggy Pei, Qin Mo goes to the middle of the map and waits for the river crab to refresh. In a short while, the monkey on the opposite side also rushed from his home jungle. Qin Mo gave Xiaoyu Shengshao a signal to go sell first, tricking the monkey out of its first skill. The monkey fell for it, and after all of its first and second skills were used, Qin Mo manipulated Sima Yi to walk out of the grass. The first and second skills connected perfectly, and with Zhang Liang's second skill, they were able to take down Daji, who had been flashing to chase them. The game was completely over at this point. In the following 5 minutes, Monkey did not see a single monster from his team again, and his economy was only 3,000 gold, which was miserable. After many tower breaches by Qin Mo, the opposing player, Bailey Shoyuet, was beaten to 0-6-0, and he cried out that there was cheating. Under his leadership, their team quickly pushed onto the opponent's high ground, and Qin Mo's record was once again superb, 13-1-6. He died once, but it was no big deal, the game continued. In the end, after Xiao Yeshengxiu flashed and controlled Bailey Shoyue, the game was completely over. Qin Mo flew in with a big move, cutting up the opponents like a melon, one child at a time, and quickly solved the problem. Finally, he made it to the star, thank you, great god. The moment the game ended, Xiao Yeshengxiu sent a message, followed by a dancing emoticon, looking very happy. You're welcome. I'm going offline now, but we can play again some other time. After Qin Mo typed this message, he had to log out of the game because the system in his head made a sound, meaning that another reward had arrived. Wait, great god, since you're never online, can I add you on WeChat? Xiaoyu Shengshao sent a message. Qin Mo glanced at it briefly, then sent his WeChat ID and logged out. Compared to the game, system rewards are obviously more attractive. Ding! Since the host has brought his old friend to slaughter in the game and gained the other party's favor, he is hereby randomly rewarded with information about the future of a stock. Note, the reward is only the future direction of a certain stock. The specific operation needs to be done by the host himself. The funds obtained from the stock market come from a legal and traceable source and will be safely transferred to the host's account, so the host can use them without worry. Would the host like to receive it now? Qin Mo was shocked. Can you even trade stocks? May I ask what else the system can't do? The system did not answer him this question, and Qin Mo shrugged, but he didn't care. Instead, he silently said, receive. Instantly, a flash of light appeared in his mind, and an additional piece of stock information about Wolianye and its future direction appeared. Qin Mo took a closer look, then opened the stock market app on his phone to check the stock market situation for the day. The current price of a share of Wolianye was 22,742 yuan. According to the information given by the system, the stock price of Wolianye would reach a peak of 35,461 yuan in the next 7 days, and then rapidly decline. In other words, as long as he seized this opportunity, he could make a small fortune. I have more than 160,000 in my hands. With 160,000, I can buy about 703 shares at today's price. If it really turns out like the stock information says, I can probably make less than 90,000 in the end. Qin Mo estimated and touched his chin, saying, it doesn't seem like much. Unfortunately, I don't have a margin trading account, so I can't add leverage. Otherwise, wouldn't this be a direct way to get rich? Unfortunately, he could only fantasize about this kind of idea, but it's better to have a little than none. After all, even a little is a lot, and wealth must be accumulated little by little. Without the slightest hesitation, he then directly bought all 160,000 shares of Woolianya stock, a total of 700 shares. He could only buy 700 shares, so he set an important time 7 days later. He couldn't be careless about this, because if he forgot by then and the Woolianya stock price fell, he would be crying his eyes out. After setting the time, he just had to wait 7 days before selling the stock. Buzz. After Shenhao had taken care of everything, a message suddenly came on his phone. After clicking to open it, he saw that the balance in his bank card had only 1,664 yuan left. He really had become a veritable pauper. He had to keep a low profile for a while, and his heart was panicking because he had no money in his pocket. Shenhao shook his head and said, Chapter 19, Encountering Tang Shi. At this time, a friend request was sent over on WeChat, and it was from Xiaoyu Shenhao. The note specifically said, "The great god is here." Aye. Sure enough, she was a young lady, and even her avatar was a cute anime avatar, from an anime that had been popular some time ago, spying on the family of the character Anya. Although Shenhao doesn't like anime, he has seen it on TikTok before, so he knows a bit about it. However, none of this matters, as he habitually clicks on her moments, only to be disappointed. Okay, spying on the enemy has failed. Quitting moments, Shenhao clicks agree, just about to say hello when the other person sends a message first. "Hello, great god, my name is Shenhao." Shenhao immediately replied after reading it, "Just call me Shenhao, it's a bit strange to be called a great god." At this time, Shenhao sent another message, "What's strange about it? Your skills are so good, it's not an overstatement to call you a great god." Shenhao, "No, I just feel a bit strange about it myself." Shenhao immediately replied, "Oh, I see." The two then had a brief chat on WeChat for a while. It was already 6 p.m., time to go out for dinner. Compared to takeout, Shenhao still prefers to go to the restaurant to eat. After all, if you order it this time, you have to wait for more than half an hour to eat, and when it is delivered, there is still steam inside, which will affect the taste. So it is more reliable to go to the restaurant. After making the decision, Shenhao looked to see if his mother's car had left. Fortunately, his mother had not driven, which saved Shenhao the trouble. He took the car keys and went straight out the door, heading towards the underground garage. A quarter of an hour later, Shenhao arrived at a snack bar in the Dumgray Parramatta, which was also one of his favorites when he went to school, specializing in claypot rice. The store was very tidy, and because it was lunchtime, there were still some people inside. Shenhao parked the car, walked in, and found a seat. "Boss, a spicy chicken claypot rice and a cup of mango juice," Shenhao shouted, his stomach already grumbling. "Okay, just a moment." The boss replied, then turned around and went back to work. The food here tasted just right for Shenhao, so in the past, after school or when his mom wasn't home, he often came here. The prices were also okay, 29 yuan for a claypot meal and 15 yuan for a mango juice, so it was only 44 yuan in total. In a short while, the mango juice he ordered came up. This place's mango juice was a bit more expensive because it was freshly squeezed, but it was still acceptable. Shenhao took a sip and it tasted the same as before. After another 7 or 8 minutes, his claypot rice was finally ready. It was served with a fragrant aroma and the taste of the peppery chicken was so strong that it made people drool just by smelling it. "You've graduated, right?" the owner asked with a smile as he put down the claypot. Because Shenhao used to come here a lot, the owner already knew him and also knew that he went to high school nearby. "Yes, Uncle Lee, you won't be able to eat such delicious claypot dishes anymore," Shenhao responded with a smile. "How did you do in the exams? Did you get into a Hangzhou university?" The owner continued. "Second-class university, I chose Tianfu. Otherwise, it would be a pity," Shenhao replied, taking a bite. "Tianfu? That's a great place," the owner responded. "There was no choice, my results weren't good enough, so I had to choose a city I like," Shenhao teased. "Ha ha, you little rascal," the owner laughed, shaking his head. At this time, another customer came in, and the boss went over to greet him, while Shenhao began to taste the delicious food in front of him, a feeling of contentment welling up in his heart. What was that saying? Life is short, and there's nothing better than good food. Shenhao burped, quickly finished the bowl of clay pot rice, looked at the time on his phone, it was almost 7 o'clock. He didn't wear his Cartier watch because he was afraid his mother would find out when he got home. After finishing the mango juice, he went to the front to pay the bill. Today's spending, 44 yuan. Host, Shenhao. Level, LV2. Experience, 261,582 500,000. Looks, 77. Fitness, 80. Looking at the experience points, Shenhao was surprised. The money spent on buying stocks was also counted as consumption. Was the system that considerate? Shenhao quickly smiled. It was worthy of the perfect winner system, awesome. As he walked out of the store, Shenhao was about to get into his car and go home when he saw a familiar figure. Chen Yan? Shenhao shouted. Hey, Shenhao? Why are you here? Hearing the shout, Chen Yan turned around and was instantly surprised. Chen Yan and he were classmates and were also academic prodigies with very good grades. I went out to eat and saw a figure that looked like you, and I didn't think it was really you. Shenhao responded. What a coincidence. Sure, and I are back at school to see our teacher. Chen Yan said. Shenhao nodded, so that's it, and continued to ask, by the way, I heard that you have applied to the university in the imperial capital, congratulations. It's just a coincidence, I just filled it in casually and I didn't expect it to actually pass. Chen Yan said disapprovingly. Shenhao's mouth twitched, what is called Versailles? This is Versailles, compared to her, the kind I used to have is not even in the same league. Chen Yan then asked, how about you? How did you do? It was okay, but I definitely couldn't compare to the academic elites who got into the imperial capital university so easily. Shenhao teased. Damn it. Chen Yan also knew that Shenhao was teasing her, and she rolled her eyes. Where is the class president? Shenhao glanced around, but didn't see Tang Shi's figure. She went to the supermarket to buy some water, and will be back in a bit. Chen Yan glanced at the family mart in front of them. Okay, have you guys eaten yet? Shenhao asked. Are you going to treat us to dinner? Chen Yan asked in return. There's plenty of claypot rice. Shenhao teased. Pfft, I thought you were going to say something about a French meal. Chen Yan said sarcastically. How about a baguette? Shenhao asked. Baguette? What is that? Chen Yan was taken aback, obviously not understanding what Shenhao meant. Shenhao said with a meaningful smile, it's a hard, stick-shaped thing. Damn you. Chen Yan suddenly reacted, her face turning red, and she gave the guy a fierce glare. Have you got the wrong idea? I was talking about bread. Shenhao looked innocent, and he really looked like he deserved a beating. Humph. Chen Yan snorted. Shenhao? Why are you here? Tang Shi was surprised when she saw Shenhao after coming out of the convenience store. Hello, class monitor. Shenhao smiled and waved, I came here to eat, I didn't expect to run into you too. What do you mean? Why does it sound like you're disgusted? Chen Yan turned her head and stared at Shenhao. This is slander. Shenhao immediately protested. Chapter 20, Cunning Shenhao. Chen Yan rolled her eyes, and Tang Shi also came over, holding 2 bottles of soda in her hands. She gave one to Chen Yan and looked at Shenhao and said, Here, take this one. I'll go buy another one. Thank you, class president. Shenhao didn't even say thank you, and took it directly, without any pretensions. What's wrong with drinking a bottle of water between classmates? I just realized how thick-skinned you are. Chen Yan looked at Shenhao. You just realized it. Tang Shi also gave Shenhao a blank look, and then went into the convenience store to buy a new bottle of soda. By the way, where are you going later? Shenhao unscrewed the soda and took a sip. Going home, we've already finished shopping. Tang Shi said. Chen Yan also nodded, just now she was teasing Shenhao, the two of them had already eaten. That's good, the monitor's water can't be drunk for free, I'll give you a ride. Shenhao suggested. It's a matter of reciprocity, not to mention that Tang Shi's home is indeed not far from his residential area. You drove here? Chen Yan was surprised. Anyone who can get a car on graduation obviously comes from a family with extraordinary means. Shenhao pressed the car key, and the lights of the Porsche Panamera behind him instantly lit up. Chen Yan was stunned. Although she didn't know which model it was, she knew the Porsche logo. Is this your car? Chen Yan looked at Shenhao in shock. Well, to be precise, it's my mom's car. Shenhao smiled. You hide it really well, I didn't realize you were a rich young master. Chen Yan was surprised. In class, Shenhao kept a low profile and didn't like to brag about these things, so his classmates all thought he came from an ordinary family. It's just a car, is it really that exaggerated? Have you ever seen any rich young master driving his mom's car? Shenhao shrugged. He knows his own family's situation. His family's situation is indeed not bad, but it's not as wealthy as imagined, and it can only be considered slightly better than an average family. The tone of a rich young master's speech is just different. This car alone is enough for an ordinary person to struggle for a lifetime. Chen Yan teased. Even the cheapest Porsche 718 Beggars Edition has a guide price of 560,000 yuan, and Shenhao's car looks significantly more advanced than the 718. Shen Yan guessed that it must cost more than 1 million yuan. No ordinary family can even dream of buying a car at this price. The day before yesterday someone was still crying poverty in the group, and now they're showing off their wealth, aren't they? Tang Shi followed up with a teasing comment. Stop it, I'm going to say something now, and I'm telling the truth, I really am poor. Shenhao shook his head. Yes, you're poor, so poor that you can spend 100,000 yuan in one go at Cartier. Tang Shi said with contempt. What? Spending 100,000? Chen Yan opened her mouth wide, looking at Shenhao in disbelief. Is this the world of the rich? Shenhao suddenly became embarrassed and forgot about it. But his face quickly returned to normal. He was indeed poor now. After buying the stocks, he didn't have even 2,000 yuan in his entire body. What was he if not poor? There's nothing more to say. Tang Shi gave a little smile and felt that Shenhao was feeling guilty. Class president, you are wise. Shenhao stopped pretending and frankly began to flatter Tang Shi. This way, it wasn't awkward and at the same time, it gave the impression that they got along very well. If you just keep crying poor, it will only give people the illusion that you are stingy even though you are rich. Tang Shi gave Shenhao a cold stare. I wonder if I have the honor, beautiful monitor. Shenhao teased, and then made a very gentlemanly gesture, looking a bit funny like a courting frog. Tang Shi and Shen Yan both laughed at Shenhao's teasing. Learning that Shenhao's family background was so strong, Shen Yan didn't feel polite anymore, and it was just the right time to experience the feeling of driving a luxury car. Then I'll give you this opportunity. Tang Shi also cooperated with Shenhao, trying hard to put on an elegant princess look, which also looked very interesting. Shenhao suddenly laughed out loud and teased, I never thought our monitor had such a side. There are a lot more you haven't seen. Chen Yan winked at the side and said pointedly. Don't talk nonsense. Tang Shi glared at Chen Yan and signaled her not to talk nonsense. Shen Yan gave a small smile and didn't say much. Let's go. Shenhao pretended not to hear, but in fact, when girls get together, they are much dirtier than boys, so Shenhao knew from the way Tang Shi looked at her that there must be a story. But this obviously had nothing to do with him, and asking too much was rude. It just so happened that Shenhao was doing a very good job at this. He helped the two open the back door, then got into the driver's seat, and Shenhao turned the car around and drove towards Chen Yan's house. Chen Yan's house was in the opposite direction from Shenhao's, while Tang Shi and Shenhao were going in the same direction, so Chen Yan had to be dropped off first. Are you going to the dinner tomorrow? Tang Shi suddenly asked. Why wouldn't I go? It's free food and drinks, where else can you find such a good deal? Shenhao responded. Then he continued, what's the monitor asking this for? If you don't go, I won't go either, that annoying guy might try something again. Tang Shi said helplessly. She had already made it clear that she would not fall in love before graduating from university, but Zhang Jia still pursued her shamelessly, which made her very helpless. Can I take that as you hinting at something? Shenhao looked in the rearview mirror and teased. You wish. Tang Shi snorted. Hey, there are other people in the car, can you consider other people's feelings? Chen Yan said helplessly, these two really look like they are flirting, don't they? It's okay, you'll be going down in a bit. Shenhao jokingly responded. Tang Shi suddenly laughed, this sounds like a way to get rid of someone, how come I didn't notice this guy was so bad before? Am I ugly? Then I'll go? Chen Yan said. Forget it, I'm already here. Shenhao shrugged, looking like he was taking the loss in stride. Do you know that you really deserve a beating? Chen Yan laughed angrily. Ha, you're not the first person to say that. Shenhao laughed. After this little incident, the atmosphere in the car suddenly became much more cheerful. Half an hour later, Shenhao dropped Shenyan off at the entrance to her residential compound. See you tomorrow, Shuri and Shenhao. Shenyan waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. Tang Shi and Shenhao also responded. Shenhao looked in the left and right rearview mirrors and turned the car around, driving towards Tang Shi's house. Class president, do you want me to pick you up tomorrow? Shenhao asked casually. If you want to. Tang Shi responded. Then I don't want to. Shenhao gave a disgusted look. Tang Shi was full of question marks and was flustered by Shenhao's performance. If you don't want to, why ask? Tang Shi huffed angrily. Hurry up is not a transaction. Shenhao said teasingly, only being needed by others can reflect value. You have to make me feel valuable, class president, otherwise what's the difference between me and Zhang Jia? Shenhao laughed while driving. He's not a dog licker, and it's not his style to go to someone's house to pick them up without their consent. A man should be more carefree. Humph, pick me up tomorrow. Tang Shi snapped, although she felt that something was wrong, but at the same time, it didn't seem to be a problem. Little did she know that she had already been manipulated by Shenhao. First, he brought up the topic to get her attention, then he acted independently to show that he was not a dog licker, and finally, he made her ask for his help, turning her from passive to active. It had to be said that Shenhao had understood her psychology. Chapter 21, The Story of Angkor Wat. The monitor can't let me make a wasted trip, can he? Shenhao switched to cheeky mode. What motivation? Tang Shi was taken aback. Shenhao stretched his face, and Tang Shi immediately understood what he meant. Why didn't I notice before that you were so shameless? Tang Shi scolded, her face turning a little red. Ha ha ha, thanks for the compliment. Shenhao laughed. Tang Shi gave him a blank look, but she knew that the guy was joking. Shenhao had a good sense of humor, and he wasn't really asking her to do anything. Tang Shi could tell, so she had a good impression of Shenhao, at least he wasn't as annoying as Zhang Jia. What kind of music does the class president like? Shenhao asked casually. Angkor Wat? Tang Shi said subconsciously. Hey, you like Cantonese pop? Shenhao was surprised. Well, it sounds really good. Tang Shi responded. Do you know the story behind this song? Shenhao found the song and clicked to play it. A love that is deeply felt but cannot be seen in the light of day. Tang Shi responded. The background story of this song is taken from a movie, which tells the complicated emotions of a third party. Even though they know the relationship will not work out, they are still unable to extricate themselves from the passionate love. That's okay, I didn't realize you were such a big fan. Shenhao teased. He had heard this song before and had read about the story behind it, but after watching it, his immediate feeling was that love comes without knowing, and is deep and unchanging. Are you thinking of something bad again? Tang Shi looked at Shenhao warily. What are you talking about? Shenhao looked innocent. Shenhao swore that he was really just asking a simple question. Tang Shi looked at him suspiciously. Shenhao looked through the rearview mirror and saw Tang Shi's expression. He sighed helplessly and said, Come on, can't people have more trust? Humph. Tang Shi snorted in response and didn't say anything. Shenhao didn't say anything either, just turned up the music a little and headed towards Tang Shi's house. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at Tang Shi's apartment complex. Do you want me to walk you downstairs? Shenhao turned his head and flirted, by the way, invite me up for a cup of tea. Don't be ridiculous. Tang Shi refused, exasperated, saying, Why do you have so many bad intentions? Can't I drink tea when I'm thirsty? Shenhao pretended to be surprised, and then added, Class president, you're not thinking perverted thoughts, are you? Go to hell. Tang Shi looked at Shenhao's shameless face, and her face suddenly turned a little red. After she finished speaking, she got out of the car directly, afraid that if she stayed alone with Shenhao for a while longer, she wouldn't be able to hold back her anger. Ha ha ha, remember to send me a message tomorrow. Shenhao suddenly laughed. Why? Tang Shi looked back in confusion. If you don't send a message, how will I know when you're done packing? Shenhao gave her an idiot look. Oh. Tang Shi also reacted, blushing a little, and after giving a reply, she went straight into the residential area. It seems that you shouldn't study too well, or you'll easily become an idiot. Shenhao looked at Tang Shi's back and shook his head in pity. Then he drove towards his own residential area. 10 minutes later, Shenhao drove into the underground garage, locked his car and went home. I'm home. Shenhao shouted when he returned home. Where have you been? Wang Xia had already returned home and was sitting on the sofa watching TV. She asked casually when she saw Shenhao return. I went out to eat, and you didn't cook for me. Shenhao spread his hands. You're still a child, aren't you? Wang Xia glared at him angrily, then looked at the car keys in Shenhao's hand and suggested, We're going to Tianfu soon, so should I buy you a car too? We'll see. Didn't Comrade Shen say that the things you like are only meaningful if you get them for yourself? Shenhao said frankly. What are you going to do when you go out? Are you going to take the bus? How inconvenient. Wang Xia said. What's wrong with taking the bus? It's also cheaper. Shenhao responded. Fine, whatever. Wang Xia didn't care anymore. Shenhao handed the car keys directly to Wang Xia. I'm going to take a shower first. Okay, go. Wang Xia waved her hand and continued watching TV. Shenhao went into the bathroom, took a shower, then changed into clean clothes and lay on the bed. She took out her phone and looked at the group chat in her class. Tomorrow's schedule had already been set, meet at 10 a.m. at Charan Village. At this time, a message came on WeChat, from Tang Shi, can Shenyan come along tomorrow? Shenhao replied immediately, no problem, just send me the time. How about 9 o'clock? Tang Shi asked. Because they also had to pick up Shenyan, the time had to be earlier, otherwise 9:30 would be just right. Okay, get some rest, be there at 9 sharp tomorrow. Shenhao replied. Okay. Tongue sticking out, Tang Shi replied. Mom, I'll be using the car tomorrow for our class reunion. Shenhao shouted. Got it. Wang Xia agreed. Shenhao looked at the time and saw that it was still early, so he prepared to play a couple of games before going to bed, then sent a message to Shenxiyu asking if she wanted to join him. After 2 seconds, Shenxiyu replied, waiting for you. Shenhao logged into the game, and sure enough, Xiaoyu Shengxiao also went online soon after and sent an invitation. The two of them then began a pleasant journey of increasing their scores. Before they knew it, it was almost 11 o'clock. The two of them had won so many points that they were getting tired of it. Shenhao was even the MVP and Super God for a row, dazzling the whole audience. I'm going to go to bed, I have something to do tomorrow. Shenhao sent a message to Shenxiyu on WeChat. Get some rest early. Shenxiyu immediately replied, and attached a good night emoji. Shenhao put down his phone and went to bed. The next day. At 8:30 a.m., the alarm clock on his phone went off on time. Shenhao opened his eyes drowsily and turned it off. He washed up briefly. He was awake, so he had breakfast first. Wang Xia saw Shenhao and greeted him. Shenhao yawned, picked up the eggs on the table, and ate a few bites casually. I'm leaving. You're done eating so quickly? Wang Xia glanced at him. We're having a dinner gathering later, so I have to leave some room. Shenhao laughed, then took the car keys and walked out the door. At 9 o'clock, Shenhao parked the car in front of Tang Shi's apartment building on time. Seeing that Tang Shi had not yet come out, he sent a WeChat message, asking, I'm here. You can see me when you come out. Tang Shi immediately replied, I'll be right there. Shenhao put down his phone. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Tang Shi came running out of the building. As soon as she exited the building, she saw the gray Parramatta parked by the curb. Chapter 22, The Flirtatious Zhang Jia. Regrets not letting me take you downstairs yesterday, right? Shenhao teased as soon as Tang Shi got in the car. What do you mean? Tang Shi looked at Shenhao. So not only did I have a car waiting for me when I left the house, someone has misinterpreted my good intentions. Shenhao said jokingly. Who knows what you're up to? Tang Shi fastened her seatbelt. You are judging others based on your own prejudices. Shenhao shook his head, and then he changed the song to the one Tang Shi liked, Encore What? This small detail immediately surprised Tang Shi a little. But soon a smile appeared on her face. Although this guy likes to joke around, he really makes her feel very comfortable in some of the details of their relationship. Open your eyes and dream. I ask you, what's the point of sending me home? Although she knows you, she is devoted to you without saying a word. When I saw you hide your ring, it was heavy. My heart is buried in a cave. God, you fooled me again and again. A sad melody played in the car, and Qin Mo hummed along. Tang Shi looked at Qin Mo in the back seat and was a little surprised. I didn't think you had this skill, it's pretty good. If you're interested, class president, we can have an in-depth exchange. Qin Mo teased. You're being inappropriate again. Tang Shi scolded. Qin Mo laughed, and his mood improved a lot. After driving for half an hour, they finally arrived at Chun Yan's apartment complex. Shen Yan had been waiting there for a long time. When she saw Qin Mo's car, she waved her hand, and Qin Mo pulled over. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for coming all this way to pick me up. As soon as she got in the car, Shen Yan pretended to be sweet and said to Qin Mo. She was so weird that Tang Shi couldn't help but laugh. So, should I repay you by giving myself to you? Qin Mo was a master at picking up on cues, and he's not at all afraid. Wow, no way, sir, are you serious? Shen Yan said in surprise, her eyes blinking as she stared at Qin Mo. I don't want to either, but you called me sir. Qin Mo replied, imitating Shen Yan's tone. Ha, I told you this guy was a bit of a weirdo and had a knack for it. Tang Shi burst out laughing. I admire you. Shen Yan conceded. Sit properly and fasten your seatbelt, Qin Mo instructed. Thanks for reminding me, Gigi. You think she won't be jealous? Shen Yan winked. That's enough. Tang Shi pinched her to stop her from talking nonsense, and she and Qin Mo had no relationship at all. Qin Mo didn't respond either. At a time like this, not responding is the wisest choice. The three of them laughed and joked. After more than 20 minutes, they finally arrived at Tea People Village. Qin Mo parked the car and, being the gentleman that he is, helped the two women open the car door. You're quite the gentleman, I didn't realize. Shen Yan teased. You're thinking too much. I'm here to serve the monitor, you're just incidental. Qin Mo blinked. I was wrong, Lord Qin, please stop showing off your supernatural powers. Shen Yan immediately begged for mercy. Tang Shi burst out laughing when she saw this scene. It looked great, and then she gave Qin Mo a disgusted look. Even though she knew that just now was a lie, she still had a strange feeling. Just then, Qin Mo noticed three pairs of shiny eyes staring straight at them from afar, their eyes flashing with a strong fire of gossip. Who else could it be but Lu Tao and the others? As soon as Qin Mo saw these guys, he knew it was going to be bad. Sure enough, these animals trotted over. Lu Tao put his arm around Qin Mo's shoulders, squeezed hard, and said viciously, Didn't you say you had nothing to do with the monitor? When did you become so sneaky? What do you mean? Qin Mo said helplessly, They must have heard what I just said. If I had known, I wouldn't have shown off. Hello, monitor. Shenhao, Wang Hui, and Lu Tao shouted with grins. Hey, did you guys forget about me? Shen Yan said angrily from the side. How could we, you are our goddess. Wang Hui responded immediately, looking serious. Like I would believe you. Shen Yan rolled her eyes. Why aren't you going in? Tang Shi looked at the three of them in confusion. The main character hasn't arrived yet, we can't steal the show, can we? Lu Tao shrugged. There's no need for so many words, if you're not going in, I'll go in first. Tang Shi said to Chen Yan, pulling her along. Class president, you go in first, we need to talk to Lao Qin about something. Lu Tao responded with a smile. Tang Shi nodded, then pulled Chen Yan through the door to the tea village. Fess up, what's going on? Lu Tao immediately changed his expression, as if interrogating a prisoner. When did you start? Wang Hui came up. How far have you gone? Shenhao also stared at him intently. Qin Mo felt amused, pushed away the several people, and explained, Don't guess, it's not true. Humph, I'm serving the class monitor. Lu Tao pinched her orchid fingers and imitated Qin Mo's words in a strange and eerie voice. Ha 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 ha. Wang Hui and Shenhao burst out laughing. Qin Mo was speechless for a moment, and then shrugged and said, I'm telling the truth, there's nothing you can do if you don't believe me. He looked as if he was not afraid of the boiling water. After saying that, he was about to walk towards the tea village, but then he remembered something and looked back at Lu Tao, saying seriously, Also, that's called concealing Qin in the warehouse, not concealing Qin in the warehouse. Don't say it next time, or you'll reveal your illiteracy. Is he mocking me? Lu Tao asked, pointing at himself. If there's no accident, that's what happened. Wang Hui nodded seriously. Brothers, get him. Lu Tao yelled, and Shenhao and Wang Hui immediately understood, and pounced on Qin Mo. Old Qin, don't run, we haven't finished talking about this. Shenhao shouted as he chased after them. Even Tang Shi inside heard it, and Shen Yan smirked as she said, "What do you say, Shi?" Tang Shi rolled her eyes and said reproachfully, "You were there the whole time, you know what our relationship is." "TSK, I was just helping the monitor." Shen Yan imitated Qin Mo's words, and then burst out laughing. Okay. Tang Shi was helpless. In a short while, Qin Mo and the others also entered. Lu Tao and the others' eyes kept scanning back and forth between the two of them. As a result, they looked at the two of them with a frank appearance, as if it really was like what Qin Mo said, that they did not have that kind of relationship. Lu Tao and the others exchanged glances in secret, and then looked at Qin Mo disdainfully. Poor Qin Mo was pondering what to eat later when he was shot with 3 glances, which suddenly made him a little confused. What kind of look is that? After a while, the sound of an engine came from outside. The group looked outside and saw a blue Porsche 718 parked outside Charan village. A young man with short hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and wearing the latest Gucci summer suit got out. It was Zhang Jia, the host of the day. It's just a broken 718, but it's making so much noise that people who don't know what's going on might think someone brought a tractor here. Lu Tao said disdainfully. Ha ha ha, what a tractor. Qin Mo burst out laughing. Wang Hui and Shen Xiao also strongly agreed with Lu Tao's words. Even the top-of-the-line 718 costs only about 100,000 yuan. The main thing is that this is Porsche's entry-level model, and generally only young girls like this model. Very few boys would buy this car. After all, in the eyes of real car enthusiasts, this car is indeed not impressive. And Zhang Jia's is even a hardtop version. Obviously, he only bought it to show off. It's okay to fool some young girls who don't know about cars. Chapter 23, The Essence of Licking Dogs. Zhang Jia thoughtfully removed his sunglasses. Qin Mo and the others were watching this scene in the lobby of the tea village, and they looked at each other and burst out laughing. This guy can't really think he's handsome, can he? No way, no way? Lu Tao exclaimed. It seems that's what he thinks. Wang Hui nodded seriously, and then he also burst out laughing. He actually made a 718 feel like a 918. I'm impressed. Shen Xiao also laughed wildly. Shi, you don't think he'll confess his love to you today, do you? Shen Yan couldn't care less about the commotion and snickered from the side. No way. Tang Shi replied directly, her attitude was simply unbeatable. At this time, Zhang Jia walked in and saw Tang Shi at a glance, then walked over to her. Shi, I booked a private room inside. Let's go in and wait, shall we? Zhang Jia said in a greasy voice, and there is a word on the internet that describes this kind of person. A male sandwich, a strange species that is on a par with a female sandwich. Lu Tao and the others almost threw up as they listened, and they had never noticed before how disgusting this guy's speech was. Zhang Xiao, don't just look at the monitor, your old classmates are still here. Lu Tao interrupted Zhang Jia directly. Zhang Jia turned around, his face obviously changing, and said indifferently, I'm sorry, the lighting is too dark, I didn't see it. Let's go together, I booked a 40-person private room inside. Good guy, in broad daylight, he actually said the lighting was too dark, without even trying to be polite. But that's right, originally, Qin Mo and the others didn't get along well with him in class. Saying this, he ignored Qin Mo and the others, turned back, and his face was once again full of a smile as he tried to get close to Tang Shi. Unfortunately, Tang Shi obviously didn't buy it, frowned, and pulled a little distance away from Zhang Jia. I'll take you there. Zhang Jia didn't care at all, and his accent came on. That was really something, the lick of the lickers, the dog of the dogs, in short, the old liquor dog. The way he looked at Qin Mo and the others was a sign of his defeat. We should investigate his family tree for 3 generations. I think this guy is definitely involved in some kind of scandal. Lu Tao commented. It's confirmed, he's definitely a dog who licks. Shen Chao added. What's wrong with a dog who licks? Are dogs not allowed to fall in love? How can you discriminate against dogs who lick? Wang Hui chimed in, seemingly speaking up for Zhang Jia, but in fact he was pulling the most faces. Not only do I discriminate against licking dogs, I also discriminate against people who don't discriminate against licking dogs. Shen Xiao added another stab. These few people are absolutely poisonous. The main character is still here, but they are already wildly ridiculing him. The least they could do is wait until he leaves. Shenhao did this very well. This is wrong. How can we discourage the fun of licking dogs? 9 years of compulsory education has taught us that this is immoral. Shenhao spoke with righteous indignation. Ha 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 ha. Lu Tao and the others instantly burst out laughing. Shenhao is the most despicable of them all. Zhang Jia's face turned pale, and he glared at the group of people, but in order to maintain a good image in front of Tang Shi, he endured it. Lu Tao and the others shrugged their shoulders. It was meaningless, this grandson was too weak. Let's go, I don't know if our Zhang Xiao has booked the dishes yet, Shenhao said. The group followed Zhang Jia to a large private room that could accommodate more than 40 people, and had a very ancient and elegant flavor. When they entered the private room, Tang Shi and Shen Yan found a seat, and Shenhao and the others also took their seats. Zhang Jia, with a smile on his face, looked for topics to chat about with Tang Shi, but Tang Shi simply responded with a few words. This grandson is really skilled. I take back what I said earlier. I've already started to admire him. Shenhao shook his head. Me too. Wang Hui agreed. What about you, Lao Qin? Lu Tao looked at Shenhao. Shenhao didn't say anything, and he knelt down with 2 fingers on the table, which amused Lu Tao and the others. In a short while, the other students also arrived one after the other. Zhang Jia snapped his fingers, and the waiter said, "Here you go." A female voice came from outside the door. "Yes, Mr. Zhang." "Zhang Jia, you're too polite, inviting us to dinner in such an expensive place." "You're worthy of being a rich young master," Zhang Liang said teasingly. This remark gave Zhang Jia a great sense of satisfaction, and incidentally allowed him to show off in front of the goddess. He immediately pretended to be unconcerned and said, "Just consider it a farewell dinner for the students. After the semester starts, everyone will go their separate ways, and it won't be so easy to get together again." "Ha, all the clothes on Zhang Xiao's body are enough for my living expenses for a year, so this little money is not a problem for him at all," another boy said with a smile, flattering the feat. "It's not that exaggerated. If my classmates need it, I have a membership at Gucci and can get some discounts." Zhang Jia looked modest. It seems quite generous, but in fact it is a disguised way of showing off that he has a membership at Gucci. People who know their stuff naturally understand what a Gucci membership represents. Even if someone doesn't know, the internet is so well developed nowadays that a quick search will bring up all the information. So this brag is really something he can pull off. After all, only those who spend more than 100,000 yuan a year are eligible to become a Gucci member. Don't think that 100,000 yuan is very little. For an average family, the annual income is only 100,000 yuan, and this membership card is equivalent to their annual salary without eating or drinking. Sure enough, after Zhang Jia finished speaking, some classmates instantly cast envious glances, and some girls' gazes became enthusiastic. Zhang Jia instantly felt his vanity bursting, and his gaze turned to Tang Shi to see how the latter would react. The result disappointed him, as Tang Shi saw through his ploy at once. This kind of low-level pretending was really cheap in her eyes. Seeing that Tang Shi didn't react, Zhang Jia was more or less disappointed, but he quickly recovered his smile. Soon, the door to the private room was pushed open, and the waiter came in with the dishes. "Wow, it smells good. Try it, Shi." Zhang Jia picked up a piece of food for Tang Shi. Tang Shi frowned slightly and blocked it. Zhang Jia's actions made her feel disgusted, so she said, "No, I can pick it up myself." TSK, licking dogs will get you nowhere. It seems our Zhang Xiao doesn't understand," Lu Tao said directly in mockery. Shenhao didn't care about it, but instead praised the food as being good. "Really? I'll try it too." Zhang Liang heard Mo's words and took a bite too. His eyes lit up. "It's really good." After this remark, the others also started eating. It had to be said, the dishes at the tea village were really good, no wonder they were so popular in Hangzhou. It was not unreasonable. Shenhao Tang Shi did something that made everyone stunned. He actually helped Shenhao pick food, and Zhang Jia's back molars were about to be ground up. What's going on? Chapter 24, that's too much. Class monitor, don't get me into trouble. Shenhao was also stunned for a moment, and instantly understood what Tang Shi meant. Although he said so, his body was still very honest, and he directly stuffed the food into his mouth, making a noise on purpose. The group of boys were all stunned, and then glanced at Zhang Jia. For some reason, it seemed as if they saw a green hat appear on Zhang Jia's head. The whole class knew that Zhang Jia liked Tang Shi and had confessed his love to her once, but unfortunately Tang Shi had not agreed. They understood the situation today, and they just wanted to use this to get closer to Tang Shi. But they never expected such a shocking scene to happen. Holy shit, Shenhao is awesome, he even stole the class president's girl? Yeah, I didn't expect that the class president liked Shenhao. This is the drama of the year. The students around them immediately started talking excitedly, and some even looked at Zhang Jia with pity. Zhang Jia instantly felt like shit. Lu Tao's chopsticks even dropped directly onto the table. Who would believe that these two had nothing to do with each other? Wasn't this a solid proof? Are you still afraid of this? Tang Shi teased. She was really annoyed by this nuisance, Zhang Jia, so she wanted to make him dismiss those strange thoughts. I'm afraid. Shenhao. I haven't nodded hesitantly, but in terms of actions, it's not at all obvious that he's afraid. He learned from Tang Shi and also gave her a piece of food, but he used the serving chopsticks, which were obviously better since the two weren't really a couple. Tang Shi saw this detail and gave a small smile, putting it directly in her mouth and eating it. Zhang Jia really couldn't stand it anymore, and he stood up and questioned, Shi, what is your relationship with him? Tang Shi looked at him without saying a word. Shen Yan also understood what was going on and added fuel to the fire for Zhang Jia. Can't you see what's going on? You're obviously in love. Tang Shi blushed and glared fiercely at Shen Yan, who just laughed and stuck out her tongue. Shenhao was even less likely to stand up and explain, directly demonstrating that silence is golden. The other people, upon seeing this, were even more convinced of the affair, and their gazes couldn't stop scanning the two of them. I told you that Lao Qin is a bad guy. Lu Tao whispered. Yes, he deserves to die, and he even lied to us and said it was okay. Chen Xiao agreed. No wonder I didn't get close to that girl at the bar last time, now I know why. Wang Hui added. Shenhao listened to these guys gossiping about him and felt speechless. How could they not see something so obvious? He really doubted if these guys' brains had been eaten by dogs. Zhang Jia's face turned pale as he looked at the two of them. Shenhao was calmly eating the food he had paid for and acting intimately with his goddess, and he felt like a clown. He almost lifted the table like the Crow brother, but he finally resisted. He remembered what Tang Shi had told him, she would not have a boyfriend before graduating from university, so it was most likely a scene with Shenhao. He instantly figured out the whole situation. A smile returned to his face. What's more, both of them were studying at the same university in the Magic City, and proximity brings opportunity. He understood this principle. Even if the two of them got together, a long-distance relationship would not last. He still had a good chance. Haven't you heard the saying, if you swing a hoe hard enough, you can dig a hole in any wall? What's more, he doesn't think he's worse than Shenhao. So, intentionally or unintentionally, he began to show off his wealth. He placed the keys to a Porsche 718 in front of him and said nonchalantly, Cherie, let's go together when we register for school. After all, we're both in Shanghai, and our schools aren't far from each other. Before Tang Cherie could say anything, she heard an exclamation. Holy shit, it's a Porsche? Zhou Jie was closest to Zhang Jia, and he saw the Porsche keys at a glance, and looked at Zhang Jia with envy. When it came to Porsches, Zhang Liang immediately thought of the Porsche 718 parked outside and asked, Zhang Jia, that 718 outside isn't yours, is it? It is. Zhang Jia proudly pushed his glasses, but on the surface he maintained a humble smile, then glanced at Tang Shi, waiting for her to change her mind. It's just an entry-level 718, not even a convertible, and the sound is terrible. If the monitor were to write in your car, I'm afraid his ears would be deafened. Lu Tao sneered. Shenhao and the others burst out laughing, remembering the tractor meme. Tang Shi also shook her head and declined, saying, no thanks, my parents will give it to me when I report for duty. Zhang Jia's smile on his face froze for a moment, and he looked at Lu Tao with an unpleasant expression on his face, saying in a strange tone, I'm driving a BMW 718, so what kind of car are you driving? Lu Tao was amused when he heard this. This was a real show-off. He immediately slapped the key to his BMW M3 Thunder Edition on the table. Coincidentally, I'm not very talented, and I also have a BMW M3 Thunder Edition that costs just over 1 million yuan, parenthetical remark, Brooklyn Gray. Shenhao and the other two burst out laughing. This guy is definitely a show-off. Who introduces the color of a car when they introduce it? Zhang Jia's face froze. The BMW M3 he saw outside just now belonged to Lu Tao? Great, not only did he fail to impress, he was also outdone. Chen Tao's M3 Thunder Edition is even more expensive than his Porsche 718. Lu Tao smiled smugly. You've got the wrong idea, kid. My little 718 is going to kill your Porsche. The group of classmates gasped in unison. They had no idea that one of their own was such a big shot. Zhang Jia's face was a picture of embarrassment. He looked at the other three again. Don't look at me, I already made it public in my circle of friends. Wang Hui said indifferently. His Audi A7 is not a cheap car either. The recommended retail price is about the same as the 718. Haha, I'm not going to take it out. Shenhao shook his head. Compared to a Porsche, his Mustang really doesn't have much presence. Even if it's a 50T, the price is not low, but when it comes to brand influence, 10 Mustangs are no match for a Porsche. What about you? Zhang Jia's face grew more and more unpleasant, and his gaze stopped on Qin Mo, hoping to find some face in him. Before Qin Mo could say anything, Tang Shi smiled, 718 bumping into the Porsche Macan? She could already imagine how Zhang Jia's face would look later. It's just a coincidence. It's not. Qin Mo smiled, and then took out the keys to the Porsche as well. Zhang Jia's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot, and he immediately recognized that they were the keys to the Porsche Macan. Although they are both Porsche models, they are still different in some details. For example, the keys for the 718 and Macan models are thicker, while the keys for the Cayenne and Panamera models are thinner, so they are easy to distinguish. Zhang Jia's mood was terrible at the moment, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Qin Mo, that brat, was still crying about being poor in the group the day before, saying that Charan Village was too expensive to afford. But now he was driving a Panamera to the party. What a brat! Chapter 25, Monk School. Look, this is called professionalism. Lu Tao spread his hands. Indeed. Wang Hui and Shenhao also nodded in agreement. This is a good disguise. Chen Yan suppressed a laugh as she looked at Zhang Jia's ugly face. For some reason, she just felt very amused. Maybe this is called a slap in the face. Tang Shi gave a small smile. If she were Zhang Jia, she would probably hate to find a crack to crawl into at this moment. It's so embarrassing. Is Qin Mo pretending to be a pig and eat a tiger funny? Zhang Jia's face turned pale. He really wanted to find a hole to crawl into at this moment, especially the strange looks from his classmates around him made him feel like they were laughing at him. Qin Mo looked innocent. What did this have to do with him? It was obvious that Zhang Jia had walked right into the gunfire. Then he said, "You're wronging me." Shameless guy. Zhang Jia gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, hating the idea of biting this guy to death. Qin Mo shrugged. What did it have to do with him? It really wasn't him who wanted to pretend to be deaf. In the end, the meal ended in discord. Zhang Jia didn't have the face to stay here anyway. Pretending to be deaf until the end, he discovered that he was actually the clown. Who could accept that? This was probably the last dinner party. Zhang Jia picked up the car keys and left, ignoring the people in the private room. The others looked at each other. Don't forget to settle the bill when you leave. Men are determined to succeed, don't make me look down on you. Lu Tao added. Zhang Jia stumbled and almost fell, glared fiercely at Lu Tao, and then left angrily. Of course, he ended up paying the bill. After all, this was his last face. Ha ha ha, this beep is killing me. Lu Tao laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. What is this called? He lost his wife and his soldiers, and he also lost face completely. The Porsche 718 was indeed very impressive in front of the other students, but compared to them, it was a bit unrefined, especially in front of Qin Mo's Panamera, even though the car belonged to his mother. These guys are so bad. Chen Yan laughed. Tang Shi nodded in agreement. Qin Mo and the others didn't stay long either. They left the tea village. Lu Tao suggested, shall we gather at Principal Lu's place? I'm not full anyway. I was busy dressing up inside, and I didn't even get to eat much. Qin Mo nodded in agreement, and in fact, he wasn't full either. Wang Hui and Shenhao also said that they were fine. Let's go together? Qin Mo looked at Tang Shi and Shen Yan and asked. The two of them came in his car, so he couldn't just send them back halfway. Okay. Tang Shi hesitated for 2 seconds but still agreed, and Shen Yan nodded as well. They were old classmates after all, so what was the big deal? Let's go, we'll see you, Principal Lu. Lu Tao took out the keys and got straight into the gray BMW M3. Wang Hui and Shen Xiao got into the Mustang, as Wang Hui's car was still being modified, so they still came in Shen Xiao's car this time. Let's go. Shenhao opened the car door, Tang Shi and Shen Yan got in, started the engine, and then drove towards Principal Lu's flagship store. Half an hour later, Shenhao and the others arrived at the same shopping mall as last time. They parked the car in the underground garage and took the elevator to the 5th floor. Waiter, 6 people. Lu Tao called out as he entered the restaurant. If it's for 6 people, sir, please sit there. A waiter came up to show them to their seats, which were surprisingly the same as last time. The waiter then placed the menu on the table. Class leader, you go first. Lu Tao placed the menu in front of Tang Shi and Chen Yan. The flavor of the hot pot base is a bit strong, so if you can't eat spicy food, just order a slightly spicy one. Shenhao reminded them that last time they had experienced the power of the extremely spicy hot pot base, which was definitely not something the average person could handle. Lu Tao and the others felt the same way. This time, even if they were killed, they would not order the extremely spicy one. Last time, after they finished eating, little Daisy almost burst into flames. That feeling was so wonderful. Don't underestimate anyone. Tang Shi snorted arrogantly, she could still eat spicy food. Shen Yan also said she had no problem with it, and then ordered a medium spicy hot pot base. Shenhao and the others then ordered some dishes, and the waiter confirmed the dishes with them again, and after making sure there were no problems, informed the kitchen to serve the dishes. After the waiter left, Lu Tao and the others stared at Shenhao and Tang Shi, their eyes half smiling and full of ambiguity. Shenhao immediately understood what was going on, but he acted like he didn't care. Tang Shi, on the other hand, blushed slightly, knowing that their actions in the tea house had caused the others to misunderstand. Cough cough, class president, Shenhao was being a brat and not telling the truth, so you tell us, when did this happen? Lu Tao asked with a smile. That's right, class president, tell us. Wang Hui and Shen Xiao also looked at Tang Shi with a gossipy expression. What are you talking about? It's not what you think between us. Tang Shi explained. Class president, when did you become like this grandson Shenhao? Lu Tao looked unconvinced. Yes, just the way you two looked at each other at the dinner table didn't look like nothing was wrong. Wang Hui laughed and agreed. What do you mean you two are in love? Don't talk nonsense, okay? He and I really aren't what you think. Tang Shi was at her wit's end. I told you guys you wouldn't believe me, but now do you believe me? Shenhao said with a smile. Really nothing happened? Lu Tao and the others looked suspicious. If you don't believe me, just ask Yan Yan. Tang Shi helplessly pushed Shen Yan out as a shield. I can testify to this. Shen Yan nodded. Lu Tao and the others looked disappointed, slamming their mouths shut, and the fun of eating melons was gone. What do you guys mean? Shenhao suddenly scolded with a laugh. By the way, when are you all going to report? Lu Tao changed the subject and asked, looking at the others. I'll probably go at the end of August. Shen Yan responded, because the school is in the imperial capital, so I have to go there first to get familiar with it. I'm about the same. Wang Hui said. Same, me too. Shen Xiao also nodded, and what about you, Lao Qin? Same, end of August. Shenhao responded. Several people looked at Tang Shi, her face was calm, and I'm also at the end of August. Tisk, it's about the same. Lu Tao said with a smile. Yes, it's not long until the start of the semester. Wang Hui sighed, thinking about going to that monk school at the start of the semester made him feel a bit sick. What is a monk school? Of course it's a school with many men and few women. Poor Wang Xiao, who was originally prepared to have a good time in college, but now it seems his dreams have been shattered. Shen Yan, looking at Wang Hui's expression, asked curiously. After learning about the latter's situation, she could only feel sympathy. 3 years will soon pass. Just endure it for now and think of it as stockpiling ammunition. Lu Tao said with a teasing face. Get out of here. Wang Hui responded angrily. Chapter 26, A Great Injustice. Tang Shi and Shen Yan couldn't help but laugh. Lu Tao was really something, saying things like store ammunition. Chen Xiao reminded the two to behave themselves, after all, there were still girls present. Lu Tao shut up, smirking, class monitor, I'm not usually like this, it's just that Shenhao has corrupted me. Shenhao, who was eating melons nearby, was taken aback and said angrily, you can't find your father for good things, so I'll take the blame, right? Ha 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 ha. Wang Hui laughed and said, Lao Qin, the injustice is confirmed. Shenhao was speechless, and he had no choice but to be friends with these few bad friends. In a short while, the soup base and dishes they ordered were served. Although the soup base was slightly spicy, it still looked red, which made them instantly think of the last time they had a super spicy soup base. Waiter, bring a pair of chopsticks. Shenhao spoke. Please wait a moment, sir. The waiter nodded. Lu Tao and the others didn't say anything about this. After all, Tang Shi and Shen Yan were there, so they naturally had to be a bit more polite. The waiter quickly returned, put down the chopsticks, and said, Sir, here are the chopsticks you asked for. Thank you. Shenhao responded politely. You're welcome. The waiter smiled and left. Come on, let's start today's battle. Shenhao laughed. Dare you provoke me, Hangzhou Big Eater? Shenhao called out in a weird voice. Forget it, just you? Shenhao and the others looked at him with contempt. Big Eater? I remember that last time you ate fast food at school and ended up in the hospital. Chen Yan smiled and looked at Chun Chao. My dear sister, you are my dear sister, don't mention this again, it makes me sick just to think about it. Chen Chao's face fell. That incident happened when I was just starting my senior year of high school. Because I didn't eat breakfast that morning, I ordered extra food for lunch on purpose. Who knew that I would get gastroenteritis from eating so much, and I was in the hospital for more than a week before I felt better. Ha, gastroenteritis. Big stomach comrade, here, have some mutton hot pot to calm your nerves. Lu Tao's expression was sly as she delivered the hot mutton to Chun Chao's bowl. Bolt, are you messing with me? Shen Chao responded angrily. Bullshit, I'm not Bolt. Lu Tao was instantly exasperated. As soon as that name came out, she instantly thought of that Grandma Xiao. You're deliberately not letting me eat, aren't you? Shenhao and Wang Hui were beside themselves with laughter. What Bolt, is there a meme? Shen Yan looked curiously at Shenhao and the others. Hey, you have no idea, Lu Tao. Mentioned this, and Shen Chao instantly perked up, beaming with joy as he was about to tell the story, but unfortunately, Lu Tao suddenly covered his mouth. It's nothing, just a nickname. Lu Tao hurriedly explained. This kind of thing can't be known by other people, otherwise they will be laughed to death by Tang Shi and Shen Yan. Shenhao and Wang Hui were desperately holding back their laughter, while Tang Shi and Shen Yan looked puzzled. Just by looking at the expressions of the several people, they knew that it was definitely not as simple as Lu Tao had said. What on earth is going on? Shen Yan asked suspiciously. Shenhao. Tang Shi opened her mouth to ask Shenhao, but the latter interrupted her directly. Class president, you can't make this difficult for me, you'd better go ask Bolt. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this name again, Wang Hui couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. He didn't care about Lu Tao's face full of black lines. Chen Chao also trembled, wanting to laugh but unable to because Lu Tao was covering his mouth. Tang Shi and Shen Yan looked at each other, not knowing what this meme meant at all. Naturally, Shenhao would never do such a thing behind someone's back. Under Lu Tao's gaze, Chen Chao nodded and gave up on saying anything about it. Lu Tao let him go only after making sure again and again. I can't hold it in anymore. Chen Chao took a big breath and complained. Lu Tao stared at him, pointing two fingers at his eyes as if to say, I'm staring at you, so be careful what you say. Chen Chao shrugged, but quickly skipped over the topic. Although it was a very interesting topic, there was nothing he could do if the main character didn't let him talk about it. He could only sigh, regretting that a generation of Bolt had sealed his feet and disappeared from the world. God damn it, if this wasn't a black spot, you'd just come and hit me. Wang Hui couldn't hold back and spurted out a mouthful of drink. When did you become a yin and yang master? You're practically on the same level as Lao Qin. What do you mean, Xiaohei? Shenhao immediately laughed and scolded. Lu Tao had a look of resentment on her face. It seemed that she would never get past this joke. She regretted it deeply, and she simply wanted to cry but had no tears. She really wanted to slap herself twice. Why hadn't she resisted the temptation in the first place? Eat your vegetables. Lu Tao called out, quickly using the vegetables to block their mouths. Tang Shi and Shen Yan also sensibly refrained from asking any more questions, and the several of them began to happily enjoy their meal together. Needless to say, the medium spicy hot pot base was just right for their taste buds, not too spicy but very satisfying. This hot pot is delicious. Chen Yin praised. That's right, this is a treasure store I found. Lu Tao said proudly. I like it. Chen Yan responded with a smile. After about an hour, the group had eaten and drunk their fill, and it was time to pay the bill. Shenhao took out his phone and smiled, saying, "Last time Lao Lu treated, this time I'll pay." "You can't run away, you big spender." Lu Tao immediately complained. None of these people are short of money, and no one cares about the cost of this meal. The point is that you should return the favor. Not to mention that Shenhao is not a stingy person who likes to take advantage. Please help us pay the bill. Shenhao walked to the front desk and brought up the Alipay QR code. Sir, that's 1,639 in total. Here's the bill for you to check. The front desk attendant handed the receipt to Shenhao, who simply glanced at it and then ignored it. The price is normal. Last time, 4 people ate for more than 1,300 yuan, and this time, 6 people is very reasonable. The payment was quickly completed, and the balance in Mo's phone also became 6,671. The blessing money for today had already been credited, so he had a little extra money on hand. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been brave enough to pay the bill for more than 1,600 yuan. After paying the bill, the group left President Lu's hot pot. Lu Tao suggested going for a stroll in the mall, as it was still early and there was nothing to do back home. The group readily agreed. They didn't come out of the mall until after 5 p.m. Don't play in a secret room next time, we still had to be rescued by the staff in the end, what a shame. Lu Tao looked at Wang Hui with disgust as he complained. What the hell? What do I have to do with it? Obviously Lao Qin didn't find any clues. Wang Hui responded unconvinced. Don't you dare. Didn't you have the last clue? Shenhao retorted immediately. Lao Wang, my suggestion is to go home and ask your uncles and aunts to have another child, your number is considered useless. Shenhao shook his head. Ha 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 ha. Shenhao and the others laughed, there was nothing wrong with what he said. Tang Shi and Shen Yan also laughed, only Wang Hui looked depressed. Chapter 27, I'll take you on a ride. After leaving the mall, the group split up. Shenhao drove Tang Shi and Shen Yan home. After a while, they arrived at Chen Yan's apartment complex. Thanks. Chen Yan got out of the car and politely thanked him. It's my pleasure to serve a beautiful woman. Shenhao teased her, and he wasn't lying. Shen Yan's appearance was really not bad. He had used the system to check it out, and it turned out that her appearance score was 83 points. Although she wasn't drop-dead gorgeous, she was definitely considered pretty. Shut up. Shen Yan gave Shenhao a glare, then waved her hand and entered the residential area. Shenhao turned the car around and drove towards Tang Shi's house. He turned up the music a little, but this time it wasn't Angkor Wat, but a song he liked better, Rogue. This is also a relatively classic Cantonese song, sung by Hong Kong star Zhang Zhongji. Shenhao likes both the lyrics and Zhang Zhongji's voice. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Goodbye, monitor. Shenhao said with a smile. Goodbye, and thank you today. Tang Shi flipped her hair behind her ear and spoke softly. This is too perfunctory, why not something practical? Shenhao teased. You're beautiful. Tang Shi scolded. Ha ha ha, goodbye monitor. Shenhao laughed, and didn't care. After Tang Shi got out of the car, he just left directly. Tang Shi waved her hand, looked at the departing Parramatta and smiled, then hummed the tune of Rogue and walked into the community. Obviously, she was in a very good mood today. Back already? Tang Shi had just returned home when a professional woman in a suit walked out, her face resembling Tang Shi's face sevenfold. It was Tang Shi's mother, Han Ning, an executive at a well-known Hangzhou company. Tang Shi nodded. I thought you were having dinner with friends, why are you so late? Han Ning asked. Well, there was a little incident. Tang Shi explained, then sifted through the events of the day and told her mother what had happened. Was the young man who drove you home the one from Cartier? Han Ning asked. Yes. Tang Shi nodded. It's just a normal relationship between classmates. Tang Shi went on to explain. Really? Han Ning looked at her daughter quizzically. It's really true. Besides, he may not necessarily like me. Tang Shi pouted, and she told her about Qin Mo's situation. A car costs more than 2 million yuan, so it's hard to imagine how wealthy Qin Mo's family is. Although her parents are corporate executives, he may not necessarily like her. Han Ning was a little surprised to hear this, and then she laughed. Classmate relationship? Someone is driving a 2 million plus car back and forth to pick you up? It's not just me, there's also Yan Yan, Tang Shi responded. The one who got into Daidi University? Han Ning was surprised. Yes, Tang Shi nodded. Han Ning nodded without asking anymore, but said with deep concern, you've grown up, and your mother doesn't object to you dating, but you must be able to see a person's character, and you must never let someone deceive you, do you understand? I know. Tang Shi couldn't help but laugh. She wasn't stupid, and she knew what she should and shouldn't do. As long as you know, I'll cook you something for dinner. Han Ning was relieved and smiled. Have some vegetables, I had hot pot for lunch and it's a bit heavy. Tang Shi responded. On the other side, Shenhao also returned home. Ms. Wang was lying on the sofa resting with a facial mask on. Mom, I'm home, Shenhao shouted. Just come home, what's the point of shouting? Wang Xia glared at him and said, the food is in the pot, heat it yourself if you want to eat. Mom, you're not even going to ask what I did today? Shenhao helplessly complained. Ms. Wang really has complete trust in him. You can do whatever you like, you're a grown-up, can you still get into trouble? Wang Xia said impatiently. Shenhao was speechless, sighed, and muttered to himself, 100% pure parent. At this time, he received a message on WeChat from Tang Shi, are you home yet? Shenhao quickly replied, thank you for your concern, I'm here. He then sent a panda emoticon. Tang Shi immediately replied, that's good. Tongue sticking out. The two then chatted for a while before Shenhao went to take a shower. The hot pot was delicious, but every time it was cooked, the smell was too strong and difficult to handle. 10 minutes later, Shenhao finished washing up and opened the stock market to check it out. Sure enough, the stock price of Wolianya had gone up a little, but it had only gone up by more than 10 yuan, which was still far from the news the system had given him. Shenhao took a quick look and then exited. There were still 6 days to go, and after 6 days, he could sell the stock. By then, with the funds returned to him, Shenhao could go shopping again and see if he could trigger a system reward. If this 200,000 odd yuan triggers a critical strike and comes with a 5-fold cashback card, that would be comfortable. Perfect godly magnate, the task is heavy. Shenhao couldn't help but complain. But he was only 18 years old, and his life was still long. Buzz. Is the great god online? A message suddenly popped up. Just by looking at the familiar address, he knew it must be the internet-addicted girl Shenhao. Shenhao quickly replied, what's up? Great god, we have a team battle today, and we're missing a jungler. Do you have time? Can you help out? I'd be eternally grateful. Poor Shenhao replied immediately. Shenhao burst out laughing. An invitation to a team battle at the star level? This is pure luck. But since he didn't have anything to do right now, he didn't mind helping out, so he replied, how many games are there? 7 games, best of 7. Shenhao replied in seconds. Ding. Triggered special mission, take you to the top. Help Shenhao win the competition and achieve superhuman results in 4 games, and you will be randomly awarded a 15x spending cashback card. Shenhao's eyes lit up. Whatever he wished for came true. He was just fantasizing about a cashback card, and now it was being delivered directly to his door. The system was simply too considerate. Shenhao immediately replied, no problem. When does it start? Thank you, great god, it starts in 10 minutes, great god, go online first. Shenhao happily replied, and sent a emoticon afterwards. Quitting the chat, Shenhao directly opened King of Glory. Joking aside, you can get rewards after just a few rounds of abuse, so why wouldn't you do it? Not to mention that this reward is still the reward he was looking forward to. Although it is a random reward, even if it is doubled, it is still a gain of more than 200,000 yuan for nothing. It's just too positive, okay? Chapter 28, I found a group. The great god has arrived. During the game's team formation, Xiaoyu Shenhao typed a line on the public screen. Abortion for love, is that the one who always takes you flying? Abortion for love, really? Chicken, you're so beautiful, wow. Xiaoyu Shenhao, of course, this one is a great god, and the points he gets are like drinking water. Shenhao recommended Shenmo's skills to the 3 of them, and just when they were half believing, Shenmo logged on, and Shenhao immediately invited him. Hello, everyone. Shenhao said hello as he entered the team. Although this was a game, there was still a need for manners, but when he saw the strange names of the two people, he burst out laughing. Could it be that these two were a couple? Hello, great God, how are you? Hello, great God. We're counting on you for this team battle. Hello, great God. Although they were a little skeptical of Shenhao's skills, the three of them still replied. Don't call me great God, I just play for a longer time. Shenhao replied modestly. Although he was very confident in his skills, he still had to be humble. The great God is too 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 humble. The four of them sent the exact same thing. Shenhao replied with an emoticon. The game started soon after, and the loading screen appeared. The two of them were indeed a couple, and no one could beat their choice of a name. Shenhao was ready, and he expressed the utmost respect for this game. He was prepared to sit up and play. After all, he had come with a mission this time, so he had to be serious. In the first game, both sides chose lineups that were relatively fragile, without tank heroes. So Shenhao naturally chose a jungler hero, by Li Shenhao, who had once had many fans. Because the opponent's crispy skin is easy to trigger the passive of Shenhao, and Shenhao with its passive triggered has another name, the electric mouse, which can quickly harvest the battlefield with its super fast attack speed. Entering the game, Shenhao still played as Yao Mei, commanded by Shenhao, and followed me after level 4. Shenhao had no problem with this partner, a great player. Although he chose by Li Shenhao, Shenhao still chose to invade at the start. The opposing jungler was Li Bai, so he was going to invade the opposing red buff. Li Bai, who knew how to play a little, would open the blue buff in the early game. Not to mention, who would have thought that a Bai Li Shenhao would come to the jungler in the early game? No accidents, Li Bai's red buff was successfully captured by Shenhao, who also ate the opponent's 3 pages and came to the mid grass to wait for the river crab to refresh, and by the way, wait for Li Bai to appear. In the early game, Shenhao, who is hook in red, can be said to be deadly to whoever he hooks. Even if you flash, it's useless, you will still be thrown back by the second hook. Handsomer than Daniel Wu, the mid laner sold out. Shenhao commanded that at this time, Li Bai should have finished farming blue. If there were no accidents, he would be crouching in the grass on the opposite side of the river. Their mid laner was Diao Chan, while the opposite side was Wang Zhaojun. A 2v2 fight was definitely winnable, not to mention that Diao Chan was also equipped with Purge, and the two people on the opposite side were completely unable to kill Diao Chan. Abortion for love, I understand. Diao Chan crossed the line of troops and started to deplete them. Li Bai fell for it, as expected, and used his first skill to deliver 2 stabs. He had just arrived at Diao Chan's side to prepare to attack, but was hooked by Li Shenhao, who was hiding in the grass. It was too late to run, and Li Shenhao still had a red buff and a second backflip, so Li Bai's head was rightfully taken by Shenhao. The rhythm was completely turned on, and Shenhao began to compress the opposing side's jungle after finishing his own. He also roamed the top and bottom lanes, and soon the score was 6-0. After Yao Mei reached level 4, the nightmare for the opposing team began. Yao Mei brought interference, and with Shenhao's tower clear, the game was over. There was no suspense in this game, and it ended 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, with Shenhao's stats being 802, which was pretty impressive. The great God is amazing, worthy of being a superhero. The two who had originally questioned Shenhao instantly transformed into fans, praising him like crazy. Shenhao modestly replied that it was mainly due to good cooperation. The opposing team was even more confused. This jungler was too strong, pressing them the whole time and clearly not in this division. You need to be a little stronger this time, and the rhythm must not be the same as last time. The opposing mid laner reminded. Understood. The jungler responded. Soon, the second game began. This game had some changes in the lineup compared to the previous game. There were obviously 2 more frontliners. The opposing mid laner was biting the gold, and the support was a big fish, which was both meaty and prevented control. This time, Shenhao was not effective. Shenhao let the 4 of them choose the hero first, and finally looked at the lineup. This game still had to be played in the early rhythm, and finally locked down the tiger. The opposing jungler is Mirror, who also has a hero with an extremely high kill rating. At the start of the game, Shenhao did not choose to invade. The opposing mid laner is Shenmengshi, who clears the lane quickly, and Mirror's early burst is not weaker than Tiger's, so a rash invasion is likely to result in a blowout. The home team opens the red zone, then waits for the river crab in the middle of the lane. Mirror finishes farming and walks out of the home blue zone, but Shenhao does not rush to attack, sending a signal to the home mid laner. At the moment the jungler entered the grass, he unleashed a burst of attacks, and with the support of the mid laner, the jungler's health bar was quickly emptied, and the first rhythm point was once again in Shenhao's hands. After claiming the jungler's head, Shenhao helped the mid laner clear the line, and then invaded the jungler's red zone, and the balance of victory once again tilted towards Shenhao's side. With the advantage, Tiger transformed into a rhythm engine, and at 240 he helped the top laner take down the first tower and kill Cheng Yaojin, followed by 5 minutes of dark time. Shenhao made no mistakes. Under his command, the opponent's mirror was suppressed miserably, and the economic gap between the two had reached 4,000 gold. With the advantage, Tiger's damage was simply unreadable. A set of Tiger's form biting the opponent's C position was dead, and soon this game was also easily won by him, with a record of 903. Abortion for love, this is too easy. The great god is simply too awesome. Chicken, you're so beautiful, can I add a friend later, great god? Ouch, what are you doing? Shenhao replied teasingly. Chicken, you are too beautiful instantly perked up and quickly replied, Xiaohaizi, do you know how hard we have been working? Shenhao burst out laughing when he saw this message. He was named Xiaohaizi by a friend? Immediately replying, Rooster crowned head in overalls, I am Ikuan, you remember. Chicken, you are too beautiful, branch 666. Without a second thought, Shenhao directly accepted the friend request from Chicken, you are too beautiful, not for any other reason, but because he had found an organization. We at Ikuan are very proud. The other three people laughed out loud at the conversation between the two, and Ikuan is truly a big family. After a 2-minute break, the next round began. As long as they win 2 more rounds, the reward will be theirs. Shenhao said he couldn't wait anymore. With the power of his Kuan friends, it would be difficult not to kill recklessly in this round. Chapter 29, 5-fold cashback card. This game started off with some disadvantages. Shenhao's mid laner was targeted like crazy, and the opposing mid laner was Zhang Liang, while the jungler was Athena. After level 4, basically everyone who controlled the mid lane would die. Shenhao used Sima Yi in this game, so he didn't have to worry too much about the rhythm. However, because his mid laner was losing points frequently in the early game, he had to develop in the jungle first. 3 minutes later, he finally found an opportunity on the top lane. Sima Yi cooperated with his own Si Kongjin to kill the opponent's Zhong Wuyan, and then successfully pulled down the top tower, bringing the rhythm back a bit. Then he squatted in the mid lane for 2 waves of Zhang Liang, and the rhythm of the game completely returned to Shenhao's hands. Sima Yi's ability to roam and counter-squat was already particularly strong. Athena's every attack was predicted in advance and counter-squatted, and after 2 kills Athena completely went silent. Then it returned to the same plot as the previous 2 games, and the opponent's crystal exploded in 8-10. Shenhao's record was 906. In the last game, Shenhao crushed the opponent with absolute skill and awareness, and the level of bloodshed was even higher than in the previous games, giving the opponent a suffocating sense of oppression. It was as if Shenhao's tiger was everywhere. The game ended, and Shenhao looked at his record of 1208 and smiled, as the system reward had arrived. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the task of taking you to the top. The system rewards a 15x cashback card, and the reward is being distributed. The system reward has been credited to your account. Do you want to collect it? Collect it! Shenhao muttered. Congratulations, host, you have received a 5x cashback card. Shenhao's eyes lit up instantly. A 5x cashback card? The system is awesome. So I'm already a millionaire? Shenhao blinked, and after selling the Wuliangye stock and adding the 5-fold spending cashback card, his net worth would definitely exceed 1 million. Great God, thank you for your help. Do you want to team up and play for a while to rank? In the game, Shen Shiyu asked Shenhao for his opinion. The team competition had ended, and she had invited Shenhao again in the name of helping. Now that the team competition was over, she naturally wanted to ask Shenhao for his opinion. The other 3 were also looking forward to Shenhao's answer. After seeing Shenhao's skills, they said that this was no longer a thigh, but a clear case of cheating. Shenhao came out of her euphoria and quickly replied, okay. Yes, that's great. Several people cheered, and then the happy journey of gaining points began. It was close to 11 o'clock before Shenhao logged out of the game, tired after playing for so long. Shen Shiyu sent a message on WeChat, saying, thank you so much, great God. You're welcome. I just happened to be free. Shenhao replied. I feel that your skills are even better than some of the anchors. Shen Shiyu continued to reply. Ah, you're too kind, although I think so too. Shenhao made a little joke. Ha ha ha. Shen Shiyu replied. After a while of idle chat, Shen Shiyu asked, by the way, last time I heard that you took the college entrance exam, which city did you end up applying to? Tianfu. Shenhao replies. Shen Shiyu replies with a few points. Shenhao looks at Shen Shiyu's reply and his face takes on a strange expression. Could it be such a coincidence? He asks, you're also in Tianfu? I'm in Qing City. Shen Shiyu replies to the message. That's really a coincidence. Tianfu was very close to Qing City, only 3.5 hours by car. Shenhao replies quickly, then teases, offline meeting? Aren't you afraid that I'm an online goddess? Shen Shiyu also responded with a smile. Online goddess is a derogatory term that refers to someone who is beautiful and has a pleasant voice online, but when you meet them offline, they're a letdown. You'd recognize him anywhere. Shenhao laughed out loud after replying. He was just mentioning it casually, and wasn't really going to meet him in person. After all, the two of them were just gaming buddies. Ugh, I didn't realize you were such a big shot. Scorn, Shen Shiyu replied. The two of them chatted for a while longer, and it was already 11:30. Shenhao typed out a line, it's getting late, I'm going to bed, good night. Good night, great God. Shen Shiyu quickly replied. 6 days quickly passed. During these few days, Shenhao had stayed at home without going out, mainly because he was panicking from being penniless. In 6 days, the amount on his bank card had become 46,667 yuan. The 6-day blessing money of 39,996 yuan, plus the previous balance on the card, totaled more than 40,000 yuan. What is meant by making money while lying down? This is it. Shenhao looked at the Wuliangye stock and sure enough, it had increased to 35,461 yuan. He operated to sell all of his 700 shares, and 249,290 yuan instantly arrived in his account. However, because the stock settlement was T+1, he could not withdraw the money until the next day. Shenhao put away his phone and pondered how to use this money. Because there was only one cashback card, he had to spend all of the more than 200,000 yuan at once to maximize the benefits. But the problem is how to spend all this money at once. If you use this money to buy a car, there is no way to explain the source of the money, and besides, this amount of money simply cannot buy the car of his dreams. If he were in Tianfu, he wouldn't have so many concerns. This amount of money is still very easy to spend on luxury goods. Shenhao thought about it. If that doesn't work, he'll just have to go to Tianfu. Shenhao shook his head and then laughed. Is this considered Versailles? I don't think so. This feeling of having money and not being able to spend it is really uncomfortable. If someone else hears this, I'm afraid they will be convinced that this is Versailles. Okay, Shenhao admits that it is a bit like that. Today is not a busy day, so Shenhao habitually opens his circle of friends and scrolls through it. He slides his finger twice and stops. Tang Shi has posted a picture of herself at a book cafe in Xintiandi. Shenhao quickly edited a comment. As expected of a scholar, he is different from the rest of us mortals. After commenting, he continued to scroll through the content below. However, before 2 minutes had passed, Tang Shi sent him 2 emojis of rolling her eyes. Shenhao didn't expect Tang Shi to send him a message, and so soon at that. So he quickly replied with an emoji of a panda. What are you doing? Tang Shi asked. Lying around, bored. Shenhao replied from his bed. Coming to Xintiandi? Tang Shi sent a message. Shenhao immediately perked up and flirtatiously replied, Can I understand that my class president is asking me out? Love or not? Tang Shi didn't take the bait and simply replied, and then sent an emoji of rolling her eyes. Wait for me. Shenhao quickly replied. Inside Suocho Manchu Cafe, Tang Shi's mouth slightly curled up at the corner as she read this message, and then she put down her phone and read a book. After about 10 minutes, Shenhao finally arrived at Suocho Manchu Cafe. He first ordered 2 cups of coffee before sitting down across from Tang Shi. Oh, you're here. Tang Shi gave a small smile. If the monitor of the class asks you out, you have to come, no matter what, right? Shenhao teased, and brought a cup of coffee to Tang Shi's table. Chapter 30 The Person Who Cooks Dry Rice. is a chatterbox. Tang Shi gave Qin Mo a wide eye, as this sentence sounded a bit strange. Why did you come here? Qin Mo asked as he took a sip of coffee. Although it is called a book cafe, it is at most a place for tea tasting and leisure, and it does not serve any learning purpose at all. I was bored at home and thought of coming out for a stroll. I came here before and felt that the environment was not bad. Tang Shi responded softly. When Qin Mo entered, he took a quick look around. As Tang Shi said, the environment was indeed acceptable, and it looked a bit like a book cafe. There were also some knickknacks for sale in the front area, and tea and snacks were also available. Overall, it was indeed a nice place to relax. No wonder you're such a good student, you can even find a book cafe just hanging around. Qin Mo said with a smile. Why do I feel like you're mocking me again? Tang Shi frowned, looking a bit cute. It's an injustice, I'm a good citizen. Qin Mo said innocently. Tang Shi looked at him with contempt. Good citizen? How can you say you're a good citizen? Doesn't your conscience hurt? How am I not a good citizen? Qin Mo argued unconvincingly, but he didn't really mean it. Okay, he admits that sometimes he is a bit strange, but if you say it out loud, Qin Mo will deny it. Tang Shi smiled and pursed her lips. She could tell from the look on Qin Mo's face that he was feeling guilty. She immediately picked up Qin Mo's tone of voice and teased, What's the matter? Even our Mr. Yin Yan feels guilty sometimes? Hey! Qin Mo instantly felt unconvinced. How dare little Tang Shi imply at him? Are you implying something to me, class monitor? Qin Mo said with a wicked smile. What do you mean? Tang Shi pretended not to understand and looked at Qin Mo with innocent eyes. Qin Mo laughed out loud when he saw this. He never thought that Tang Shi had such a mischievous side, so he decided to tease her. Qin Mo leaned in and stared at Tang Shi's eyes without blinking. Tang Shi was taken aback by this sudden action. Looking at the face that was close at hand, Tang Shi's face flushed red. Her heart suddenly began to beat faster, and she subconsciously looked away and pulled away a little. What are you doing? Tang Shi's face flushed slightly, and her tone was surprisingly a little coquettish. Seeing Tang Shi in this state, Qin Mo secretly laughed to himself, and then said with a serious face, I was wondering why the monitor is so good looking. I didn't realize it, but you're quite good at deceiving girls. Tang Shi gave him a coquettish glare. Honestly, I'm telling the truth. Qin Mo looked serious. Tang Shi's face turned even redder, and she snorted in reply without saying anything, but the smile at the corner of her mouth became even more obvious. No girl doesn't like being told that she's pretty, and if she does, she's just pretending. Qin Mo saw that it was getting on well, and there was no problem with joking around a little in light of the two of them's relationship. If he went too far, he might be labeled a scumbag. Although he hadn't been in a relationship before, once such a label was affixed, there was simply no way to explain it away. And if he did try to explain, wouldn't that confirm that he was a scumbag? As a good man who keeps himself pure, Qin Mo said that he really couldn't accept it. Qin Mo quickly skipped over the topic and asked, Have you eaten lunch yet? It was almost 11 o'clock in the afternoon, and he hadn't eaten when he left home, so he was feeling a little hungry. Tang Shi's face had also returned to normal, and she looked at Qin Mo and shook her head to indicate that she hadn't eaten yet. I haven't eaten either, so why don't we go get something to eat first? Qin Mo asked Tang Shi for her opinion. That's good. There's a charcoal grilled bullfrog restaurant here that's not bad. Want to try it? Tang Shi suggested. What are we waiting for? Let's go now. Qin Mo said enthusiastically. Bullfrogs are his favorite. Then wait for me for a moment. Tang Shi said, then got up and returned the book to its original location. Okay, let's go. Tang Shi said. Class President. Qin Mo held out his hand, looking serious, and said, I'm so hungry I have no strength left, I need the class president's help. How can you be so shameless? Tang Shi glared at Qin Mo, who had just been full of energy, and now said he had no strength left. Who would believe that? I really don't have the strength anymore. Qin Mo insisted. Tang Shi rolled her eyes. The acting was really too poor, she couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so she reached out and pulled him up. Let's go. Qin Mo nodded with a smile, and the two of them exited the book cafe and took the elevator to the 5th floor, where the Bullfrog restaurant was located. Tang Shi walked in front and found the store with ease. Hello, madam, welcome to our restaurant, how many people are there? the waiter asked in front of the Bullfrog restaurant. 2. Tang Shi responded. The two then followed the waiter into the restaurant, found a seat, and at this time the restaurant was already full. The waiter brought a menu and let the two choose. How about the garlic flavor? This is the signature flavor here, and it's not bad. Tang Shi asked Shenhao for his opinion. No problem. Shenhao nodded, took the menu and ordered 2 more main dishes, then a mouth-watering chicken dish and some other snacks. Finally, he said, and 2 Yangji Ganlu. Can you finish all that? Tang Shi looked at Shenhao doubtfully. Then you underestimate me. Shenhao said confidently that his appetite was not to be underestimated, and since he was indeed a bit hungry, the amount of these dishes was just a piece of cake. After about 10 minutes, the garlic-flavored bullfrog was finally served. The aroma alone was enough to show that Tang Shi was right, that this restaurant did indeed have something. It smells so good. Shenhao took a bite and his eyes lit up. The bullfrog was perfectly cooked, the meat was firm and tender, and when he took a bite, the rich garlic aroma filled his mouth. It was simply too satisfying. Of course, this is a restaurant I often come to. Tang Shi was a little smug. I never thought the monitor would be so knowledgeable about food. Shenhao teased. I like food too, don't I? Tang Shi huffed. Indeed, one should never let down good food. Shenhao nodded in agreement. In no time, all the dishes Shenhao ordered were served. The waiter politely announced, "Sir, your food is ready. Enjoy your meal." Shenhao thanked him and began to eat. Dry rice people, dry rice soul, dry rice is all superior people. Half an hour later, Shenhao closed shop contentedly and exclaimed, "Delicious." Tang Shi got up to pay the bill but was stopped by Shenhao. In order to thank the monitor for taking me to a treasure shop, of course I'm here. Chapter 31, Plot? Big no. You'll treat me to a movie later. Shenhao teased. Tang Shi looked at Shenhao suspiciously. How do I feel like you have a premeditated plan? Shenhao retorted while paying the bill. Alas, you can't say that. I'm an honest person. When did I say I wanted to watch a movie? Tang Shi blinked, but the smile at the corner of her mouth still showed that she didn't mean no. Then buy me a ticket and wait for me outside. Shenhao responded quickly. Tang Shi was so angry that she laughed, responding, "No wonder it's you, you can say things like that. Then you can't just leave me alone, can you?" Shenhao shrugged. Tang Shi was defeated. Shenhao had also finished paying the bill. The two had spent less than 300 yuan, which was economical and affordable. Let's go, class president. Shenhao smiled and returned to Tang Shi's side. Tang Shi snorted lightly, but in the end she went with Shenhao to the cinema. There was no cinema in Xintiandi, so the two of them could only go to the Denai cinema, about a kilometer away. The two of them took the elevator to the first floor. What would you like to drink? I remember there is a fushiteo here, and their fushimiyama is not bad. Shenhao said quickly. Okay. Tang Shi nodded. The two then went to fushiteo, where Shenhao ordered 2 cups of fushimiyama. He scanned the QR code to pay, and it cost 48 yuan in total. With the milk tea in hand, the two walked to the cinema. Because it was only about a kilometer away, driving would be too much trouble, and they would have to park the car and so on. After 10 minutes or so, the two arrived at the Dina cinema. Tang Shi chose the latest movie, not a love story or a horror story, but a comedy that had just been released recently, called Moonlight Walker. She had heard that it was quite well received. Let's find a place to sit, the movie won't start for a while yet, Shenhao said, glancing at the time. It was now around 11:40 p.m., the movie would start at 12:10, there was still half an hour to go. Save me a seat. I'm going to the bathroom. Shenhao placed the milk tea in Tang Shi's arms and left. Tang Shi nodded in agreement, found a seat, placed the milk tea on the empty seat next to her, indicating that it was taken, and then began to reply to Chen Yan's message. Wow, you two aren't on a date, are you? Chen Yan's tone was like she was eating melons, followed by an emoticon of a melon. No, we're just going to the movies. Tang Shi replied on WeChat. I don't believe it. You two definitely have something going on. Chen Yan replied quickly, come on, tell me, what's the love story between the nerd and the rich kid like? Tang Shi replied speechlessly. After about 2 minutes, Shenhao returned and saw Tang Shi typing away. Curious, he asked, something wrong? No, Qin asked if we were dating, Tang Shi said helplessly, then unconcealed the two's chat history and showed it to Qin Mo. To be honest, this move immediately won Qin Mo's favor, because even some couples couldn't be so honest. Qin Mo glanced at it roughly and said, "Wait a minute." Tang Shi was a little strange, wondering what the hell Qin Mo was up to. He gave a mysterious smile, pressed the voice button under Tang Shi's puzzled gaze, and quickly said, "Yes, I am dating the monitor." Phew. After saying that, he released the voice button, and the voice message was instantly sent. Tang Shi froze for a moment, completely unable to believe that Qin Mo would do such a thing. By the time she reacted, the voice message had already been sent. How could you be so bad? She pouted at Qin Mo, her words directly disproving all her earlier explanations. Sure enough, it wasn't even 2 seconds before Qinyan's video popped up. Tang Shi glared at Qin Mo, exasperated. "Look what you've done. You answer it." Qin Mo was naturally not afraid, and he smiled as he took the phone and clicked agree directly. Qinyan's voice came over immediately, "Wow, no way, you guys are really joking." Before she could finish, Qin Mo interrupted her directly and teased, "Aren't you very disappointed?" Qin Mo's face appeared on the screen, smiling as he looked at Qinyan. "Ha?" Qinyan was stunned and said angrily, "Which of your words is true? You're killing me. I can't believe you actually care. Why don't you ask the monitor when he's going to court me?" Qin Mo said teasingly, looking at Tang Shi. Tang Shi rolled her eyes. "What do you mean, when is he going to court her? How can he say something like that? Shouldn't he be the one to make the first move? Bah, you really don't know how to be shy." Qinyan suddenly burst out. "Ha ha ha ha." Qin Mo laughed out loud, then returned the phone to Tang Shi. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. "You almost got me killed," Tang Shi scolded. Qin Mo laughed, and brought the milk tea to Tang Shi's front and thoughtfully inserted the straw. "This is my apology. I solemnly declare that he has washed his hands." "Oomph, you got off easy." Tang Shi snorted, took the milk tea, and took a sip. It did taste good. After sitting for a while, the movie finally started. Qin Mo went to buy popcorn again, of course 2 servings, it would be too strange for the two of them to buy one if they weren't really a couple. "Let's go," Qin Mo said, and then went to check the tickets. Entering the movie theater, the two found their seats, and soon the movie started. It was pretty good up to the end, except that the ending was a bit over the top. At the end, Qin Mo noticed that Tang Shi was even crying. 2 hours later, the movie ended and Qin Mo and Tang Shi walked out of the cinema. Qin Mo said that it was quite good, at least worth the price of the ticket. After they came out, Tang Shi's mood also returned, except that she didn't expect the ending to be tragic. It was already around 2 o'clock after the movie, and Qin Mo thought that it was still early, so he suggested, "There is a go-karting track in Zintiandi that is really fun, do you want to go try it?" Go-karting? Tang Shi looked puzzled, obviously she had never tried it before. "Well, although the venue is not big, it's generally quite good." Qin Mo nodded. "Great, I've never tried go-karting before." Tang Shi agreed to Qin Mo's proposal. "Let's go," Qin Mo said with a smile. Tang Shi gave a small smile, then returned to Zintiandi. The two of them kept playing inside until 5 p.m. that evening before they came out. Tang Shi's face was full of smiles, and it was clear that she had really had a good time. "My car is parked in the underground garage, I'll give you a ride," Qin Mo said. Tang Shi did not refuse, and the two of them took the elevator to the B2 level parking lot. Qin Mo found his parking space, pressed the unlock button on the car key, and opened the passenger door to let Tang Shi get in. Qin Mo also got in the car, started the engine, and drove the Paramira out of the underground garage. Chapter 32, Wolyun stock cashes out. After dropping Tang Shi off at home, Qin Mo drove home as well. It was almost 6 o'clock, and to be honest, he was a little hungry again. Upon arriving home, Qin Mo placed the car keys on the cabinet by the entrance. A fragrance drifted over, and Qin Mo's eyes lit up. He took off his shoes and quickly walked to the kitchen. Sure enough, it was his favorite braised pork ribs. "Just in time," Qin Mo said with a smile, reaching out to grab the ribs on the table. "Wait, have you washed your hands?" Wang Xia turned her head and gave Qin Mo a death glare. Qin Mo immediately pouted, snickered, and said, "I'm going." "Hurry up!" Wang Xia snorted. Shenhao glanced at the beloved ribs and had to hold back his saliva to go to the bathroom and wash his hands clean, otherwise Ms. Wang would definitely not let him get on the table. Has Comrade Lao Qin not returned yet? Shenhao asked as he came out of the bathroom. We'll be home soon, Wang Xia responded while stir-frying. Shenhao nodded and decided to help Comrade Qin taste a piece of the red and attractive ribs first, to borrow the words of a famous restaurant blogger. It tastes like mom's. Qin Jianming returned home, and the sound of the door opening attracted Qin Mo. He turned his head and looked. Qin Jianming looked a little tired, but the smile at the corner of his mouth looked as if he had experienced something happy. Dad! Qin Mo greeted him. Qin Jianming nodded with a smile and walked into the kitchen. You're back? Wang Xia turned her head and looked at Qin Miao. I'm back, Qin Jianming responded with a smile, then followed Qin Mo's example and walked into the kitchen, about to pick up a piece of spare rib. No surprise, she was stopped by Wang Xia. You're such an adult and still so unhygienic, don't sit at the table without washing your hands. Wang Xia glared at Qin Jianming fiercely. No wonder Wang Xia said that Qin Mo learned from Qin Jianming. Their actions were not only exactly the same, they were practically carved from the same mold. Dad, you'd better go wash your hands quickly. Qin Mo snickered on the side. Qin Jianming gave a bitter smile, then obediently went to wash his hands. Wang Xia had absolute say in this household, and as for the status of the father and son, they had no status at all. The order became? Wang Xia asked, looking at Qin Jianming, who had returned from washing his hands. Yes, it became. Qin Jianming nodded with a smile. His efforts these past few days had not been in vain, and he had finally succeeded. It's good that it became. Let's eat, Wang Xia said. After dinner, Qin Jianming asked, when do you want to report to Tianfu? At the end of this month, said Qin Mo. That's just in time. Why don't you go and look at a car? That way you'll be more comfortable when you get there, suggested Qin Jianming. Can I ask about the budget? Qin Mo asked with a smile. You can choose one for under $1 million. Qin Jianming said calmly. The deal they had just negotiated was at least worth $3 million, so he had no problem spending $1 million on Qin Mo's car. Can I get a discount? Qin Mo asked curiously. What do you need so much money for? Qin Jianming looked at him doubtfully. I'm thinking of saving up to buy a Lamborghini Huracan STO. Qin Mo said jokingly. I haven't even driven a Lamborghini. Qin Jianming said impatiently. He's got big ambitions, wanting to drive a Lamborghini, and he's only got an Audi A6, an old model at that. A Ferrari 488 is not out of the question. Qin Mo responded playfully. It's only $1 million, you decide what to do. Qin Jianming said calmly. Let's talk about it later, I haven't decided on a brand yet. Qin Mo simply responded. Okay, think about it yourself. Qin Jianming nodded and continued watching TV. Back in his room, Qin Mo checked WeChat messages and found that Tang Shi had sent him a voice message. He clicked to open it. Thank you today, I had a lot of fun. After today's events, the two of them had obviously warmed up to each other. Will you take me to the movies again next time? Qin Mo was in a playful mood, and immediately replied with a message, saying that next time they should watch a romantic movie. Within 2 seconds, Tang Shi replied with a message, saying, You're welcome. It was followed by a big white eye emoticon. Qin Mo laughed when he saw the emoticon, and immediately replied, You're not thinking dirty, are you? I just want to watch a romantic movie. Don't you have one on your phone? Tang Shi replied immediately. When she saw this message, Qin Mo froze. Just as she was about to reply, How do you know? She suddenly realized, when did Tang Shi learn to be so devious? How does she know about this kind of thing? You're not acting normally. Qin Mo replied immediately. Tang Shi saw this message and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. She replied, You're not thinking perverted thoughts, are you? Are there a lot of romantic movies on a certain platform? Do you have to go to the cinema to watch them? Qin Mo stared at this message for 2 seconds, stunned. He had actually been tricked by Tang Shi. He immediately replied, The movie isn't the point. The point is the person you watch it with. After replying to this message, Qin Mo smiled proudly. Playing games with me? You're still a bit young. Tang Shi's fingers on the screen paused for a moment, and her face turned slightly red. What did Qin Mo mean by that? Was he declaring his love for her? After hesitating for a while, he typed and deleted the message again and again, and it was only after a while that he replied, with just a single emoticon of a rolling eyes. Shenhao laughed, knowing that Tang Shi must be blushing. The fact that the screen had just displayed entering said it all. His goal had been achieved, and he was not going to provoke Tang Shi anymore. Tang Shi is indeed a nice girl, both in terms of her studies and character, and her looks can definitely be considered goddess level. But relationships are not something that can be decided on a whim. At least Shenhao feels that the current relationship is pretty good, and as for what will happen in the future, let's just leave it to time. Shenhao also replied with an emoticon. Tang Shi looked at the message and was slightly disappointed and at the same time a little relieved. If Shenhao had really confessed just now, she didn't know how she would have responded. This feeling was very contradictory. It would be false to say that she didn't have a good impression of Shenhao. If she really didn't have a good impression of him, the two of them wouldn't be able to get along so well, and they would have watched a movie together. But to say that she really liked him in particular was also not quite the case. This was the reason she was happy. Subsequently, the two of them tacitly avoided the topic and chatted for a while longer. Tang Shi wanted to go online to take a class, so she didn't send any more messages. The next day. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Shenhao had already woken up. The money for the Wolyangye stock had finally been withdrawn, totaling 249,290 yuan. The previous principal plus this profit totaled more than 240,000 yuan. Today's blessing gold coins had also arrived, still 6,666 yuan. Without using the cashback card yet, Shenhao already had a net worth of more than 300,000 yuan. It didn't sound like much, but in reality it had already reached the savings of most families for a year without eating or drinking. Chapter 33, A Fairy Sister? With more than 300,000 yuan and a five-fold cashback card, Shenhao's net worth easily exceeded 1 million yuan. Shenhao got up from the bed, satisfied, washed up a little, and went to the living room, but found that neither Wang Xia nor Qin Jianming was there. Presumably they had gone to work. There were leftovers from yesterday on the kitchen table. Shenhao warmed them up to fill his stomach, then lay on the sofa, looking like he was in a bad mood. What's going on today? On WeChat, in a small group of Shenhao, Lu Tao, and a few others, Wang Hui sent a message asking about the situation of the group. Shenhao replied directly, "What do you mean, is there an arrangement?" "There is no arrangement, that's why I'm asking you guys." Wang Hui replied immediately and at Lu Tao and Chen Chao. Wang Hui continued, "It's really boring at home, why don't we go out tonight?" Lu Tao suddenly came back to life at this time. "Thanks for the invitation, but no, buddy, I recently met a girl and I'm trying to woo her." Wang Hui was dumbfounded. "You're not looking for love on some chat app again, are you? Bold 20? Shenhao also sent a message teasingly. "Are you insulting my friend's intelligence? How can you fall twice in the same place when you've already fallen for it once?" Lu Tao replied unconvinced. So you switched to a different app this time?" Shenhao gave full play to his yin yang master component. "Haha, I think so too. I guess it's the kind on TikTok." Wang Hui replied immediately. "Get lost. Do I have no class?" Lu Tao replied angrily. "Isn't this a pure insult? I met this girl in a milk tea shop, and we've already met, okay? She looks very much to my taste, and most importantly, she has that Louis Fei vibe I like. Can you guys understand? She's so ethereal." Lu Tao was showing off with satisfaction. "Just keep bragging." Wang Hui replied with disdain, not believing a word Lu Tao had said. "You think you can buy a cup of milk tea and run into this kind of perfect girl?" He said that after living for 18 years and drinking thousands of cups of milk tea, he has never seen this kind of girl before. Is she really so ethereal? Shenhao quickly replied as well. "Of course, I remember there are photos in her circle of friends, I'll find one for you." After Lu Tao finished speaking, he disappeared, seemingly to go steal photos from the other person's circle of friends. No way, did he really run into the ultimate girl? Wang Hui muttered. "Wait, what did I miss?" Chen Chao just logged on, and as soon as he did, he asked impatiently. "You'll know when Lao Lu gets back." Wang Hui replied. After about 2 minutes, a photo of a girl appeared in the group chat, and it was the girl Lu Tao had mentioned, the one who looked like Louis Fei. Holy shit! No way, is this for real? I'll test your code. Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. 2 seconds later, the group exploded. Shenhao and the others couldn't believe their eyes as they looked at the photo. Upon closer inspection, they really did look somewhat similar to the fairy sister. Old Lu, tell us which milk tea shop you met her in, I want to try my luck too. Lu Chao read through the chat history and learned the whole story. This girl is amazing. Shenhao also replied, saying that he had just used the system's scanning function to take a look, and the girl's appearance score was a whopping 87 points, and her purity score was also 96 points, which was practically goddess level. Ah, now you can see who the clown is. Lu Tao replied proudly to the others. Brother Tao, I'm the clown, just tell me which milk tea shop it is, and I'll set off right now. Wang Hui even pretended to be a grandson, which drew Chen Chao and Qin Mo's contempt. It's just a little bit near my house, and I've already asked around. This girl is the department flower of the University of Finance and Economics, and she's here for a part-time job during the holidays. Lu Tao quickly replied. And because her milk tea shop is full every day, everyone comes for her. I've bought hundreds of cups of milk tea just to add her on WeChat. Lu Tao continued, I've drunk so much milk tea that my pee even smells like it. If God gave me this opportunity again, I'd drink milk tea flavored pee. Chen Chao quickly replied. Why can't I meet someone like that? Wang Hui wailed. Just out of curiosity, is there a girl in that shop? Shenhao jumped at the chance to chime in. That's a good point, Chen Chao and Wang Hui were about to start calling each other dad in the group chat. Lu Tao replied that there was one, but she was average looking, so she probably wasn't your type. Revenge for stealing my wife is a mortal sin. Chen Chao replied in the group chat. Revenge for stealing my wife is a mortal sin. The hatred of stealing a wife knows no bounds. Shenhao and Wang Hui chimed in. Hey, you bunch of single guys, dad's not hanging out with you anymore, the fairy sister has asked me out to dinner. After saying this, Lu Tao left the group chat. This guy really has shit luck. Wang Hui tweeted, almost dying of envy. Sigh, starting today I'm going to hang out at milk tea shops too, maybe I'll meet my fairy sister. Chen Chao sighed. You're hopeless. Shenhao replied in the group, and then started looking up nearby milk tea shops. Is this considered a person of integrity despite his own faults? Yes. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Wang Xia and Qin Jianming returned together. Looking at the dozen cups of milk tea on the table, she frowned and said, Why did you buy so much milk tea? Don't you have drinks in the fridge? Alas, Mom, you don't understand. Shenhao wanted to cry but had no tears. He had spent the afternoon visiting more than 10 milk tea shops. There is no such thing as a fairy sister, it's all a lie. What do you know? How can you buy so much and drink it all? Wang Xia glared at Shenhao, who would just waste money. Alas, Shenhao looked at the milk tea on the table. He now burped with a milk tea flavor, and it might not be far off from Lu Tao saying that peeing also tastes like milk tea. Mom, have a cup, it tastes really good. Shenhao put on a smile to please her. Even if it tastes good, you shouldn't buy so much at once. Wang Xia said impatiently. I won't do it again. Shenhao promised immediately. What about all this? Wang Xia frowned and looked at the milk tea on the table. Why don't you and my dad? Shenhao tentatively said. Wang Xia gave him a death glare, which instantly made him stop talking. He smiled sheepishly and said, I'll do it. So Shenhao, with a face full of misery, forced himself to hold back his queasiness and took the milk tea into his room. As for whether he would drink it, that was anyone's guess. The next day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Shenhao came out of the bathroom. He had drunk 3 cups of milk tea in one night, and no one could stand it. Mom, is dinner ready yet? Shenhao shouted into the kitchen from the living room. Wait 2 minutes, the porridge is still cooking in the pot, Wang Xia said. Shenhao yawned, so he went to the bathroom for a quick wash, and when he came out, the food was ready. By the way, your father and I have something to do today, so you'll have to settle for dinner yourself, Wang Xia said simply at the dinner table. What is it? Shenhao asked curiously. Something about this cooperation project, Qin Jianming said calmly. Oh. Shenhao nodded in understanding. Chapter 34 Special Mission, Reward of 500,000 dough shark fins. After dinner, Wang Xia and Qin Jianming left the house, leaving Shenhao alone again. He thought about what Lu Tao had said yesterday about the fairy sister inviting him to dinner, and clicked on the group chat at Lu Tao, inquiring curiously, how was the result? Curiosity +1. Curiosity +1. Shenhao and Wang Hui were the first to show their faces. TSK, the results were quite remarkable. Lu Tao replied smugly. Tell us. Qin Mo was intrigued and curious about what had happened between the two yesterday. Hey, it's a secret. Lu Tao gave a cheeky grin. He had just aroused the interest of a few people and then dampened it, and Qin Mo and the others were already thinking of beating him up. He's a guy who values his friends less than his girlfriend. I suggest we kick him out of the group chat. Wang Hui suggested. I second that proposal. Shenhao followed suit. I don't have a problem with it either. Qin Mo followed suit. Don't mess with my mentality, we just had dinner and then went to a movie. Overall there was no substantial progress, Lu Tao explained. Qin Mo looked at the itinerary and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It seemed that the previous 2 days he and Tang Shi had also arranged it this way. How can this be called no progress? Does it have to be every other day to be considered progress? Wang Hui immediately complained. Good guy, you're just going to start with dirty jokes. Qin Mo said he couldn't stand it, really couldn't stand it. You really are a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory, and you deserve to be single. Lu Tao retorted directly. The two of them only went to the movies, and they didn't even hold hands. Can this be considered substantial progress? He really has feelings for this fairy sister, and is prepared to pursue her seriously, naturally not treating her like those in the atmosphere group in the bar. I'm sick of it, and you're still single. Wang Hui was even more unyielding. Qin Mo and Shenhao couldn't help but laugh as they watched the two men furiously reveal each other's shortcomings. Yulima, these two guys are pure trouble. The few of them chatted with each other for a while, and then they lost contact. The main reason was that Lu Tao ran away halfway through, claiming that he wanted to drink milk tea. This is what you call wanting to drink milk tea? I'm embarrassed to expose you. It's like Sima Zhaoji's heart, and he's not even trying to hide it. Qin Mo quit the group chat with a few people, complaining. After looking at the temperature outside, he didn't feel like going out, so he directly messaged Shin Shiyu on WeChat, asking if she wanted to play king. 2 minutes later, Shin Shiyu replied that she would be home soon and that the great player was waiting for her. Seeing this, Qin Mo didn't respond, but instead was the first to open King and wait for Shin Shiyu to log in. Sure enough, less than 3 minutes later, Shin Shiyu was online and sent an invitation right away. After Qin Mo agreed, they began a happy journey of gaining points. In the game, Shin Shiyu praised Qin Mo wildly, and there was no doubt about Qin Mo's skills, so naturally he took Shin Shiyu on a winning streak. Shin Shiyu was simply overjoyed. If she had played on her own, she probably wouldn't have reached her current rank by the end of the season. This is amazing. After a game, Shin Shiyu sent a message on the public screen. It's nothing. Qin Mo simply responded, as this rank for him is no different from beating an easy opponent, even if it's with a small fry like Shin Shiyu. Scoring points is like drinking water, and that's what Qin Mo is talking about. It was close to 4 p.m., and the two had played for a full few hours. Qin Mo's hands were a little sore, and he said on WeChat, something's come up, I can't play now. Okay, bye, great guy. Shin Shiyu immediately replied to the message and didn't pester Qin Mo to continue playing. This was the reason why Qin Mo was willing to take her to the top. Maybe this is being good at living and not being clingy. No, Shin Shiyu's skills can at best be considered not clingy. As for being good at living? That would definitely be Qin Mo. After all, this is a player who has been in the top 100 for years. After the competition, Qin Mo was looking forward to relaxing and opening the Dousha platform. Dousha Live is a popular live streaming platform in China, with a large user base. It is often mentioned in the same breath as Huji as one of the two giants of the live streaming world. However, in the past 2 years, the rise of certain audio and video platforms, as well as other short video platforms, has meant that the two giants are no longer as dominant as they once were. But even so, Dousha is still a big platform with a good user base, and Qin Mo is one of them. The reason Qin Mo likes this platform is very pure. All the old masters know it. The dance area of Do Shark has always been a gathering place for major geeks and masters, with a high flow of traffic. And the content in this area is really top-notch. Some anchors even made Qin Mo feel overwhelmed just watching it. For example, even Do Shark's top streamer, Teacher Horing, called it overwhelming after watching it, and gave it a very high 3-character rating that was captivating. There was even a famous scene where a pig was slaughtered. Qin Mo was already a mature dongjua. When he was not busy, he liked to come here to experience the feeling of having 3,000 beautiful concubines in the harem. He went to the homepage and found that his favorite game anchor was broadcasting, so he decided to click in and watch for a while. Oh, the little boss is so naughty. As soon as he came in, he heard the devilish laughter in the line that could be called a classic, and Shenhao burst out laughing. Wow, what a looter. The great general looked at the dark screen and said, "This is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, which was a huge hit 2 years ago." The screen was already full of comments. He is worthy of his reputation as someone who has had many famous moments. This young boss is really cheeky. Haha, stupid goose. Death by the great general. Woohoo, take off. The endless barrage of comments rolled on, and all the viewers were invigorated by the great general's actions. The great general looked at the barrage of comments while defending himself. Boss, you think you're playing well, but you're wrong. I'm just letting him have his fun and creating some show effects. With a devilish smile, Dashima played a trick. He made an impression as soon as he came in, and he is truly the man with the most memorable moments in the live streaming world. After watching for a while, Shenhao realized that the real essence was in the barrage of comments below, especially when it came to thank you gifts. The names of the people who sent gifts were so funny that they made him laugh out loud. He thanked the plane that was so salty that it tasted like mala cologne, and he thanked the boss. Thank you for the plane delivered by the laughing yen who broke open the big general. Thank you for the gift of Han Hall's treasure skin dirt. Thank you for the plane of the smelly technical overlord. The big general read those ghostly LDs seriously, and the barrage was already laughing crazily. Shenhao was even laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. This generation of netizens are definitely all talented, it's just too amazing. There may not be a more perverted LD in all the anchors in the league than this live broadcast room. Unfortunately, I don't have any shark fins in my account, otherwise I would like to experience this feeling too. Shenhao laughed. Ding! Triggered a special mission. Watch the live broadcast for 10 minutes and you will be rewarded with 500,000 Do shark fins. This time, it was Shenhao's turn to be surprised. If the shark fins were converted into RMB, 1 fin would be equivalent to 1 yuan, and 500,000 fins would be equivalent to 500,000 yuan. Shenhao said, "There's still this kind of reward? Are you sure there's no mistake?" Chapter 35, Being Questioned? Congratulations, the host has completed the task and received a reward of 500,000 shark fins. The reward is being bound to the host's account. The reward binding is complete, please check it yourself. Shenhao was shocked. Is it that considerate? It can even bind accounts? He quickly checked and found that there were really 500,000 extra shark fins in his account. This is fine, asking is just the system being annoying. There's nothing to talk about. Am I considered a cyber celebrity for once? Shenhao teased. Don't look at the 500,000 yuan as if it were a lot, but it's only 250 super rockets for shark fighting. A super rocket costs 2,000 yuan, which is the most expensive gift among the special gifts. Shenhao said that since he had this opportunity, of course he wanted to show off, and it just so happened that he also wanted to experience what it felt like to be a celebrity. He quickly changed his name, and then threw 10 super rockets in the live broadcast room of the great general. In an instant, Shenhao became the brightest kid in the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments started to interact. The rockets were fired one after another. Who is this local tyrant? Gee, 20,000 yuan for 10 rockets is gone. Poor guy, this is my 3 months' salary. Ha ha ha, this name. This local tyrant's name is a bit interesting, Xiaohaizi. Daisima also noticed the gift effect of the super rocket, looked at the name, and shouted out the name directly in the live broadcast room. Thank you, Lama, for the super rocket you sent after the expansion was completed. Ha ha ha, the young boss is very naughty, messing with these. Daisima laughed after reading it, and the barrage of comments went crazy with laughter. SSWL, this guy is a real talent. Does a local tyrant have this kind of fetish? I can't start broadcasting, can I? 6, just go with a 6. Okay, no nonsense. The construction of Shentu Mahauding has been completed, and this local tyrant brother really knows what he's doing. He didn't send any more gifts, and after watching for a while, he exited the broadcast room and changed his name back. If he kept the same ID and kept sending gifts in someone else's broadcast room, the scene would be too beautiful. After browsing the dance area for a while, he didn't encounter any broadcasters who could let him show off his skills. The dancing was indeed very impressive, but the looks were a bit lacking, not his type. For something he doesn't like, would Shenhao pay for it? Of course not, he's not a pushover. Although the shark's fin can be said to be free, money must be spent wisely. After browsing for a while, Shenhao finally found a live broadcast room that made him light up. He immediately clicked in. Just to be clear, he is not a lecher. Welcome, Mo, to the broadcast room. The female host in the broadcast room softly welcomed him. The hostess was very attractive, with seductive eyebrows and eyes, and especially those long, straight legs, which were a godsend for leg lovers. The panda estimated that they were at least B grade, and she had a proper, domineering air about her. Mo was Chinmo's ID, and after briefly looking at the configuration of the broadcast room, he noticed something strange. The number of people in the broadcast room was pitifully low, with only 8 people in the VIP seats, all of them rangers. The lowest rank of ranger in the shark tank is a mark of nobility, and the starting price is only 78 yuan. Shenhao was surprised. Logically, there shouldn't be only a handful of people with such a high appearance score, especially in the dance area where appearance is important. Could it be that this anchor is a technology expert? He was shocked when he used the system to view the anchor's information. Her appearance score was a whopping 93 points, which was 1 in 10,000, proving that her appearance was not the result of beauty effects or modified high technology. This is strange, popularity and appearance are not proportional. He was prepared to watch lightly, and after watching for a while, he finally found the reason. Not dancing in the dance area is just as outrageous as not having any alcohol in the bar. Although the host's appearance is quite resistant, it can be seen from the occasional awkward chat with the other person that she is definitely a new host, and she may not even have a clear idea of the live broadcast area. So he sent a barrage of comments in the live broadcast room with only a few people. Can the host dance? Sorry, little brother, the host doesn't dance very well. The little host was slightly embarrassed. She had indeed just started in the live streaming industry not long ago and was not aware that it was so competitive. She was confident in her appearance and thought that if she looked good, people would watch. But when she actually started broadcasting, she was taught a lesson in reality. A high appearance value does have unexpected bonuses at times, but in the world of live broadcasting, appearance alone is not enough. For example, the big anchors in the shark dance area may only score 80 points or even lower offline, but with the powerful beauty enhancement effect, they definitely score 90 points. This is the charm of beauty enhancement. What? This is a lie? Come on, it's dead early in the morning. Not only does an anchor need to have a high emotional quotient, they also need to be talented. Looks are a bonus but not the most important thing. For example, it's useless to be pretty if you can't suck up to the big boss. The whole point of being an anchor is to suck up. If you can suck up to those rich and powerful people, who else is going to make money? Shenhao replied to a comment. Sorry, little brother, the anchor really can't dance. The little anchor was still awkwardly saying. The number of people in this live broadcast room was really pitiful, and there were only a few sparse comments, so it was easy to see the end of them. Naturally, the little anchor could easily see Chinmo's comment. Is this not the dance area? Did I go wrong? Shenhao sent a comment teasingly. This is indeed the dance area. The little anchor said apologetically, feeling a bit guilty after being asked by Shenhao. Then are you considered a consumer fraud? Shenhao still sent a barrage of banter. I declare that a consumer is only called a consumer after they have spent money. After Shenhao sent that barrage, a water friend below with a second-level live broadcast room sign immediately responded. It seems that this is the anchor's diehard fan. Shenhao raised an eyebrow, a little amused. He was actually being questioned. There were still 490,000 fish fins lying in his account, questioning his lack of spending power? He glanced at the name of the water friend, the best guardian, Koer. Koa was the name of this small anchor, whose real name was Yang Koer, and Shenhao had just learned all about it using the system. Shenhao ignored the guy for now and instead sent another barrage of comments. Can the anchor sing? Chapter 36, Hot Eyes. Sing? I know a little of that. Yang Koer's eyes lit up and she quickly replied. Let's start with Grandma's Bridge. Shenhao selected the song and casually sent a rocket. This rocket was not a super rocket, which cost 2,000 super fire points, but only 500 points. Damn, this guy really has the spending power? Really, could it be that this is a hidden master? 500 yuan just to order a song? I don't lead yeah. This rocket blast has caused the few remaining live people in the broadcast room to come out, sending sparse barrage after barrage. The water friend who just questioned Shenhao's lack of spending power also sent a barrage, and he was the one who sent the final ellipses. Is this considered a slap in the face? He was a little dazed. Am I considered a consumer now? Shenhao didn't mean to argue, he was just teasing. Counting, you're the boss. The water friend immediately admitted defeat. Don't ask, just admit defeat, and it's over. This rocket alone will pay for half of his food for the next month. Shenhao suddenly laughed. Small live broadcast rooms have the advantage of small live broadcast rooms. Just a 500 yuan gift is enough to make him look like a big shot. The cost is a bit too low. Spending a little money to look big? Shenhao said it was great. Thank you, Mr. Ink, for the rocket. Yang Kor said excitedly. This was the first time she had received such an expensive gift after so many days of live streaming, and she was simply overjoyed. The profit split between Duya and the anchor is 50:50. For example, if the anchor receives a gift of 100 yuan, they can convert it into a profit of 50 yuan. Of course, this does not mean that they can get this much directly. If the anchor withdraws the money, they will need to pay taxes and deduct fees, so basically only about 40% will reach the anchor. Similarly, if you join a union, you can reduce the handling fee, but the union will also take a cut, so in the end, the host will only get about 30% or 35%. Because Yang Kor has just started streaming not long ago, it's kind of a test, so she hasn't joined a union yet. This rocket will eventually end up with her with about 200 yuan. If there is a rocket every day, the profit is quite considerable. Take Shanghai as an example. Although Shanghai is a first-tier international metropolis, not everyone can earn tens of thousands of dollars. That is just an online phenomenon. In reality, there are plenty of people earning 5,000 yuan a month. This rocket has already caught up to Yang Kor's 10-day income. After thanking her, she began looking for a grandma bridge accompaniment, and then a dramatic scene came. As soon as the music started, Shenhao realized that something was wrong. Isn't this a children's song? Is he a kindergarten baby? Shenhao immediately sent a barrage of comments to express his confusion. Although 500 yuan is not a lot of money, it's not how you spend it. 500 yuan for a children's song? He's like the stupid son of a rich family? Not just him, even the few remaining streamers in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back any longer, typing comments on the barrage. This is amazing, this anchor is the first I've seen. 500 yuan for a children's song? I don't. Sisterly. Let's just say, is there a possibility that there is another song besides the children's song called Grandma's Bridge? Case solved. I think I already know why there are so few people in the anchor's live broadcast room. The sparse pop-up comments were scrolling by, and Yang Kor noticed Shenhao's comment and was suddenly embarrassed. She asked carefully, could it be that Brother Ink didn't order this song? I look a lot like a baby who is still breastfeeding. Shenhao immediately replied to the comment. Ha 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 ha. That's awesome, but is breastfeeding doll okay? Little anchor, the live broadcast effect is still up to you. You really have a job. I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. It's talent to spend 500 yuan to hear a children's song. Sorry, I made a mistake. Yang Kor also reacted at this time and hurriedly apologized. Shenhao found this amusing, so he sent a comment immediately teasing her, if you do this to me, I'm going to demand my money back. I'm really sorry, big guy. Please give me another chance, Yang Kor apologized. Just start already, Shenhao replied, I've already spent money on this. Oh. Yang Kor agreed, adjusted the background music, and started. The lanterns are lit, the rocks on the cliff are adorned with new patterns. When the drizzle starts, the swallows return home and won't wait for anyone. With 5 fingers firmly grasping the oar, the old man in his raincoat is tying the rope under the bridge. Rocking back and forth. 15 rocking back and forth past the spring equinox is the grandmother bridge. Looking forward to it. Sweetly calling out grandma, grandma. Making a racket. Rice flour candy hangs around the mouth, always hungry. Beautiful, beautiful, on the little footbridge, swaying back and forth. As soon as the song started, not only was Shenhao surprised, but the stream viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked as well. What was going on? The little anchor they were following actually had such a special skill? Although it was not comparable to a professional, her ethereal voice was very recognizable, and Yang Kor had obviously been modest when she said she knew a little. But although it was a very nice song, Yang Kor had obviously not studied it systematically, and some of the rhythms were not quite accurate. However, this level was already beyond most people. 2 minutes later, the song ended, and the streamers in the live broadcast room all praised Yang Kor, who blushed slightly but still thanked the streamers happily. "Is Brother Mo still here?" Yang Kor asked. "Well, you sang well, so you get a reward." Of course Mo was still there, and he said heroically, then sent a super rocket directly, which shocked the streamers. "Which big brother is playing the trumpet?" 2,000 yuan, my heart is bleeding. I admire you, I don't understand the world of big guys. The little anchor still doesn't start licking, this might be a wild big guy. No, I'm starting the broadcast? The big guy looked at me, I sing first class too. The barrage started again, Mo didn't reply, but Yang Kor responded instead, thanking excitedly, even giving a heart-shape emoji, thanking the ink-colored big guy for the feed, the little anchor kneeling and thanks. What song does the big guy want to hear? Who says she can't lick a big guy? Isn't this pretty awesome? Mo was amused by her antics. This little anchor woman still has some talent in some ways. She then sent a barrage of comments, I've seen you sing, now I want to see you dance. It's okay if you don't dance well, I just want to see it. But he's not just a lecherous old man, is he? It's not like him to not watch dance in the dance area. It's not like him. Yang Kor was a little embarrassed. She really couldn't dance, and she had tried. But even she felt that it was just too hot for the eyes. Just as she was hesitating, 2 more super flames lit up the live broadcast room. Naturally, it was sent by Mo. Okay, if the big guy in black wants to watch, I'll show you my ugly side. Yang Kor gritted her teeth and went for it. 2 minutes later, Mo said that she hadn't lied just now, and she had indeed shown her ugly side. She had never understood the meaning of hot for the eyes before, but today, he had a complete understanding. Even the few remaining streamers started to comment furiously, which showed the power of Yang Kor's dance. I want to ask, where is the refund channel? Yang Kor had just sat down when a barrage of comments floated by, sent by Mo. Ha 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 ha. It's over, the big guy is going to run away after watching the dance. I would run away too, ha ha ha. Big guy, I can't take it, I really can't. It's hard to imagine what mental state the anchor was in when she danced. The live broadcast room was laughing like crazy. Yang Kor's face turned red. She of course knew the power of her dance, and was just about to say something when another barrage of comments floated by. You poor little host. Yang Kor's face turned even redder, and she suggested apologetically, Big brother, how about I sing to make up for it? Chapter 37 Xiao the Thief is even by my side. After a few songs, the streamers in the broadcast room gradually came out of the feeling of having just had something hot in their eyes. They felt much better. Indeed, as long as they don't dance, the anchors still have a lot of charm. How about a vomit-inducing service? It's my fault? Yang Koa naturally saw the pop-up comments too, so she rolled her eyes and said unkindly. Mo naturally welcomed this, and from what he already knew, this little anchor had a good figure, good looks, a good personality, and also some talent, but she couldn't dance. The last item is the key point. Mo watched for a while in the live broadcast room. In fact, the main thing was to enjoy the feeling of being treated like a big shot. Although there were very few people in the live broadcast room, it was effective. If it was the live broadcast room of those big anchors, without a king's mark, even if you fired 10 rounds of super fire, you still couldn't be considered a godly magnate. Okay, those live broadcast rooms would consider the worst one a big brother with a king's mark, and a super emperor could be called a godly magnate. As for the one above that, it was a phantom god. That's not a godly tycoon anymore, that's a super godly tycoon. In addition to opening a super emperor account, you need to spend 500,000 soft maidens that month to light it up, and it only lasts for a month. If you want to keep it lit up, just spend 500,000 every month. There are not even a few of these super tycoons in the entire Shark Tank. In the end, Mo sent 2 more rockets before exiting the broadcast room. Although Yang Kor is very pretty, come on, this is the dance area, it's not good enough, it's soulless to come here and not watch the dance. He is ready to take these supplies to the next battlefield. Don't ask, just ask. The big guy is gone. It's over, the young anchor has been reduced to his former state. You were given a chance and you failed. Your chance to cling to a bigwig was completely destroyed by a dance routine. Ha ha ha, the power is too great, I can't accept it either. In the live broadcast room, after those netizens discovered that Shenhao had left, they started to tease in the live broadcast room. Yang Kor also saw it and retorted unconvinced, "Who said I can't dance? I'll practice for 2 days and I'll definitely mesmerize you all. Guys, do you believe it? No, I have to slip away first." There was another round of teasing in the broadcast room, and Yang Kor was furious. Meanwhile, Shenhao finally found a broadcast room that was passable. He scanned the host opposite him with the scanning system and got a score of 79 for appearance, which was considered pretty good under the influence of the beauty enhancement function. "Welcome, new baby." The female host had a slight lisp and was breathing a little fast after finishing her dance. The dance was okay, but the appearance. Alas, having a scanning system is not a good thing. Shenhao sighed. With the scanning system, the number of beauties in the dance area had been reduced by more than half. Perhaps this could be considered a drawback. Shenhao left the live broadcast room directly and returned to the game area after some deliberation. After watching for a while, he sent 2 rockets and was about to log out. He had not spent much of the 500,000 fish fins on his account. After all, there was nowhere to spend money, and the troubles of the rich were so unadorned. Just as he was about to log out of Shark Fight, he saw the message icon in the upper left corner light up. Shenhao clicked in to see what it was, and it turned out that Yang Kor had followed him and sent a message. "Thanks for the feed, big guy, thank you so much, can I follow you back?" Shenhao took a look, and the little anchor woman wasn't bad looking, so it wasn't a loss to give her a follow. So he clicked to follow, but didn't reply to the message and just logged out. At 6:10 p.m., Xin Jiaming and Wang Xia had not returned yet. Shenhao took the car keys and went out. Food is the most important thing in life, and when you're hungry, you have to find something to eat, right? But this time, it wasn't the Parramatta, it was the old Audi A6 belonging to Comrade Lao Chin. The Parramatta had been driven out by Comrade Lao Chin to discuss something. Shenhao didn't care, he had driven it before. Although the Audi A6 was a bit old, he was just going out for a meal, not to pick up girls, so it didn't matter. Driving the Audi A6 to the Claypot Rice restaurant they had been to last time, Shenhao still really liked it here. When he entered the door, Shenhao ordered the same as last time, the spicy chicken claypot rice and a glass of mango juice. It was still the familiar taste and satisfaction. This taste is really never tiresome. Shenhao burped. He finished eating quickly and was about to pay the bill and leave when Lu Tao's WeChat group message arrived. Shenhao clicked to open it and saw that it was a picture of the 2 of them holding hands. He was surprised to see that the sender was Lu Tao. This guy had said in the morning that there had been no progress, but in the afternoon they were holding hands? Wang Hui? Chen Chao, it's settled? Lu Tao, not yet, but it's coming. Shenhao, scorn. Wang Hui, scorn. Chen Chao, scorn. The 3 brothers instantly united. "Single guys, feel free to be jealous, haha." Lu Tao replied proudly in the group, followed by a mean emoticon. "Puked, I'll give you 5 yuan, I'll go beat him up." Wang Hui tweeted. "I'll give you 10 yuan, please be sure to beat him up." Shenhao jumped in. "I'll give you 20 yuan, get Milk Tea Sisters WeChat." Chen Chao replied. "Holy cow, I'm shocked, Chao the traitor is actually by my side. Holy cow, I'm shocked, Chao the traitor is actually by my side. Holy cow, I'm shocked, Chao the traitor is actually by my side." Wang Hui and Shenhao instantly changed the subject, and even Lu Tao joined in. Chen Chao was confused. "What's going on? Where am I? I was trolling Lu Tao, right? Why did it turn out to be about me? I treated you like a brother, and you're thinking about your wife?" Lu Tao immediately replied. "Shame to be friends with Chao the traitor." Shenhao also started to vent furiously. "Shame to be friends with Chao the traitor." Wang Hui also vented. The group chat instantly turned into a crusade against Chao the traitor. "Chen Chao? Chen Chao, I'm drunk." Chen Chao was speechless. How did the fire burn itself? I suggest kicking this Chao the traitor out of the group chat. It's too dangerous. I never thought there would be such a brazen person in our group. Wang Hui added another comment. "Get out, you motherfucker." Chen Chao started spewing. "This son of a bitch should be kicked out of the group chat." Wang Hui complained. "I agree." Shenhao replied. Kick him out +1. Shenhao agreed. Lu Tao was speechless. Chapter 38, Drink in Moderation. Is it that simple? Wang Hui asked incredulously. Lu Tao briefly explained what happened between the two of them. According to him, they just went shopping together, and then things just fell into place. Wang Hui and Shenhao were simply envious, and in the group they asked Milk Tea's sister if she had any roommates or anything else she could introduce to the two of them. Shenhao found this funny. School was about to start and they were leaving Hangzhou soon, so what was the point of introducing them? What? Long-distance relationships? 90% of long-distance relationships end in tragedy, and they might even end up being awarded a little hat. Hey, if you call me dad, I'll help you ask. Lu Tao said proudly. I think we should consider kicking him out. Wang Hui seriously proposed. Agree. Shenhao also agreed, but he was surprised that this brat pretended to be offended, which he found unacceptable. Ha 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 ha. These two guys are really ridiculous, and Shenhao laughed out loud when he saw the message. Lu Tao replied with 6 dots and then continued, don't pull it down. After saying that, the person disappeared in the group. It seems that he went to find his fairy sister again. After chatting in the group for a while, Shenhao got into the car and drove home. It was almost 8 o'clock when he arrived home. Qin Jianming and Wang Xia had not yet returned. Shenhao asked on WeChat and learned that the two had already started walking back. After receiving the message, Shenhao went to his room to play games. Half an hour later, Wang Xia and Qin Jianming also returned. Shenhao walked out of his room and saw that Qin Jianming looked like he had drunk a lot, so he quickly went up to help him. How much alcohol did my father drink? Shenhao asked while helping. 3 bottles of Mao Tai for 5 people, what do you think? Wang Xia and Shenhao carried Qin Jianming onto the sofa and then said in a grumpy tone. 1 bottle of Mao Tai is 500 milliliters, or 1 jin, and 3 bottles of Mao Tai is 1,500 milliliters, or 3 jin. If each person drinks half a jin, then if shared among 5 people, each person would drink about 600 milliliters. More than half a jin? Shenhao asked tentatively. Wang Xia nodded. Then my dad has also broken through himself. Shenhao laughed. Qin Jianming's drinking capacity is also half a caddy, and he can't handle more than half a caddy. This time he drank 6 taels. Humph, he was just a disgrace. Wang Xia gave Shenhao a dirty look and said in a bad mood. After asking, Shenhao learned that after the drinking party broke up, Wang Xia was preparing to go home with Comrade Lao Qin, but they met a stray dog, and Comrade Lao Qin walked over and wanted to have a drink. Ha ha, Shenhao suddenly burst out laughing. It seems that drinking should be done in moderation, Shenhao said with a pout. It's not scary to drink too much, what's scary is doing something embarrassing, and the scariest thing is someone helping you remember the next day. The next day. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qin Jianming woke up dazed. He had slept on the sofa last night and saw Shenhao and Wang Xia having breakfast, so he asked, why didn't you wake me up? Go wash up before eating. Wang Xia glared at him. Shenhao also held back his laughter and didn't say anything. Qin Jianming was dumbfounded. He didn't remember anything that happened last night anyway. After going to the bathroom to wash up, his brow furrowed as he asked, what stinks so bad? You don't remember what you did? Wang Xia helped him ladle some kanji and then gave him a glare. Ha, Shenhao couldn't hold back his laughter. Then Shenhao told him about the incident where he was hugging the dog and trying to drink. Old Comrade Qin was stunned, looking incredulous. This is impossible, how come I don't remember? Just smell your clothes and you'll know, Wang Xia said. Qin Jianming looked at the two of them with disbelief. Could he have done something so shameful? So he lowered his head and sniffed, and almost threw up as a result. He quickly took off his clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower, and didn't come out for about 10 minutes. Come and eat, or the food will get cold. Wang Xia said. Dad, what kind of dog can you drag along for a drink? Shenhao teased. How would I know, I don't even have a single impression. Qin Jianming said. This is also a special experience. Shenhao said with a smile. Eat. Qin Jianming glared at Shenhao, really mentioning the wrong pot. Because a big order had just been signed, and Qin Jianming had to supervise some matters, so after breakfast they went to the company, and Shenhao went back to his room. Today was already the 18th of August, and there were only 10 days left until the start of the semester at Tianfu University. Shenhao thought, and by then he definitely had to buy a car. He still had a 5 times rewarded spending card that he hadn't used, and he had more than 300,000 yuan in his hands. Therefore, the funds available in his hands totaled 1.5 million. With this price, there didn't seem to be many options. The Porsche 911 Carrera was a good choice. The bare car price was 1.29 million, but the common problem with Porsches was that you had to choose options before you could pick up the car. After a simple selection, plus purchase tax, insurance, and license plate fees, it would be just over 1.6 million, which was barely enough to afford it. But after being used to driving the Panamera hunting version, it is honestly not something Shenhao can accept if he is asked to choose a 911 Carrera. If it is to be paid in installments, then there are many more options, such as a McLaren, Maserati, Lamborghini Huracan, Ferrari, etc. But paying in installments is more troublesome, as you have to make mortgage payments every month. Shenhao doesn't really like this feeling, so he is very torn. As for used cars, he doesn't plan on considering them. Of course, the first car in your life should be new. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm talking about cars. Shenhao looked around and finally sighed. He was still too poor. If the funds in his hands skyrocketed tenfold, then he would have no such worries at all, and he wouldn't have any problems with buying a BMW or a Lamborghini. Forget it, let's see what happens then. There's no point in worrying about it now. What if the system task comes back with another critical strike? Wouldn't that be a waste? Shenhao thought. Then he opened the shark fighting platform again. After all, there were still more than 400,000 shark fins in his account. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't go out and use them? Was Shenhao the kind of person who liked to waste? Of course not. Unexpectedly, at this time, Yang Kor was also broadcasting live. Shenhao said that the young anchor was a bit dedicated. He habitually clicked in to watch. Yang Kor had discovered that singing had a very good effect the last time, so she had made a transition, directly changing the direction of her broadcast to the music area. Although there were still not many people watching, the effect of the broadcast seemed to have obviously improved. Welcome, Mr. Ink. Yang Kor instantly recognized Shenhao's ID and welcomed him excitedly. After all, this was the first big spender in her broadcast room. Oh, the little anchor has switched to a new area? Shenhao glanced at the VIP seats and saw the familiar streamers, so he sent a teasing barrage of comments. Ugh, the dance area really isn't for me. Yang Kor said apologetically. Chapter 39, Bottle Link. Ha ha ha, the little anchor has recognized herself. I'm afraid that if she stays in the dance area with that kind of dance, even the management of Duya will have to step in. Do you know what a demon dance is like? Ha 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 ha. Looking at the rolling barrage on the screen, Shenhao laughed and followed up with a teasing comment, like it, this is a wise choice. Yang Kor's face turned even redder as she said with a pretentious air, I have specially studied dancing, and I will definitely mesmerize you all in a few days, so don't regret it. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm going to ask weekly, do you dare watch? Oh my god. I don't think it actually matters if you can dance or not, what do you think? Yes, it doesn't matter. Yang Kor looked at the barrage of comments from the streamers in the live broadcast room and almost fainted from anger. She really wanted to ask, is it really that exaggerated? Shenhao was amused by these streamers, but she also had to admire Yang Kor. She couldn't believe that she still had fans. Shenhao said it was a miracle. Although there weren't many people in the broadcast room, the atmosphere was still very joyous. Especially after Shenhao arrived, those streamers all remembered this generous big shot. What song does the big shot want to hear today? It's free, Yang Kor said playfully. She was very grateful for the super rockets that Shenhao had sent her last time. Shenhao also didn't hesitate to directly order a song. Yang Kor found the right accompaniment and began to sing. She really didn't mention the gift, and Yang Kor's lack of doing so made Shenhao feel somewhat better about it. Like other anchors, if they encounter a water friend like Shenhao who has the ability to spend money, they will remind them to spend, both explicitly and implicitly. After all, in this industry, the one who spends is the one who is in charge. No money? Sorry, no money. Those anchors won't even give you a glance. It's just the way it is. When the song ended, the streamers in the broadcast room all switched sides and started praising Yang Kor, who smirked with satisfaction. Did the little anchor get carried away? How dare you bark at the dog? I feel the need to teach her a lesson. Brothers, retreat. The streamers frantically swiped the screen. Shenhao fired 2 rockets straight away, and 1,000 yuan was gone. Yang Kor said gratefully when she saw the gifts, "Thank you, big guy. This is a pleasant surprise." She never expected Shenhao to spend money again, and her face instantly lit up with joy. "I don't understand the world of the rich. Could it be that this big shot is here for some ulterior motive? Ha! So the little anchor is in danger? The money offensive is too bugging." Yang Kor looked at the barrage of comments that floated past in the live broadcast room, and her face suddenly turned red. How could she not know the unspoken rules between the anchor and the big shot? So she said carefully in the live broadcast room, "Big shot, the little anchor sells her art, not her body." This sentence made it clear that she would not succumb to money. Although she was an anchor, she didn't want to make money in this way, and she still had a bottom line. Shenhao looked at Yang Kor with a smile, as if he were up to no good. He quickly typed a line of bullet screens. "Do you want to hear what nonsense you're talking? Ha ha ha, you're killing me, you're being disliked by the big guy. TSK, shame on you. It's so effective, I've already captured it. Confident and ordinary, referred to as PUXINNV. Haha, PUXINNV is confirmed." The screen was full of joy. Shenhao's words were really funny, but was the nonsense okay? Yang Kor was even more embarrassed, her face quickly turning red. Seeing her like this, the screen was even more full of joy. It took a while for Yang Kor to adjust, and she angrily shouted at the water friends, "That's enough. You said I'm ordinary, but don't I look beautiful? I'm beautiful, and I'm really trustworthy. I don't believe you, unless you let me see you offline. You're going too far, brother upstairs. Can the anchor conveniently send me your location? I'll be right there." More and more pop-up comments appeared on the screen, and it was only after a while that they gradually stopped. Yang Kor was so angry at these stupid online friends that she could not stand it. I'm not going to tell you my address." Yang Kor snorted. Then the barrage of comments continued on the screen, such as, "Is the host afraid? Will he die if he is exposed?" The last comment was even more outrageous, "I get it, the host is actually a man. We have all been fooled by the CPU. Ha 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 ha." When Shenhao saw this comment, he burst out laughing. These water friends are really something. Yang Kor rolled her eyes and huffed back, "Have you ever seen a man with such big breasts?" The barrage of comments rolled again. Although there were not many people, the barrage of comments rolled quickly, giving the illusion that this was a large live broadcast room. Shenhao looked at Yang Kor, who was arguing with the streamers in the live broadcast room, and laughed. This kind of host who can get along with the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room is really unique to Yang Kor. Cough, give me Daniel Wu a face. Shenhao sent a rocket, which was immediately seen by the group of water friends, and they began to brag again. Immediately after, Shenhao sent another barrage of questions. "If you don't know, just ask. Where did the anchor buy the milk bottle? Is there a link? My friend also wants one of the same model. Damn, he still has to be a big shot, it's just that simple and rude. Ha 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 ha, is the milk bottle okay? Making friends out of nothing? It's over, Wang Zi is going to turn into a hurricane, I can't accept it. Time, place, book your ticket now." How could Shenhao lose his momentum? He immediately replied in a domineering manner, saying that he must help his friend buy this baby bottle. Oof. Yang Kor thought that Shenhao was serious and immediately said that she was scared, rolling her eyes hard in the live broadcast room. She didn't respond again. Ha ha ha, the little anchor is scared. She died of laughter. Sure enough, he is a big shot, and he flew away as soon as he said so. Is this considered the reverse national flight? Wang Zi was saved. Shenhao ignored the barrage of comments, but instead, he gave a thumbs up. Is the anchor still there? Big guy, I was wrong. Yang Kor pitifully begged for mercy in the live broadcast. She couldn't handle it, really couldn't handle it. Should she just take it down and mail it to Shenhao? You little brat, fighting me. Shenhao smiled smugly, then sent a barrage of comments, saying that knowing one's faults and being able to improve is the greatest of virtues, and that in the future, if there's a link, remember to send it to me, and don't hog all the food. What does this sentence mean? Is Li hinting at Shenhao? Chapter 40, let's have an in-depth exchange. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy. Since he's here, I have reason to suspect that the big guy is a lecher. Chicken, you're too showy. Is shower you? Tree branch 666. Do you like fried dough? Give me some lychee. Do you listen to what people say? Delete it quickly. Little black spots, all little black spots. Shenhao recognized the composition of the barrage at a glance and quickly typed out the barrage, persuading you, Susan, that if you keep this up, I'll hold on tight. Are you a big guy too? We I chicken are very face-saving. It's already orange and popping, thank you very much. Steamed shrimp head, is it good? Is it fried rice with scallops? Susan, purple sand. Steamed mullet. In an instant, it aroused all the chicken lovers in the live broadcast room. The ingredients were obvious, and the chicken family is truly a big family, as the chicken friends had not lied to me. Shenhao couldn't help but feel that there were not many people in the whole country who could do this. Please take in the supernatural powers, the super management has warned. Yankor looked at the warning prompt that appeared on the screen, pleading with the water friends not to mess around anymore, as if they continued, the live broadcast room might be sent to the dark room. Shenhao walked up directly with 5 planes and said imperiously, Little anchor, shut up. This is an exchange between our chicken family. Big guy, don't mess with it, or the live broadcast room will really disappear. Yang Kor said pitifully. However, before the words had finished falling, a burst of superfire instantly made Yang Kor shut up. Then came an even more provocative operation. In the blink of an eye, an emoticon of an chicken in overalls appeared on the screen. This operation really made the people in the live broadcast room look numb, and even Shenhao was numb from this show. A crested headband, Yang Kor's voice came from the live broadcast room. She was just about to express her position, but before she could finish speaking, the screen in the live broadcast room suddenly went black, and the words "This live broadcast room is suspected of violating regulations and has been shut down" appeared. No way, Jin, are you serious? I have already recorded the operation and posted it on a certain sound, so don't thank me. It's on fire. Give me a kick. +1. The effect of this show is amazing. Shenhao was the first to send a superfire to express his condolences, and Young Kor didn't expect the mainland supertube in the live broadcast room to be so fast. However, when she saw the moment when Shenhao became superfire, she immediately put what had just happened behind her. Thank you, big guy, for the superfire, heart to heart. Yang Kor was extremely happy. It was a surprise to come out of the little black room and have another superfire, wasn't it? The little anchor had a good show, you will be rewarded. Shenhao said heroically. Thank you, big guy. Yang Kor said, winked mischievously, and thanked again. I have read it, no need to thank. Shenhao teased. The barrage of comments started playing with various memes again, and Yang Kor just snorted lightly. Then she turned on the music and sang a song. To be honest, at a certain moment, Shenhao felt that she had the potential to be a funny girl. But Yang Kor is still very attractive when she sings, and even the few streamers in the broadcast room fall silent, and Shenhao also quietly enjoys the music. Yang Kor has completely found her direction in live streaming these past few days. Every day when she goes off the air, she watches videos about improving singing skills. You can say she's done her homework, and it seems to be working well. Shenhao notices that compared to the beginning, there has been a clear improvement. Although they are all very nice to listen to, if you listen carefully, you can still hear some differences. If you sing so well, why don't you support me by sending some gifts? You bunch of useless friends. Yang Kor hummed proudly, then continued, except for the big guy. Begging for gifts? You're still so arrogant when it comes to gifts? Little anchor, you're not reading the situation. I'm reporting this, someone here is cheating for gifts. Sorry, I'm used to getting things for free, I've never known what gifts are. I suddenly remembered that I still have things to do at home, so I'll slip away first. Yang Kor was so angry at these water friends that her gums itched. She liked to talk to herself when she was bored, and when it came to giving gifts, she ran like the wind. It really made her mad. Little anchor, your cohesion is not good. Shenhao sent a message teasingly. Hey, I'm already lying down. Yang Kor said half jokingly. She knew it, but she didn't blame these friends for it. On the contrary, she was already very satisfied that they could keep her company. At the very least, each of them would renew their monthly subscription, right? It's still very full. Shenhao sent a message. What? Yang Kor froze for a moment, unable to understand what Shenhao meant. At this time, someone in the live broadcast room figured out the meaning of this sentence. Driving openly? The housing management should find out? Goodness, I just realized, the big guy's driving is really fast. Oh my god, this isn't a kindergarten car, I want to get out. Are you the god of speed of the Chiu Ming Mountain? I can only say that you are worthy of the name if you can drive like this. Yang Kor reacted, her face turned red, and she immediately started to vent. Slander, you're slandering. Shenhao sent a message. Big guy, surrender, there are only Azus out there. Yang Kor teased. It's your own imagination, what do I have to do with it, you bunch of impure people? Shenhao sends a message. Looking at this barrage, in less than a second, the screen was full of ellipses. The group of netizens were also speechless at Shenhao's cheekiness, and they even bit back at them, saying that they were impure. Even Yang Kor was stunned, and burst out laughing. Boss, you really have a thick skin. Little anchor, are you floating? Shenhao replied. I don't know who the father is in this live broadcast room? I was wrong. Yang Kor pretended to be pitiful and immediately admitted her mistake. Her pitiful appearance coupled with those seductive eyes was simply too captivating. Oh no! It's the feeling of being heartbroken. Shenhao watched the way Yang Kor looked at him and his heart throbbed. He couldn't hold back anymore. Didn't the little anchor know how lethal this appearance was? Holy shit, heart palpitations, want to R. Help, can't hold on, see you in 2 minutes. Wait upstairs, let's do it together. I only regret that I don't have money to give the anchor a home. It's me who has made you suffer, my dear. I'll go off the air in a hurry and have an in-depth exchange with you. Shenhao immediately replied to the message. Yang Kor's face instantly turned red. Of course she knew the meaning of these words. She rolled her eyes flirtatiously and said, Big guy, you're so bad. Chapter 41 Tang Shi's Invitation. Under the teasing of the barrage, Yang Kor's face became more and more red, but she could only choose to pretend she didn't see it and rolled her eyes fiercely. Shenhao couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. This little anchor is quite shy. But yes, Yang Kor's purity score reached 96 points, and she has never experienced that kind of thing at all, so naturally she is a little shy. It took a while for the barrage of comments to die down, and Yang Kor also returned to her previous self, arguing with the stream viewers in the live broadcast room, while Shenhao from time to time posted 2 barrage comments to liven up the atmosphere. In this way, before they knew it, it was already 12 o'clock noon. Yang Kor glanced at the time and then said in the live broadcast room that she was going to go off the air, and that she would be back at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The speed at which the broadcast ended stunned Shenhao. This guy is almost comparable to a certain well-known game host, Xiaobo. Yang Kor went off the air, and those water friends in the broadcast room swiped a few more bullet screens before going offline, while Shenhao had already exited the broadcast room. After browsing the homepage for a while, he didn't find any interesting broadcasters, and he exited Dosha a bit dispirited. At that moment, Tang Shi sent him a message asking if he had time right now. Shenhao replied to the message, "What's up?" He didn't immediately reply to Tang Shi's question, but asked first. "Bored at home, want to go out for a walk, do you have time?" Tang Shi replied. "A moment for two?" Shenhao replied playfully. White eyes, Tang Shi replied with 2 emoticons. Shenhao didn't dawdle, and directly sent a message asking, "At home?" "Yes." Tang Shi replied in seconds. "Wait for me." After replying, Shenhao got up and went to the living room to ask Wang Xia for the car keys. Tang Shi looked at the message, her mouth curling up slightly. She put her phone down and went to the cloakroom to choose some clothes. It would be a while before Shenhao arrived in the car. It was getting closer. Shenhao's Porsche Panamera Sport Turismo pulled up in front of Tang Shi's apartment complex. He sent a message to inform her, and she replied in seconds that she knew. After about 2 minutes, a figure dressed in a long white dress with bangs combed in the French style, looking like a little fairy, walked out from inside. It was Tang Shi. Shenhao was stunned for 2 seconds when he saw her, and he was surprised that Tang Shi had even put on makeup. The makeup was very light, giving a very delicate feeling, and she looked even more pure and moving, like the white moonlight. Tang Shi's appearance score without makeup was 89 points, and now with light makeup, it definitely broke past the 90-point mark. Wait, Shenhao noticed something unusual. Tang Shi usually goes without makeup, but today she's wearing makeup? What does that mean? Tang Shi came to the car door and gently knocked on the window. Shenhao reacted only then, pressing the unlock button on the door. Tang Shi got into the car and then brushed her hair, which had been blown about by the wind, behind her ears. Her voice was soft as she asked curiously, "What were you looking at just now?" She had caught Shenhao's gaze earlier and was curious. "Looking at you." Shenhao responded honestly. Tang Shi didn't expect Shenhao to be so straightforward, so she looked at him and asked, "Do I look good?" "You look good, just like a celebrity," Shenhao praised. "You're so talkative." Tang Shi's mouth curled up slightly, satisfied with the answer. She looked away. "Class president, are we on a date now?" Shenhao teased. "What do you think?" Tang Shi blinked and asked in return. "Something's wrong with you." Shenhao stared at Tang Shi and jokingly said, "I know, you have a crush on me. Don't flatter yourself." Tang Shi rolled her eyes and denied the question. "Ha ha, but you really look good today, I like it." Shenhao seriously commented, and then added, "Gee, goddess of Fudan University, I can already imagine the scene in front of your school gate when the semester starts." "That's not that exaggerated." Tang Shi didn't think so, although she knew she looked good, it wasn't that exaggerated. "Silly, if I had known that, I would have pursued you from the beginning." Shenhao joked. "Humph." Tang Shi snorted lightly, not answering the question directly, and looked out the car window, her mouth slightly upturned, revealing a very nice arc. "By the way, where are we going?" Shenhao asked. Tang Shi just said to go for a walk, without specifying where to go, so she asked to confirm. "Anywhere you like." Tang Shi still looked out the window and casually responded. Shenhao glanced at Tang Shi. What did this mean? Was she hinting at something? If a girl asks you out and lets you choose the place, 90% of the time there's a hidden meaning. This shows that she cares not about where they go, but who they go with. Like home or my home? Shenhao teased. Why do you have so many bad intentions? Tang Shi turned her head and gave Shenhao a flirtatious glare. A blush spread across her fair face, adding to the allure of her exquisite features. Ha ha ha, how about we go to Songcheng? Shenhao changed the subject and asked Tang Shi for her opinion. Songcheng is located on Jijiang Road in Shihu District. It is a cultural theme park based on the Song dynasty. It is a must-visit place in Hangzhou and is considered to be a relatively good theme park, suitable for friends, family, or couples to visit. Although Shenhao is from Hangzhou, he has never been to this place before. He has always heard that it is very good and that you can experience various cultures of the Song dynasty. Tang Shi nodded without thinking. Shenhao was also quick to act and booked 2 tickets directly on his phone. The tickets also included a performance of Qian Guqing, which was scheduled for 7:30 p.m. It wasn't that he deliberately booked so late, but there were only 2 performances of this show, at 2 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. The morning show would definitely be too late. It was already 1 p.m., and it would take about an hour to drive there, so they would definitely not make it. The ticket price was 330 yuan each, or 660 yuan for 2, which was considered lucky. Shenhao didn't even bat an eye as he paid directly. What? You're going to bat an eye at this small amount of money? Who are you insulting? Today's blessing money arrived on time. Shenhao said that he had never fought such a rich battle before. He had money in his pocket, but his heart was really not shaking. Fasten your seatbelts, and we're off, said Shenhao. He didn't mean to help Tang Shi fasten her seatbelt, because this action is really greasy. Unless the two are in a relationship or an ambiguous relationship, otherwise they will look down in a minute. This action may make you feel like a baby when he eats if you are not careful. Shenhao doesn't want to be called a creepy man. Tang Shi quickly fastened her seatbelt, and Shenhao started the engine and set off. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Shenhao drove the Paramira to Songcheng. Because it was the end of summer vacation, there were still a lot of people at scenic spots like this. Shenhao looked for a while before finding a parking space. He stopped the car, went to the ticket office to exchange tickets, and then the two entered Songcheng smoothly. Chapter 42, Your Girlfriend is Really Pretty. Song City was packed with people, and the surrounding alleys were full of people, making it a lively scene. You could even smell a faint fragrance in the air, coming from the small shops in Song City that made sachets of incense. It's so lively. Tang Shi looked at the bustling streets full of ancient Chinese charm, and felt much better. It's the end of the holiday, so of course there are more people. Shenhao responded, walked over to Tang Shi's side, and felt the bustling Song dynasty charm around them, as if they had traveled back in time 1,000 years. This is my first time here, and I hear there are lots of interesting things to see. Shenhao smiled, and the two of them walked towards the inside. Oh, by the way, I heard that there are Hanfu costumes you can rent here. Why don't we go give it a try? Shenhao turned his head and suggested. Tang Shi is quite pretty, so she would look good in Hanfu, Shenhao thought with some anticipation. Sure. Tang Shi's eyes lit up. She had never experienced Hanfu before. The Hanfu rental shop is on North Street, let's go. Shenhao searched for the location on the Songqing exclusive applet and then led Tang Shi straight to the Hanfu shop. Hello, are you two here to rent Hanfu? As soon as they entered the door, the young lady at the Hanfu store greeted them. At this time, there were quite a few people in the store selecting Hanfu, all of them young ladies. Some were in the process of selecting, while others had already chosen their Hanfu and were adjusting their makeup. There were also quite a few styles of Hanfu in this store. Shenhao, do you want to choose? Tang Shi asked. I'm not going to choose. Shenhao shook his head. He would look really strange in Hanfu. After all, a guy wearing Hanfu would still be judged by his appearance and ancient appearance, and it just so happened that he wasn't the type of face that suited ancient costumes. He is quite self-aware about this. Okay. Tang Shi responded, turning to pick out the Hanfu. This store has a lot of Hanfu styles, and Tang Shi felt that every one of them was very nice. After picking and choosing, she finally chose one on the advice of the young shop assistant. Shenhao, wait for me a moment. After saying that, Tang Shi and the young shop assistant went inside to change. She chose a long, aqua green dress, with just the right amount of skin showing from her slender, pale neck. The hemline reached her ankles, with golden silk embroidery around the waist and delicate floral embellishments on the chest. A layer of tulle covered the dress, revealing her shapely curves. After trying it on, Tang Shi stood in front of the mirror for a long time, smiling with satisfaction. The effect was very good. You look really pretty, and your boyfriend will love it, the young saleswoman helped her fix the creases in her clothes while sincerely praising her. Tang Shi's appearance was already 1 in 1,000, and she had the beauty of a Jiangnan woman. At around 1.7 meters tall, with the setting of the Hanfu, she looked like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, full of ethereal charm. Thank you. Tang Shi's face flushed slightly when she heard the young saleswoman mistake Shenhao for her boyfriend, but she didn't refute, instead looking a little shy. Shenhao, do I look good? Tang Shi walked up to Shenhao and asked in a low voice. Shenhao's eyes lit up at the sight of Tang Shi's outfit and he praised, you look good. The saleswoman laughed and covered her mouth, looking at the two of them as if they had just fallen in love not long ago. She then added, you really have good taste, young man, finding such a pretty girlfriend. Shenhao froze for a second. He looked at Tang Shi and saw that she was just looking away, not arguing. Ha, thank you, young lady, for the compliment. I also think my girlfriend is very pretty. Shenhao laughed and winked at Tang Shi. A sucker doesn't take advantage of a bargain. Of course, Shenhao didn't want to be a sucker. So, he reluctantly admitted it. Tang Shi's face flushed, and she glared at this cheeky guy. The young saleswoman smiled and led Tang Shi to the dressing table to do her makeup. The rental service here includes makeup and styling, and the price is very cost-effective. It only costs 200 yuan in total, and Shenhao said it was great. After about 20 minutes, Tang Shi's makeup and styling were finally done. She originally wore light makeup, so with a little modification, her eyebrows became long, slender willow leaf curved eyebrows, and her makeup was in line with the makeup of ancient women. A flower wasp was placed in the center of her eyebrows, and her hair was fixed with a wooden hairpin, making her look very fresh and refined. Shenhao was looking at his phone when Tang Shi came over and patted him on the shoulder. Shenhao looked up and admitted that he had been momentarily stunned. Stunned? Tang Shi waved her hand in front of his face, looking at him with confusion. I finally understand why there is the term little fairy. Shenhao sincerely praised. Tang Shi's face flushed again after hearing this, and she whispered angrily, don't talk nonsense, there are still people in the store. Unfortunately, it was already too late. After this sentence was finished, the other young ladies in the store also cast their glances. When they saw Tang Shi's appearance, they immediately revealed envious glances. Why do women make things difficult for women? As for those who came with their girlfriends, they were nakedly jealous. They looked at Tang Shi and then looked at their girlfriends again. They felt that they instantly lost their charm, okay? Buddy, good eye. There was also an older brother who directly gave Qin Mo a thumbs up, full of envy. Ha, thanks, your girlfriend is also very pretty. Qin Mo laughed, and praised her in return. Tang Shi then paid for the rental hanfu and returned it. Okay, we can go now. Qin Mo nodded, and as for the hanfu on his body, he can return it at the end of the night. After leaving the hanfu store, the two strolled to Shijing Street. This street is full of specialty foods and cultures, but the downside is that it is a bit crowded. Tang Shi's outfit was still very eye-catching, and the number of people looking back at her was off the charts. Qin Mo, who was standing next to her, felt miserable. The way those boys looked at him was like they hated him for stealing his wife. Why do I feel a little bit scared? Qin Mo muttered. What's wrong? Tang Shi cast a concerned glance at him. Qin Mo pouted. Look at the way those animals around us are looking at me, they almost want to eat me. Tang Shi looked around curiously and instantly understood what was going on. She laughed and snorted, "Humph, you deserve it. I'm clearly being unjustly persecuted, okay?" Qin Mo was depressed, but when he saw Tang Shi smile, he became even more depressed. Okay, I'll treat you to something delicious later. Tang Shi winked playfully and smiled to comfort Qin Mo. I want a large portion. Qin Mo said indignantly. As if she wanted to turn her depression into an appetite. This look reminded Tang Shi of a meme, and she immediately teased, eat a large portion. There were too many people in Shijing Street, and there were long queues at almost every stall. Qin Mo was even more directly disheartened and waited for a while. Qin Mo looked at the dry burnt bun in his hand and his eyelids twitched. Are you serious, monitor? Chapter 43, Eating and Shopping. Tang Shi took a small bite of the biscuit and felt a little embarrassed. She stuck out her tongue. This was the only stall with a shorter queue, but the others all had long queues. Qin Mo complained, do you think I've been CPU'd? What do you mean? Tang Shi looked at Qin Mo doubtfully. She didn't know this slang term. Qin Mo told Tang Shi about the meme while eating a burnt bun. Tang Shi rolled her eyes and then whispered, what do you want to eat? I'll get you in line again. I'm just kidding. How can I let a beautiful woman like you wait in line for me? If Zhang Jia knew about this, I'm afraid he'd jump up and hit me in the knee, right? Qin Mo teased. Of course Zhang Jia wasn't as short as he said, but there was still a gap compared to him. You're so cheeky. And, I'm not involved with Zhang Jia, so don't talk nonsense. Tang Shi huffed lightly. Qin Mo nodded with a smile, and in his heart, he mourned for Zhang Jia for 3 seconds. The two of them wandered around eating for more than an hour in Shiji Street, and they finally got to taste 3 types of snacks. Qin Mo, I'm tired. Tang Shi said in a coquettish tone. There's a place to rest over there. Qin Mo looked over, and then led Tang Shi to a bench to sit down. Do you want something to drink? I'll go buy it. Tang Shi rubbed her legs and held half a biscuit in her hand. After thinking for a moment, she said, I want a Genki Forest. Qin Mo wrote it down and walked towards the convenience store not far away. In a short while, he returned with 2 bottles of Genki Forest, 1 peach-flavored and 1 sea salt and lemon-flavored. Tang Shi, without exception, chose the peach-flavored one. Qin Mo unselfishly opened it for her. Tang Shi's mouth corners rose, and she took it back and took a sip. It was ice cold, and she instantly felt full of energy again. The rich peach flavor filled her mouth. Why do I feel like I'm a caring boyfriend? Qin Mo said. What, do you still want to exercise your boyfriend's rights? Tang Shi blinked. Can I? Qin Mo asked in return. Kidding, can I be weak at a time like this? What right do you want to exercise? Tang Shi took a sip of water and looked at Qin Mo. This really surprised Qin Mo. A kiss? Okay. Tang Shi nodded. Qin Mo froze, looking like he had seen a ghost. It took him a while to react, and he touched Tang Shi's forehead and then his own, wondering, there's no fever, are you under a spell? You're the one under a spell. Tang Shi pushed away Qin Mo's hand and glared at him in annoyance. Really? Qin Mo looked doubtful. Tang Shi looked at him like he was mentally handicapped, and Qin Mo finally reacted, with a wicked smile on his face, I'm coming. Too late, you didn't take the chance just now. Tang Shi snorted arrogantly, tightened the bottle cap, and got up, walking towards the front. Shenhao touched his head, wondering if Tang Shi had just been joking. At this thought, he suddenly felt like he had lost 100 million. His mouth twitched. How could he have let such a good opportunity slip by? Tang Shi looked at Shenhao's regretful expression and burst out laughing, feeling a little smug. Now he regrets it, it's too late. Shenhao was a little depressed, and he hated himself for missing such a good opportunity. Class president, you're not playing by the rules. Shenhao was helpless. Tang Shi didn't respond, but the smile on the corner of her mouth grew a little stronger. The two strolled through the Song City, feeling the cultural heritage of thousands of years. People passing by couldn't help but be attracted by Tang Shi's appearance. Class president, do you know that I feel a lot of pressure standing next to you? Shenhao teased. What? Tang Shi had not noticed the envious glances of the people around her and responded with confusion. Shenhao pouted his lips, gesturing for her to look around. Tang Shi looked puzzled, and suddenly understood what Shenhao meant, and rolled her eyes. Shenhao laughed and continued teasing, "Sigh, accompanying the goddess shopping is really a painful but happy thing." Okay, stop it. Tang Shi whispered as she listened to Shenhao's blunt words. Shenhao laughed and stopped teasing her. The scenery here is perfect for taking pictures, and with Tang Shi's style, it's a perfect match. After he suggested it, Tang Shi looked at him curiously. You can take pictures? You're not being underestimated? Shenhao said he couldn't stand it. Although it's not as good as a professional's, the results should be okay. Shenhao said modestly that he spends a lot of time online every day, so he knows a few simple tricks. Tang Shi readily agreed, and they went to an ancient street, which was simply a perfect place to take pictures. Shenhao helped Tang Shi find an excellent photo angle, pressed the shoot button, and with a click, a photo full of ancient style appeared on the phone screen. Let me see. Tang Shi walked up with a smile on her face. When she saw the photo, she was suddenly surprised. Shenhao, when did you learn photography? It's so well taken. This photo is perfect in terms of both angle and backlighting, and even Tang Shi herself was surprised when she saw it. I already said I was a genius. Shenhao responded with a smile. Arrogant brat. Tang Shi laughed and then said, Wait, take a few more pictures of me. No problem. Shenhao naturally agreed. The two of them walked and stopped, taking a total of more than 10 pictures. The main problem was that there were too many people, and no matter how they were taken, they all looked very messy, so in the end, only these dozen pictures remained. However, each one was perfect, more than enough to be used as a mobile phone wallpaper. As they walked, the sky darkened, and it was already past 6 p.m. Sachet shop. Shenhao, what do you think of the sachet I made? Tang Shi was showing off the sachet she had just made. Mine is pretty good too. Shenhao smiled and swung the sachet he made. He chose a blue sachet bag with a pattern, while Tang Shi's was pink and white. Let's go to the next shop and check in. Shenhao suggested. 7:30 p.m. Theater number 1, the performance hall of the Eternal Love Show. Shenhao and Tang Shi found their seats. Since he had bought VIP tickets, the location was relatively forward and the view was still quite good. Shenhao unscrewed the drink in his hand and handed it to Tang Shi. Tang Shi smiled and thanked him. After this day of sightseeing, the two seemed to have become a little closer. After a while, the performance of Romance of the Ages began. The performance lasted about 60 minutes and was divided into several chapters, telling important events and classic legends in Hangzhou's history, such as the destruction of the Yu army in the Northern Song dynasty, the meeting on the broken bridge in the legend of the White Snake, and the story of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Soon, the lights dimmed and the performance began. The first act was a Song Dynasty Palace dance, a luxurious and extravagant dance from the Southern Song Dynasty Palace. After watching it, Shenhao said, who could withstand this? No wonder people in ancient times wanted to be the emperor. This is truly intoxicating. Chapter 44, Tang Shi is hooked? An hour later. The performance of A Love of a Thousand Years ended, and Shenhao and Tang Shi walked out of the performance hall, unable to help but exclaim, no wonder it's said that you must watch this once in your life, it really is something. This performance was indeed amazing, and even Tang Shi had to admit that this trip to Song City had indeed given her a great surprise. Shenhao glanced at the time and suggested, there's still half an hour left. Do you want to go release a sky lantern? Songqing's closing time is around 9 o'clock, and the show ended at 8:30, so there was still a little time. It just so happened that the theme of Songqing recently was the Sky Lantern Festival, so the shows were basically in the evening. Unfortunately, Shenhao had just found out about it, so the two of them had missed some of the shows, which was a bit of a pity. But will the Hanfu shop still be open? Tang Shi was a little worried that she wouldn't be able to return the Hanfu she was wearing. It shouldn't be a problem. Setting off a sky lantern is quick, so you should be able to make it. Shenhao quickly said, and then found the location on the app. Then let's hurry up and go. Tang Shi couldn't wait to go, as she had never experienced a sky lantern before. It's actually a flower lantern, but it was renamed Sky Lantern to match the theme of the recent Sky Lantern Festival. It has to be said that the Song City at night is really very beautiful, with its twinkling lights and magnificent scenery. It is like the prosperous and bustling Chang'an of the heyday, with its bright lights and colorful costumes, and the perfect moment for a beautiful sight. Boss, 2 sky lanterns. Shenhao went to a small stall and ordered 2 sky lanterns. Okay. The boss took out 2 brand new sky lanterns and smiled, saying, "You can write some wishes on them before releasing them." Thank you for reminding me. Shenhao responded with a smile, then handed 1 sky lantern to Tang Shi. The two of them found a place to sit and wrote their wishes on the sky lanterns with a pen. Shenhao, what did you write? Tang Shi asked, as she hadn't yet thought of what to write. Have your heart's desire come true? Shenhao responded with a smile. In fact, with the system in place, this wish had already been considered fulfilled. After all, what couldn't be achieved with money? Oh. Tang Shi thought for a moment, then wrote a few strokes under the sky lantern without Shenhao noticing. Shenhao was a little curious and wanted to see, but Tang Shi blocked his view. What did you write, monitor? Shenhao asked. It's a secret. Tang Shi blocked the words on it, lit the sky lantern, and put it into the Song River. Shenhao did not pursue the matter, lit her sky lantern and released it into the Song River. At this time, there were still many people releasing sky lanterns, so there were many sky lanterns in the Song River, and if you weren't careful, you couldn't find the one you released. Shall we go? Tang Shi got up, but saw Shenhao taking a picture of her, so she became curious and asked, "What are you doing?" Taking a picture of the little fairy, Shenhao said, putting down his phone. The angle just now was very poetic, so he took a picture of it. You still say that? Tang Shi scolded, then walked up to Shenhao and said, I want to see it too. Shenhao showed Tang Shi the photo he had just taken. Tang Shi was instantly captivated. It was a side shot of her releasing the sky lantern, and the effect was simply perfect with the surrounding environment and the Hanfu. Tang Shi looked up and asked, Shenhao, can I have this photo sent to me? Of course you can, it's your photo. Shenhao responded with a smile, and then sent the photo to Tang Shi via WeChat. Shenhao Tang Shi called out softly. Ha? What's wrong? Shenhao looked up and noticed that Tang Shi's voice was as small as a mosquito's, and if he hadn't been close by, he wouldn't have heard it at all. Let's take a photo together. Tang Shi's heart was pounding, and she nervously played with the long hair at her ear, waiting for Shenhao's reply. What do you mean? Tang Shi actually wanted to take a photo with him? Did Tang Shi fall under the spell of her own beauty? Great! Shenhao was stunned for a moment, but then immediately nodded with a smile and agreed. Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, go ask the man next to you and see if anyone will refuse. Then I'll go find someone to take our picture. Shenhao responded, knowing that he definitely couldn't take the picture himself, and Tang Shi also knew this, so she nodded. After looking around, Shenhao finally settled on the owner of the sky lantern stall and walked over with Tang Shi. Boss, can you please take a photo of the two of us? Shenhao asked. It's you, young man, of course I can. The boss was also a straightforward person, and immediately agreed. What's more, taking a photo wouldn't take long. He took Shenhao's phone and asked with a smile, Are you two a couple? Ah, boss, you have a sharp eye, Shenhao laughed. Well, young man, you're very lucky. The boss gave a thumbs up and looked full of admiration. Tang Shi's face turned slightly red, but she didn't argue, standing quietly next to Shenhao. Come over here, young man, this side is better. The boss said. Shenhao praised, Boss, you're professional. What's professional or not, there are often young couples like you who can't find someone to take a photo, so they ask me for help. The boss waved his hand and laughed. Young man, move a little closer to your girlfriend. The boss instructed, and the young girl, you too. Shenhao looked at Tang Shi. She was blushing a little, perhaps a little shy, but she still moved closer to him. Shenhao snickered, then grabbed Tang Shi's hand and pulled it towards him. Yeah. Tang Shi didn't expect Shenhao to be so bold, and she leaned against Shenhao's shoulder without warning. Hey, that's it. The boss seized the moment, pressed the shoot button, and saved the moment. Come, young man, take a look. Are you satisfied? The boss greeted the two of them. Shenhao took Tang Shi's hand and walked over to the boss. Looking at the photo, he immediately praised the boss, smiling and saying, "Thank you, boss, I'm really satisfied." Ah, I'm glad you're satisfied. I don't think you two have been together for long, do you? The boss returned the phone to Shenhao and teased the two of them. Shenhao had to praise the boss's discerning eye again. We really haven't been together for long, and my girlfriend is a bit shy. Shenhao responded with a smile. Do you want to take a few more? It's a pity to only take one photo of such a beautiful girlfriend, the boss suggested. Thank you. Shenhao did not refuse, and the boss then took a few more photos of the two of them, but none of the results were as stunning as the first one, and they always felt like something was missing. Shenhao glanced at the QR code on the case, smiled and said thank you, and then scanned 188 yuan to the boss. Thank you, boss. Shenhao waved his hand and pulled Tang Shi in the direction of the Hanfu store. By the time the boss had recovered from his surprise, the two had already gone far away. The boss wanted to say that they didn't need to pay, but Shenhao and Tang Shi had already gone far away. This is the gap between people, no wonder he can find such a pretty girlfriend. The boss looked at the amount on his phone and couldn't help but sigh. He just casually helped take a few pictures, and the other person directly transferred 188 yuan. Moreover, Shenhao's conversation was also very polite. People like this really deserve good luck. Chapter 45, Late Night Snack Arrangements. How long are you going to hold hands? Tang Shi asked, looking at Shenhao. Since taking the photo earlier, Shenhao had been holding her hand, and this cheeky guy had even taken advantage of her. There are too many people here, so of course I have to keep the safety of the class leader. Shenhao said naturally, without the slightest hint of embarrassment. Tang Shi was speechless. Even if she was looking for an excuse, she should have found a better one, right? Looking at the sparse figures nearby, is she afraid that she will walk into the river by herself? You are really cheeky. Tang Shi learned from Shenhao and said. Thanks for the praise. Shenhao responded with a smile. Accompanying Tang Shi for a whole day, there is no merit but also hard work, right? Is holding hands too much? It's not at all. Tang Shi was also speechless, but she did not struggle, letting Shenhao hold her hand. Not rejecting is agreeing. Shenhao knows this very well, so he took her hand as a matter of course. When the two arrived at the Hanfu store, it was about to close. Fortunately, they arrived in time, otherwise they would really have to wear it home. Hello, young lady, we're here to return the Hanfu, Shenhao quickly explained. The young shop assistant also remembered Shenhao and Tang Shi. After all, it's not often that you see such good-looking people. Tang Shi went in and exchanged the Hanfu for her own pale yellow long skirt. Before they left, the shop assistant said enthusiastically that she would give them a discount next time they came in, and of course, all they had to do was take a couple of photos of the store for their social media. I now finally understand the meaning of good looks being the be-all and end-all. Shenhao let out a sigh. Tang Shi could hear the sour tone in Shenhao's voice. Why do I smell such a strong sour smell? Shenhao, can you smell it? Shenhao was depressed. When did the white moonlight learn to be bad, and even start acting strange with him? Ha, Shenhao, that expression of yours is so funny. Tang Shi burst out laughing. Class president, it's dark and slippery, I feel that I need to ensure your safety. Shenhao said seriously, and then took her hand again under Tang Shi's speechless gaze. Oof. Tang Shi snorted lightly, expressing her deep contempt and condemnation of Shenhao's clumsy excuse for taking advantage of her. Shenhao snickered to himself. Once a girl doesn't dislike having physical contact with you, it means she also has a favorable impression of you, otherwise she would have slapped you long ago. Especially for an exceptionally high-scoring girl like Tang Shi, if there is no favorable impression, not to mention physical contact, there is no chance of even getting close to her. Shenhao knew this clearly, but he didn't want to burst the bubble. Shenhao thoughtfully opened the door of Tang Shi's Parramatta, then walked around the front of the car to open the driver's door, started the Parramatta's engine, and drove away from Songcheng. I know a place that has really good late-night snacks. Do you want to go with me? Shenhao asked. He was really a little hungry. He had just eaten some snacks inside Songcheng, but the portions were pitifully small, and he hadn't even filled his stomach with his usual appetite. Sure. Tang Shi nodded in agreement. Shenhao turned to look at her and noticed that she was replying to a message. He guessed that it was probably Tang Shi's parents. After all, it was so late at night, and she was a girl, so they would be worried. In fact, he was right, it was Tang Shi's mother Han Ing who had sent the WeChat message, asking where she was and why she hadn't gone home yet. Tang Shi replied truthfully and said that she would be back after dinner. Han Ing asked who she was with, and Tang Shi told her that she was with Shenhao. Han Ing was silent for a while, and then she told her to hurry back after dinner. Got it. Tang Shi replied. After replying to the message, Tang Shi let out a sigh of relief. After Han Ying's question, she always felt as if she had done something bad with Shenhao, and she felt a little guilty. Holding hands shouldn't be considered crossing the line, right? Tang Shi thought to herself. 20 minutes later. Shenhao drove the Paramira to an old-fashioned mutton soup restaurant. The restaurant had been around for a while. Despite its appearance, the taste of the restaurant was unbeatable and very much to Shenhao's liking. She and Lu Tao and a few others had often come here before, and it was definitely a hidden gem. Boss, 1 mutton soup pot, large portion of lamb, and a few random side dishes. As soon as Shenhao entered, she ordered with ease, and then turned back to ask Tang Shi, do you like garlic or 13 spice for the crayfish? The crayfish here is superb, both 13 spice and garlic are fine, but I still recommend you try the 13 spice. Shenhao recommended to Tang Shi. Okay. Tang Shi nodded, both flavors were acceptable to her. Boss, 1 more large serving of 13 spice crayfish. Shenhao called out. Okay, 1 lamb hot pot, large portion of lamb, a large portion of 13 spice crayfish, and a few side dishes. The boss confirmed the dishes and notified the kitchen to start cooking after there were no questions. There is still room inside, so just sit anywhere. The boss greeted them warmly. It was the right time for a late-night snack, and there were quite a few people in the restaurant. There were no more seats by the window, so after Shenhao smiled and responded, she and Tang Shi found a seat in the back. A small round table was big enough to seat 4 people. There was a heating area in the middle to facilitate the heating of the soup pot later, and the two sat facing each other. I didn't expect it to be quite so busy. Tang Shi was curious. She really didn't know that there was such a mutton soup restaurant in Hangzhou. Well, this is also a small restaurant that Lu Tao and I looked for a long time before we found it. But quality is definitely no problem. It's all freshly cut fresh lamb, and the soup base is also boiled fresh every day, very delicious, and the crayfish are also very cleanly handled. Shenhao introduced. It seems you've been here a lot, and you know this place really well. Tang Shi smiled. That's right, after all, who doesn't love good food? Shenhao shrugged. After a while, the lamb soup pot, a large portion of lamb, and the side dishes were brought up by the owner, who turned on the heater on the table and placed the soup pot on top. I haven't seen you guys in a while, aren't your friends here today? The owner asked. Because Shenhao and his friends had come here often before, the owner already knew them. Do you think it's appropriate for me to call them today? Shenhao pointed at Tang Shi across the table and joked. The owner also understood immediately, glanced at Tang Shi, and couldn't help but give Shenhao a thumbs up. You're a lucky guy, your girlfriend is really pretty. Thank you, boss. Shenhao laughed. This is the first time this young man has brought a member of the opposite sex here. Later, you can really taste how good our restaurant's cooking is. The boss is also a wise guy, smiling at Tang Shi and giving her a helping hand. Afterwards, he gave Shenhao a wink, and Shenhao returned the gesture with a thumbs up. This boss is really something. Tang Shi was a little embarrassed, but she still nodded politely. Little girl, you try the lamb first, the crayfish will be ready in a while, the boss said with a smile, before going back to work in the kitchen. Don't look at this small restaurant with so many customers, but there are only 4 employees, and it gets really busy in the evening. Chapter 46, Premeditated? Shenhao got up and made a sauce to his own taste, and also asked Tang Shi if she needed any. Tang Shi got up and made her own. Try it. Shenhao picked up a piece of lamb and put it in front of Tang Shi. Tang Shi nodded, dipped it in the sauce she made, and then put it in her mouth. Delicious. Tang Shi's eyes lit up, and she gave a rave review without hesitation. Shenhao, how did you find this place? It's even better than the restaurants I'd been to before. Tang Shi was full of curiosity. Indeed, it was a treasure restaurant, and this bite of lamb instantly captured her heart. In order to find this restaurant, we pretty much ran all over Hangzhou. Shenhao complained. In order to have a bite of delicious food, they had gone through a lot of hardships. Tang Shi laughed, then winked playfully and teased, so I'm kind of taking advantage of you? Please come every day and bask in my glory. Shenhao teased. Tang Shi's face instantly turned red. Doesn't that mean I have to pretend to be his girlfriend every day? This cheeky guy really doesn't have good intentions. She glared at Shenhao and said, You wish. Haha, let's eat. Shenhao laughed and skipped over the topic. After a while, the 13 spice crayfish they ordered was also ready, and once again, the boss served it. Is the taste of our home okay? The boss asked with a smile. It's very delicious, I'll come here more often in the future. Tang Shi nodded in approval. That's good, come here often with your friend in the future. The boss once again gave a divine assist. At this time, Shenhao put a piece of shabu shabu lamb into Tang Shi's bowl and said, That's natural, my girlfriend also likes it here very much. Tang Shi couldn't help rolling her eyes at his title, calling her girlfriend over and over again in a very skilled manner. However, she didn't refute, but instead put the lamb that Shenhao had passed her into her mouth, taking 2 bites as if she was treating the lamb as Shenhao. The boss laughed, giving Shenhao a look that only a man would understand. Shenhao immediately responded, as if they had an unspoken understanding. In some ways, the tacit understanding between men is just that wonderful. You're pretty skilled at calling her your girlfriend. Tang Shi looked at Shenhao with a smile that suggested she knew exactly what he was thinking. Shenhao had been through a lot, so how could he be caught off guard by this little scene? He immediately changed the subject and said, Try these crayfish, they're really good. He brought a peeled crayfish to Tang Shi's mouth. Tang Shi pouted, but in the end she couldn't resist the temptation of the food and ate the sinful crayfish. It's delicious. Tang Shi's eyes lit up, and she looked like a true foodie. Then she picked up a crayfish and started to eat it herself. The meal lasted almost an hour. Shenhao burped. This meal was so good. It was a bit of a crime to eat so much at this hour, but the lamb and crayfish had all been eaten, and only a few side dishes remained, so it wasn't a big problem. The owner took the bill. Shenhao called out. Have you finished eating? It's 398 yuan in total. Since you're a regular customer, just round it down to 390. The boss is a straightforward person. Thank you, boss. Shenhao thanked the boss, not because of the few dollars, but because of the attitude that made people feel very comfortable. Of course, even if the boss doesn't round down the amount, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, the price is clearly marked, and this is the money that the person should earn. I'll do it. Tang Shi scanned the QR code on the table to pay, but Shenhao paid first. Tang Shi was about to say something, but Shenhao interrupted her. Okay, boss, it's paid. Take a look. I trust the character of this young man. You really have found a good girlfriend. The boss praised, and he saw what Tang Shi did just now. She wasn't being perfunctory, but was really prepared to pay. The boss sighed, exclaiming that in this day and age, it is rare to find a girl who is willing to pay for a guy. Influenced by the internet, a large proportion of girls will think that it is natural for men to spend money, while women who spend money are just being taken advantage of. This kind of thinking has harmed countless people. In a relationship, both parties should reciprocate, so that the two can go on together for a long time, whether it is friendship or love. If one party is only willing to be selfish and unwilling to pay, no one is stupid. After understanding this, naturally they will not be taken advantage of anymore. Shenhao took Tang Shi out of the mutton soup restaurant and got into the car. Tang Shi said, I'll transfer the money to you. Shenhao knew what Tang Shi meant, but pretended to be a local tyrant and said, Class President, are you insulting me? He pretentiously flashed the key to his paramira in front of Tang Shi, and with that tone of voice, he was practically no different from the stupid son of a local tyrant. Tang Shi burst out laughing, then glared at him angrily and said, You know what I mean. I know the monitor is not that kind of girl, but for me, the cost of a meal really doesn't matter. Happiness is most important, isn't it? Shenhao returned to normal and continued, Money is something that is used to measure the threshold between strangers, not between friends. The worst that can happen is that you can just invite me back next time, right? Shenhao looked at Tang Shi with a fake smile on his face. Of course, there was one thing he didn't say, and that was that this money could be counted as spending in the system, killing two birds with one stone. Tang Shi pursed her lips. So this guy was waiting for her here. Next time? Then wouldn't she be taking advantage of this guy again? This guy's hand-holding moves are getting faster and faster. Just now, she hadn't even reacted before she was let out by this guy. Ha, class president, have you heard of a saying? Shenhao started the engine of the Paramira and turned his head to ask with a smile. What? Tang Shi was puzzled. No meal is eaten for free. Shenhao laughed, saying that this was actually a meme on the internet. Those who didn't know about it could look it up themselves. Tang Shi was speechless and said angrily, "Drive." Yes, sir. It was around 11:40 p.m. Shenhao dropped Tang Shi off at the entrance to the residential compound. Tang Shi got out of the car, but noticed that Shenhao had followed her down. Why did you come down? Tang Shi was puzzled. Of course I want to make sure you get home safely, Shenhao said. Is that really the case? Tang Shi looked at him with a suspicious expression. Of course it is. Shenhao answered firmly. Tang Shi looked at the hand she had unconsciously held onto and said with a laugh, Is this what you mean by keeping me safe? None of that matters. Shenhao took Tang Shi's hand and walked towards the residential compound. Okay, let go, my mom will see us. Tang Shi's face turned red, and they were almost downstairs. If her mom saw them, she would have to explain for a long time. Okay. Shenhao felt a bit sorry, but he let go of Tang Shi's hand. Tang Shi let out a sigh of relief and turned around, saying, I'll go home first, and send me a message when you get home. Shenhao smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't leave until Tang Shi had completely gone inside. Chapter 47, Outdoor Playground. When Shenhao returned home, Wang Xia and Qin Jianming were already asleep, so he had to tiptoe back to his room, wash up briefly, and then send a message to Tang Shi to let her know that he had arrived home safely. Well, go to bed early, I'm going to go down first. Tang Shi sent a message back in seconds. It seemed like she had been waiting for his message. Shenhao casually sent a good night emoji and then exited WeChat to check the system information. Host, Shenhao. Level, LV2. Experience. 262,865. Looks, 77. Physical fitness, 80. There's been basically no change. The experience points have gone up a bit, and all the spending over the past few days has been recorded, but there's still a long way to go before reaching the 500,000 mark. Still have a long way to go. Shenhao sighed, and suddenly said, Versailles, is this the unadorned worry of the rich? After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh himself. If those people who live a 996 life every day heard this, they would probably come and hammer his head. Do you listen to other people's words? It's already past midnight, and the blessing money for today has arrived on time. With over 300,000 yuan in his pocket, Shenhao instantly felt a lot better. And he also has a 5-fold cashback card in his hand, so he's definitely a high-class, rich, and handsome guy. Emo? Not at all. Have you ever seen someone emo with over $1 million in their pocket? If you have, it's just pretentious. Shenhao closed his eyes contentedly. Tomorrow is another beautiful day. The next day. At 8 a.m., Shenhao was woken up by a message on his phone. The group chat was already abuzz with crazy discussions. Shenhao opened his eyes dazedly and picked up his phone. He was shocked when he saw that there were more than 200 messages on WeChat, all of them from Lu Tao and the others in the group chat. What the hell is going on? Shenhao was dumbfounded. He thought something big had happened. Could it be that Lu Tao had gotten the fairy's sister? He clicked on the message and saw that everyone was frantically at ing him. Shenhao, Moses, what's going on? Lu Tao, holy cow, guys, the beast has finally shown up, come out and gang up on him. Shenhao, good boy, you hit it really well, confess and you'll be lenient, I advise you to give a good account. Wang Hui, humph, and you say there's nothing, we've all been fooled by you. Shenhao was dumbfounded, what was all this about? He scrolled up the chat history and saw the side profile photo he took of Tang Shi releasing the Sky Lantern yesterday. Shenhao was stunned. How did these guys get it? He looked at it carefully and realized that it was a screenshot taken from Tang Shi's circle of friends. He instantly understood what was going on, so he pretended to be calm and replied, "It's pretty, what's wrong?" Lu Tao, still pretending? Wang Hui, shameless. Shenhao, you animal. Mo? Look, who's that person in the water? Lu Tao hit the nail on the head. The scheming fraud kept touching your stomach. Shenhao and Wang Hui also sat back and waited for the show to begin. One of them sent an emoji of Detective Conan pushing his glasses up his nose, and added a line from the show. Mo clicked on the photo and saw that the reflection of the way he had taken photos of Tang Shi was in the river. Mo was speechless. Are these people idle? Why are they studying a photo so carefully? Mo, do you have anything else you want to say? Lu Tao replied smugly. You have the right to remain silent. But everything said next will become evidence in court. Wang Hui and Shenhao were pure troublemakers, and their comments one after the other had directly made Mo shut up. In the end, after being tortured by the others, Mo had no choice but to tell them what had happened yesterday, but of course he didn't say a word about holding hands. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? By then, these three guys would definitely be asking him questions like they were interrogating a criminal. Of course Mo wouldn't do anything stupid. I've said the word envy 100 times. Wang Hui wailed. You were a beautiful person, but unfortunately you were ruined by a pig. Lu Tao also looked sad. Mo, you murderer. Shenhao tweeted. Mo sent an emoticon with his hands spread out, which made the others angry. Just then, Tang Shi also sent a message, asking if he had woken up. Mo directly abandoned the trio and replied to Tang Shi. Seeing that Mo had stopped messaging, Lu Tao and the others knew what had happened just by looking at their backsides, and they started to vent their anger in the group chat again. It was around 10 a.m. Mo finally got up, washed up briefly, and Wang Xia had already finished cooking. Finally, it was time to eat. I'm starving. Mo followed the smell to the kitchen. What time did you get back last night? Wang Xia asked. Around midnight, Mo responded while eating. Why were you so late? Where did you go? Wang Xia continued. I went to Songcheng with friends for a day of fun, then we had dinner, and that's why I'm so late. Mo gave a brief report on what happened last night. Next time, come home early. Wang Xia simply gave this advice after listening to him. Her son had grown up and should have his own way of life, as long as he doesn't make mistakes outside the home. Mo nodded with a smile and promised repeatedly. After breakfast, Wang Xia went straight out, having made an appointment at the beauty salon, and also taking the Parramatta with her. Lao Qin, I'm downstairs at your house, come quickly. Lu Tao said on the phone. Mo was stunned, what's going on? Don't ask, just come down quickly, buddy, I'll take you to a fun place. Lu Tao urged from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Mo looked puzzled, then went back to the bedroom, changed his clothes, put on his Cartier watch and ring, and went out. What's the rush? Mo walked out of the community and saw Lu Tao's gray M3. After all, the color is still quite conspicuous, he said curiously after getting in the car. Hey, just follow me, Wang Hui and Shenhao have already gone ahead, Lu Tao said impatiently. Mo was confused, what was going on? But Lu Tao had already started the engine, so he quickly fastened his seatbelt and stepped on the accelerator. The 6-cylinder twin-turbo engine of the M3, with 510 horsepower and 650 Nm of power output, rushed out like a beast. After about 2 hours, OMG, it's a heart-pounding paradise. Mo and Lu Tao got out of the car, and Wang Hui and Shenhao were waiting for them. You guys are so slow, we've been waiting for ages. Shenhao complained. What are you barking at? Lu Tao snapped. Lu, what is this place? Mo looked curious. He had never been here before. You wouldn't understand. Lu Tao put his arm around Mo's shoulder and introduced him to the place. This is a great place I found recently, an outdoor amusement park with lots of exciting activities. Lu Tao had a wicked smile on his face. Mo didn't believe him. What kind of exciting activities could there be in an outdoor amusement park? Hurry up, they close at 4:30 p.m., so if you go now, you'll still have time to try a few activities. Wang Hui urged the group. Chapter 48, This water is really sweet. By the way, where's your fairy sister? You didn't bring her? Mo remembered and asked with a smile. You're wrong. Lu Tao looked smug. You really did bring her? Qin Mo looked surprised. Hey, I've already met Lao Wang, really, it was all tears. Shenhao echoed, looking envious. Wang Hui also nodded emphatically. Where is she? Qin Mo really believed it and asked after looking around and not seeing the figure of the fairy sister. She's inside, I was afraid she'd be bored, so I let her go in first. Lu Tao explained. What are we waiting for, let's go. Qin Mo was suddenly interested. What did I say, this is the real Chow the thief. Wang Hui said sarcastically. Lu, your backyard is in danger. Shenhao is also a busybody, he came up and patted Lu Tao on the shoulder, speaking with a serious expression. If you're not afraid of thieves stealing, you're just afraid of them thinking about it. Wang Hui agreed. Rolling, am I that evil? Qin Mo suddenly couldn't stand it anymore, scolding with a smile, is this an insult to his character? What's the saying, a friend's wife is not polite? No, you can't bully me. Several people looked at him with contempt, and Lu Tao looked at him suspiciously, muttering, Lao Qin, you can't do this kind of thing. Qin Mo had a question mark on his face, pointing at his own face and saying, do I look like the kind of person who would do that? The others looked at each other, then nodded seriously in unison, yes. Qin Mo was depressed. Since Lu Tao had bought the tickets in advance, the group entered the park without any problems. Once inside, Lu Tao led the three to an attraction, where Qin Mo immediately saw the fairy-like woman. Lu Tao had previously shown the others her photo, so she was easy to recognize. Together with her appearance, which strongly resembled Lu Yifei's, she gave the impression of being above the rest. Siki. Lu Tao waved to greet her. The fairy sister also saw Lu Tao and the others, and walked over with her long, straight legs. According to Qin Mo's visual estimation, she was about 1.72 meters tall, which was definitely not short. Lao Qin, let me introduce you. This is the fairy sister I was talking about, her name is Wang Siki, and this is my buddy Qin Mo. Lu Tao introduced them to each other. Hello. Wang Siki spoke in a gentle voice, the kind of woman from a southern water town, and then politely held out her hand. Hello, Qin Mo shook hands with her lightly, very measured, and quickly separated after shaking hands. It's fine to joke around, but if you really did something like Chow the thief, then how can you still be friends? Besides, this kind of thing is just too disgusting. What do you think, buddy? I didn't lie, did I? Lu Tao suddenly felt cocky. Wang Siki's appearance can definitely be considered very pretty, because she looks similar to Lu Yifei, and in a crowd she even has a feeling of standing out from the crowd. You're awesome. Qin Mo gave him a thumbs up. Ha 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 ha. Lu Tao's vanity was greatly satisfied. Wang Hui and Shenhao looked on with envy, wailing, it's not fair, why are you so lucky? Watching the way the group got along, Wang Siki gave a small smile. These people are really interesting. Let's go over there. I heard that the sky coaster is really fun. Lu Tao said excitedly. The thing that attracted him the most about this amusement park was the sky coaster. It was an elevated road more than 2,200 meters long, with a height difference of 150 meters from beginning to end. The feeling of free falling from the sky was simply too exciting. There were also many curves. The entire elevated road was surrounded by safety fences and rubber tires for cushioning, so there was no need to worry about safety. Soon, the group arrived at the starting point of the roller coaster. One person picked a small car that would be used to slide down the hill later. It was similar to a children's twist car, large enough for an adult to sit in, and the car was equipped with bicycle handlebars to control the direction, and brakes on the handlebars to control the speed. Qin Mo picked a bright yellow car that looked a bit like a boat, and Lu Tao and the others also picked one each, while Wang Siki picked a pink one. Sure enough, pink is definitely the first choice for girls no matter what. Oh, I'll go first, you guys follow. Lu Tao was full of excitement, looking at the high and dense curves. He suddenly felt like he was driving the AE-86 on Mount Xiu. Lu Tao took the lead and rushed out, followed closely by Qin Mo and the others. Since the curves were very dense, the speed was not fast, but on the contrary, they could see the beautiful scenery around them. In no time, the group reached the end. Apart from the distance being a bit short, and the fact that they were there before they were done, there were no problems. It wasn't too exciting. It would have been better if the distance had been longer. Lu Tao complained. Indeed. Qin Mo and the others nodded in agreement. Let's go, there are other activities. Lu Tao suggested. A few minutes later. Ah! Wang Siki and Lu Tao screamed like crazy on the long-distance swing. This long-distance swing is located 400 meters above sea level and resembles a pendulum. People who are afraid of heights are advised not to try it. Shenhao retreated a long way away. He could accept roller coasters, but he never wanted to try this kind of thing in his life. Old Lu was really going all out to woo girls. Wang Hui exclaimed in amazement. HM. Shenhao and Shenhao nodded vigorously at the same time. 10 minutes later, Lu Tao came off the long-distance swing with weak legs, almost falling. He felt something rising up from his stomach, and his face turned white. Wang Siki supported Lu Tao and, seeing his face, asked him with concern if he was okay. In order not to lose face in front of the goddess, Lu Tao waved his hand to respond, "I'm fine." Shenhao and the others also came forward to support him. "You're really a man," Wang Hui teased. "I can't go on anymore, help me sit down for a while." Lu Tao's legs were trembling. Ha 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 ha. Shenhao and the other two couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. It was probably 20 minutes before Lu Tao recovered. Wang Siki gave him a bottle of water, which she had thoughtfully opened for him. "Thank you, Siki." Lu Tao was moved. Sometimes for boys, the details are also very important. With the goddess's water, he instantly felt full of energy again. "It's okay, I didn't know you were afraid of heights, it's all my fault," Wang Siki responded apologetically. Seeing the affectionate look between Lu Tao and Wang Siki, Shenhao and the others looked at each other in disbelief. What does this mean? Public dog food? Who am I? Where am I? Why show me this? Shenhao, the lonely dog, couldn't help but wail. Lu Tao gave a smug look at the others, his expression was so despicable, the previous sin was not in vain, this water is really sweet. Chapter 49, Suddenly I Want to Go on a Trip. 4 p.m. Shenhao and the others had just left the amusement park. Lu Tao was beaming from ear to ear. After spending the day together, his relationship with Wang Siki had obviously warmed up quite a bit. "I just realized it now, but we are just tools in their relationship," Wang Hui complained. "Haha, men." Shenhao also complained. "Ha, Lu Tao." Shenhao also joined in, and the three of them instantly united. "Old Wang, I'll take your car later," Shenhao said. Seeing how Lu Tao was acting, Shenhao didn't want to disturb their world of two, so she could only go back in Wang Hui's car. "No problem." Wang Hui said generously that even if 3 more people came, his S7 could totally fit them. "Let's go, after being the third wheel all day, I don't want to experience this feeling again for the rest of my life, it's too sour," Chen Chao tweeted. Shenhao and Wang Hui nodded in agreement. "Brothers, shall we gather at Principal Lu's?" Lu Tao shouted back. After a day of fun, none of them had eaten yet, and it was just about time to eat when they returned to the city. "Today, you're going to be spending a fortune, sister," Wang Hui yelled. "You're right," Chen Chao echoed. Shenhao naturally had no objections, and the several of them drove back to Hangzhou. At around 6 p.m., they arrived at Principal Lu's hot pot restaurant. After dinner, Wang Hui drove Shenhao to the residential area, while Lu Tao, a guy with no sense of humanity, simply slipped away after dinner. And left. Shenhao waved his hand and then walked into the community. Wang Hui also drove away directly. When he got home, Wang Xia had not returned yet. Shenhao was not surprised and went back to his room to take a shower. He opened Dousha and just happened to find Young Kor online. He clicked in to see that Young Kor was singing Night and Day by Lin Junjie. This song had a different feeling under her voice. Wait for the night to ask the day. Can you pardon the gray world? Don't exchange day and night. The frozen tears, a single drop is very salty. The night asks the day. Thank you time, for reddening my eyes. The past is like a circle of light, every moment is unforgettable. The day and night that ran past were lonely training. It's better to forget and never see again. Today. After the song was over, Yang Kor opened her eyes and looked at the comments. She was preparing to let these dog water friends comment on the song she had just learned, but she accidentally discovered that the ID Inc. was also in the live broadcast room. Big guy, you're here? Yang Kor was suddenly surprised. This was her goal, and if it wasn't for Shenhao, she really wouldn't have found her own style of broadcasting. The little anchor sang well, reward. What's the most important thing about an internet celebrity? Of course it's money. Swish. 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 5 super rockets appeared on the public screen in the broadcast room, and 10,000 yuan just disappeared. Shenhao didn't care at all. It was all free money anyway, and there was more than 400,000 yuan worth of shark's fin in the background, so it was a no-brainer. Thanks for the feed, big shot. Love you. Yang Kor cheered, giving the thumbs up sign with her hands, which left the stream viewers in the broadcast room stunned. I'm shocked, little anchor, you're committing a crime. From my experience of walking the rivers and lakes, you've got to be showing it to a hurricane? I'm done. The barrage of comments was crazy and full of teasing. Shenhao was also shocked by her actions. Don't ask, just smell it, it really smells good. Hey, where does the little anchor live? I suddenly want to go on a trip. Shenhao quickly sent a barrage of comments. However, it was instantly revealed by the streamers that they had seen through the ruse. Are you going for a trip? I'm embarrassed to point it out to you. Yang Kor blushed, rolled her eyes and responded, Big guy, you're so bad. You're acting strange, little anchor. I just want to go out for a walk. Shenhao pretended to be innocent. Yang Kor looked like she didn't believe you, which made Shenhao feel a sigh of emotion. Could it be that I've made myself too obvious? Come on, you're just about to write the words I want to go inside on your face. The screen was suddenly filled with ha 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 ha's. It turned out that even rich guys have to suffer when wooing girls. Instantly, she felt balanced. Rich guy, wooing girls, getting rejected, me, wooing girls, getting rejected, me equals rich guy. The upstairs logic genius, it works. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kor couldn't help but laugh at the barrage of comments. These dog-level friends are so funny. By the way, big guy, I haven't seen what you look like yet, do you want to do a link-up together? Yang Kor sent an invitation. You don't have to be an anchor to do a link-up. As long as the anchor of the current broadcast room has enabled the link-up function, it's also possible for the audience. Forget it, I'm more of a social phobic. Shenhao replies to the comments. It still feels quite strange to let him show his face in front of so many people. Social phobic, or someone who makes society feel fear? Master, I've understood. Is this the gap between me and the big guy? Forgive me for not being able to make society feel fear. Ha ha ha, that's a good one. The chat box was full of teasing comments. Yang Kor was a little disappointed, but there was nothing she could do if Shenhao didn't want to. Hey, we can actually add contact information, I have everything you want to see. Shenhao replied with a wicked smile. An old 6? Is our home going to be stolen? It's over, the little anchor must have fallen. I hate it. Yang Kor didn't refuse or agree, she just quickly typed a series of letters on the keyboard. Shenhao thought it had failed, but soon her private message lit up. It was a message from Yang Kor, with her WeChat number at the top. Received. Shenhao returned to the live broadcast room and sent a barrage of comments. I treat you like a sister, and you treat me like a cousin? The barrage of comments was full of question marks. From what Shenhao had just said, they instantly understood that there must be some kind of shady deal between the two of them. Oh dear, you're so bad, big brother. Yang Kor said, with a flirtatious expression, which, to quote Master Park's classic scene, was truly mesmerizing. Whoosh. 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 3 more super rockets flew by. What did you say, little anchor? Shenhao sent a barrage of questions. Did I say something? Did I say something? Yang Kor pretended to be dumb, and the speed at which she changed her face made the dog fans in the broadcast room exclaim, professional. Well, you are a teachable child. Shenhao sent a barrage of comments teasingly. Thanks for the big guy's praise. Yang Kor said sweetly, recreating the famous scene, and her heart skipped a beat. Oops, it's the feeling of being heartbroken. Shenhao exclaimed, you are a professional. And quickly typed down a barrage of comments, you are a professional as an anchor. 6. 6. 6. 6. The full screen is full of SIXS. At 10 o'clock, Yang Kor ended the live broadcast and sent a message to Shenhao as soon as possible. Is the big guy there? A cute little rabbit emoji was attached. What's wrong with the little anchor? Shenhao replied to the message. Thanks for the big guy's support. If it weren't for the big guy's inspiration, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to continue. Yang Kor replied. Chapter 50 Mercedes-AMG GTR Pro. This is your own talent. Chi Nemo said honestly. Anyway, thanks to the big guy. Yang Kor replied to the message, and by the way, I still don't know what the big guy's name is. Chi Nemo. Oh. Yang Kor replied, and then asked Chi Nemo's age, and was stunned to learn that Chi Nemo was only 18 years old and still in school, and then asked cautiously, is the big guy a second generation rich? This is no different from nonsense. Apart from rich second generation, which 18-year-old student have you seen who has money to buy gifts for female anchors online? You can tell all this? The biggest coal mine in Shishan is my family's, and I'm nicknamed the Prince of Shishan. You can check it online. Chi Nemo acted as if he was serious. So I've met a real big shot? Yang Kor believed him, which made Chi Nemo laugh out loud. They say that big breasts have no brain, and he confirmed this today. Just kidding, I come from a very ordinary family. Chi Nemo still told the truth. Is ordinary okay? Yang Kor was speechless. Then she deliberately searched the internet for Prince Shishan, only to find that Chi Nemo was really teasing her. Immediately afterwards, she sent an emoticon of a faceless monster holding a knife, with the following sentence, "Ga, your basket." Where did you get all these weird emoticons? Chi Nemo said he couldn't accept it, and then he stole the emoticon directly. The two of them kept chatting until 11 o'clock, and in the end, Chi Nemo got a little sleepy and ended the chat. The next day, Chi Nemo didn't wake up until 9 o'clock in the morning. He meditated in bed for a while, and then he realized that he couldn't enjoy it for much longer, as he would soon be reporting to Tianfu. Wang Xia had already finished preparing breakfast and called out to Chi Nemo, who got up and walked out. Xin Jianming had just finished washing up and saw Chi Nemo come out. He asked, "How are things with the car purchase? Do you have time to go look at some cars with me today? Recently, the company has been pretty busy, but I've almost finished with the big stuff and just have to leave the smaller stuff to the people below me, so I've given myself a day off." What about a Mercedes-Benz? The AMG GT is not bad, and it's more suitable for young people like you, Xin Jianming suggested. He had also been through the same age as Chi Nemo, and knew what young people like nowadays, which is nothing more than some sports cars. As for top-level supercars like Lamborghini and Ferrari, he said he couldn't do anything about them, but a Mercedes-Benz AMG with some budget could still be done. After all, the entry-level model can be taken for just over 100 grand. Chi Nemo was a little tempted and asked, "How much more is the budget?" "Rascal, I'll give you an extra $500,000 at most." Xin Jianming scolded with a smile. 1.5 million, this price can indeed only buy a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT entry model. After all, with various taxes and insurance, the final price will be similar to this. Then let's discount it. Chi Nemo smiled. The Mercedes-Benz AMG is not enough for you? Xin Jianming was speechless. His son had a big appetite. Discounting is fine, but there has to be a discount. Xin Jianming agreed with Chi Nemo, but with conditions. How much? Chi Nemo was curious. 800,000 yuan. Qin Mian responded. Chi Nemo was stunned. He doubted that Qin Mian was Joe Boppy in his previous life. "Comrade Qin, you smell like a cunning businessman." Qin Mo complained. "Cut the crap, you choose." Qin Mian sat down and was ready to eat. "Forget it, just take the loss." In the end, Qin Mo chose to take the cash. Xin Jianming glanced at Qin Mo and finally agreed to give Qin Mo the cash. "The money will be transferred to you, and you can take care of the car yourself." "Don't worry, would I dare to scam you?" Qin Mo tweeted. "This is for the best." Xin Jianming responded. Qin Mo said this was a blatant frame-up. "Okay, let's eat." Wang Xia called out. Qin Mo helped fetch the bowls and chopsticks. After breakfast, Xin Jianming and Wang Xia left, saying that they wanted to spend some time alone. Poor Qin Mo was abandoned. However, 800,000 yuan was quickly deposited into her account, and her mood instantly soared. Looking at the balance on her card, she saw that there was a total of 1,122,621 yuan, or more than 1.12 million yuan. Coupled with a 5x cashback coupon, Qin Mo's wealth had suddenly skyrocketed to more than 5 million yuan. Ding! The system has detected that the host has received a gift from a close relative, which triggers a hidden task. Hidden task, gift from a close relative. The system is calculating. Calculation complete. Since the funds from the gift from a close relative are used to purchase a vehicle, the system automatically awards a Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR Pro. Reward being distributed. Reward distribution complete. The vehicle is stored in the underground parking lot of Xintiandi Shopping Center, Area D, Space 265. The key will be delivered to your home by Shenhao Express in 10 minutes. Please check it carefully. Note, the source of the vehicle information is legal, and there is no legal risk. Please rest assured and use it. Ding! The host is detected to have the first sports car in his life, and the host is rewarded with proficient driving skills. The reward is being issued. The reward has been issued. A familiar electronic sound rang out, and Shenhao was in a daze. Even cars can be given away? That's awesome. And proficient driving skills sounds like a bug. A flood of unfamiliar yet familiar memories rushed into Shenhao's mind. In an instant, he felt that his mind had gained a lot of driving knowledge. He instantly felt that he understood some things that he normally didn't understand, and had a sense of immediacy like a professional racing driver. Shenhao opened his eyes, felt the changes in himself, sighed, and exclaimed, "No wonder the system can even come up with this kind of thing." The surprise in his eyes was hard to hide. 10 minutes later, Shenhao Express called him, saying that there was a package at the entrance of the community and that he should come down and pick it up. Shenhao immediately understood that it must be the key to the AMG GTR Pro. Shenhao hung up the phone, his emotions running high. He changed his clothes and went downstairs. This was a genuine Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR Pro. What man doesn't have a dream of owning a Mercedes-Benz, let alone a Mercedes-Benz model in the ceiling class? At the entrance to the residential area, a young man from Shenhao was waiting. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen?" the young man asked. "It's me." Shenhao responded affirmatively. "Okay, Mr. Chen, here is a delivery for you, please sign for it." The SF Express delivery boy handed over a delivery box with Shenhao's information pasted on it. Shenhao couldn't help but admire the system, it was simply amazing. After quickly signing his name, the SF Express delivery boy left directly, and Shenhao couldn't wait to open the delivery, which contained the car purchase contract and formalities as well as the keys to the two Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR Pro. Shenhao hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Xintiandi Shopping Center. Chapter 51. Shenhao, an accident? Although his residential area was less than 5 kilometers away from Xintiandi, he decisively chose to take a taxi in order to quickly see the AMG GTR Pro. What? Wasting money? Come on, he is now a man worth more than 5 million yuan, and he is calculating over just 20-something yuan? Isn't this insulting? Driver, Xintiandi Shopping Center. Shenhao ordered. A few minutes later, Shenhao finally arrived at the underground parking lot of Xintiandi and found parking space 265 in Zone D. Shenhao's eyes lit up as he saw a brand new AMG GTR Pro parked there. The long, slender front end was particularly eye-catching, with pearl white paint and a sky blue side decal that added a touch of style. It was obviously a car exclusively for Shenhao. After all, there were only 3 colors of the model sold in China, and there was no sky blue decal. This car is almost completely covered in carbon fiber, visible everywhere you look. Paired with exaggeratedly large wheels, it is definitely a top-of-the-line AMG GTR Pro, with a price tag of over 3 million yuan. And this is not just any ordinary version of an AMG, it is a Mercedes AMG C63S, a limited edition of only 28 units in the country, equipped with a 40-liter V8 twin-turbo engine, with 585 horsepower and 700 Nm of torque, a top speed of 318 km/h, and a 0-100 km/h acceleration of just 36 seconds, which is absolutely capable of satisfying anyone's driving pleasure. This car even set a lap time of 7 minutes and 4 seconds at the Nürburgring Nordschleife in 2018, setting a new record for the fastest production model ever made by AMG. And the biggest feature of this car is that it can be tuned for each individual driver, so that it becomes your very own beast. The car is also equipped with the AMG Driving Dynamics system, which can provide 6 different driving modes, fully satisfying both daily grocery shopping and track driving. Shenhao can't wait to drive it. He opens the frameless doors and is surprised to find that the interior is not the usual minimalist look of a supercar, but instead has the luxurious Mercedes-Benz interior, with Alcantara and leather throughout. The high-performance steering wheel even has a strong, battle-ready shape. With a roar, the engine is started. The more Shenhao looks at it, the more he likes it. This is the beast a man should tame. With the one person, one machine tuning and Shenhao's proficient driving skills, he can easily handle this beast. Fasten your seatbelt, give it a little gas, and Shenhao drove this beast out of the parking lot in an instant. It wasn't until 4 p.m. that Shenhao parked the beast back in the underground parking lot of Xintiandi. After all, he simply couldn't explain the origin of the car, so he could only park it here for the time being. Fortunately, it was very close to their residential community, just a 10-minute drive away. After getting out of the car, Shenhao felt unsatisfied. After leaving the car purchase contract and all the paperwork in the car, he took a taxi directly home. I'm home. When he got home, he found that Wang Xia and Xin Jianning were not at home. Shenhao helplessly said, "Parents are true love, and children are accidents?" It seems that he really is an accident. It was just after 6 p.m. when Wang Xia and Xin Jianning returned from outside. Shenhao came out to greet them first and asked what they were going to eat tonight. He was told that the two of them had already eaten. Okay, Shenhao said helplessly. So, the world of only his own injuries was reached? In the end, Shenhao looked at his balance with tears in his eyes, then went out to eat. Having said that, the blessing money for today had already arrived long ago and was already in his balance. The system is very humane in this regard, and money is transferred to the card on time every day. Shenhao walked downstairs, ready to grab a bite to eat, when Tang Shi called to ask if he had eaten yet. Shenhao said he was about to eat, and Tang Shi asked him to come pick her up, as she wanted to take Shenhao to a treasure shop. Half an hour later, at the bottom of the building where Tang Shi lived, Shenhao sent a message to Tang Shi saying that he had already arrived. Tang Shi told him to wait for 2 minutes and she would come down immediately. 2 minutes later, Tang Shi came out with her hair tied into a high ponytail, but she didn't see Shenhao's car and was about to send a message to ask. Shenhao honked the horn, and Tang Shi then noticed the white Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR Pro with its exaggerated styling parked on the side of the road. You changed cars? Tang Shi curiously examined the appearance of the car. Compared to the Porsche Panamera, the Mercedes-Benz was obviously cooler in appearance and had only 2 doors, clearly a sports car. Well, it arrived today. Shenhao responded with a smile. Rich dog. Tang Shi muttered. Class monitor, how can you swear? Shenhao complained. Tang Shi didn't answer, but changed the subject, asking, where's your car? That car belongs to my mom. Shenhao shrugged. Okay. Tang Shi nodded, then asked, this car must be very expensive, right? It's not that expensive, just over 3 million. Shenhao acted like he didn't care. You're exactly right to call him a rich dog. Tang Shi responded with a surprised expression. If she remembered correctly, the Porsche Panamera was also worth almost 2 million, and now he's bought a sports car worth over 3 million. What kind of family is this? Shenhao's face was dark with confusion. What does it mean to be a rich dog? If you're rich, then you're rich, why add the word dog? Tang Shi couldn't help but laugh at the expression on Shenhao's face. Instead of teasing him anymore, she leaned in a little closer, took her phone's navigation and held it in front of Shenhao's face. Let's go here, this place has really good raw salted fish. Shenhao didn't even hear what Tang Shi was saying clearly, and all he could smell was a faint fragrance, the smell of shampoo. So could he take it to mean that Tang Shi had washed her hair specially for their dinner date? You have to know that this is the highest etiquette for girls meeting up. Normally, if you're meeting someone you don't like, you don't even bother washing your hair, let alone using skincare products. After all, those things are expensive, so why waste them on someone you don't like? Shenhao, what are you looking at? Tang Shi blushed when she saw that Shenhao had been staring at her hair. Is this considered the highest etiquette? Shenhao teased. Tang Shi naturally knew the reference, and gave Shenhao a disgusted look. You're so full of yourself. Shenhao laughed, looked at the location on the navigation, and started the engine to set off. This raw salting shop is located on Fuxing South Street, close to Metro Line 4. It is about 50 minutes from Tang Shi's apartment complex, but that depends on traffic. Fortunately, Shenhao was lucky and didn't encounter any major traffic jams, and arrived at the shop around 7:30. Chapter 52, A Special Experience. How does it feel? Shenhao asked about the car's feel. It doesn't seem as uncomfortable as they said, but compared to the Porsche, the comfort is still a bit lacking. Tang Shi responded truthfully. This is also a common problem with supercars. After all, in order to pursue speed, the chassis of this type of car is very low, but the seats of this car are okay, and in terms of comfort, it is much better than an average supercar. Class monitor, have you heard of a saying? Shenhao asked. What? Tang Shi looked at him suspiciously. Anyone who can drive a sports car has a very healthy waist. Shenhao laughed evilly. You're not serious. Tang Shi rolled her eyes. This guy really does make dirty jokes at every opportunity. Are you thinking of the wrong thing? Shenhao pretended to be surprised. When I said that the waist is very good, I meant that my health is good, so why is it not serious? Tang Shi looked at Shenhao's serious expression, pursed her lips, and said with contempt, I don't believe you. This guy is full of bad ideas, and if you're not careful, you'll get caught up in them. Shenhao spread his hands and said, You really misunderstood me. I'm hungry. Tang Shi gave him a dirty look and was about to get out of the car, afraid that Shenhao would dig another pit for her. Shenhao laughed, turned off the engine, and got out of the car as well. Hello, two of you. Tang Shi said to the waiter. The two of them were then led by the waiter to a window seat. The environment here is pretty good. Shenhao exclaimed. Of course it is. Tang Shi responded arrogantly. One raw marinated and cooked drunk set meal, one signature home-roasted crayfish with extra bullfrog, one deep-fried duck tongue, one glass of sour plum juice, and 2 Tianlongren fried rice. Tang Shi skillfully ordered the food. The raw marinated food here is really nice, I've been here a lot before. Tang Shi told Shenhao about the taste of the restaurant. After hearing Tang Shi's introduction, Shenhao suddenly became a little excited. He had never eaten raw marinated food before, and today he could really enjoy it. They say that people with weak stomachs shouldn't easily try raw marinated food, as it can easily cause diarrhea. Shenhao felt that his stomach was still strong enough to handle it. After about 10 minutes, all the dishes were served, filling the table and looking like enough for 4 people. The raw marinated and cooked drunken set meal includes 2 huadiao drunken crabs, 2 raw drunken crabs, 1 portion of raw marinated crab paste and 1 portion of cooked drunken swamp shrimp, as well as 2 fried dishes and 2 side dishes. The crayfish portion was not very large, but there was an extra portion of bullfrog, which looked good too. Finally, there was fried rice for 2, which was definitely enough. Try it. Tang Shi placed a full yellow raw drunken crab in Shenhao's bowl. Shenhao couldn't wait any longer, and after taking a bite, his eyes lit up instantly. The sweet taste of the drunken crab and the rich sauce flavor instantly filled his mouth, and there was absolutely no fishy smell. This taste was simply superb. Ding! Trigger random task. Task, special experience. Task progress, completed, reward a 5-fold food cashback card. Note, the food cashback card can only be used for cashback on food, and cannot be used for other purchases. Special reward being distributed. The reward host, alcohol immunity card, lasts for 2 hours. Note, alcohol immunity card, while using this card, the host will receive an alcohol immunity buff that will automatically help the host break down the alcohol in food, so that the host will not be affected by alcohol at all and can enjoy the food without worry. Shenhao never expected that going out to eat could be so surprising. He silently read the instructions for using the 5-fold food rebate card. It can only be used for cashback on food. This is easy to understand. It can only be used to get cashback on each meal. For example, if the dinner with Tang Shi today costs 1,000 yuan, then using this cashback card on food will get 5,000 yuan in cashback. Then he looked at the introduction to the alcohol immunity system card, and, after reading it, he exclaimed, perverted. If you have this at a drinking party, won't you just be killing everyone? This is a good thing, an absolutely good thing. But why did the system give this reward? Shenhao looked at the drunken crab in his hands and suddenly understood. Although it tastes delicious when eaten raw, a lot of white wine or yellow wine is needed for the pickling process, so there is a lot of alcohol in the pickled food, which can be detected. The system is afraid that after he finishes eating, he will be investigated by traffic patrols for drunk driving. If that happens, the cost of this meal will be too high. You are worthy of the system. You actually thought of this so thoroughly. Shenhao felt a sense of emotion in his heart, and even he himself didn't notice it. How does it taste? Tang Shi looked at him with anticipation. Delicious. Shenhao praised without hesitation. I declare in advance that he is not a fake. Tang Shi, who had received a positive response, gave a small smug smile. She had thought that Shenhao would not be able to accept this kind of food. Here, try this. Tang Shi then brought a peeled, cooked drunken swamp shrimp to Shenhao, much like a girlfriend feeding her boyfriend. Shenhao ate it in one bite. The taste was different from that of the raw drunken crab, but both were delicious. The rich sauce flavor and the fresh and sweet texture were a perfect match. The two of them ate for a full hour, and the battle ended just before 9 o'clock. Tang Shi volunteered to pay the bill. She had invited Shenhao to dinner, so naturally she couldn't let him pay. Besides, Shenhao had always paid when they went out before, and she was not a vampire, so she could not do something so tasteless. Shenhao didn't rush to pay the bill. He knew what Tang Shi meant. Reciprocating is something everyone says, but how many people can actually do it? So Shenhao really appreciated this about Tang Shi, and was willing to get to know her. Okay, let's go. After about 3 minutes, Tang Shi returned after paying the bill. The two walked out of the shop, and Tang Shi suddenly remembered something. Oops. Tang Shi looked at Shenhao with a face full of embarrassment and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I forgot that there is alcohol in the raw pickles, so you probably can't drive back." She only remembered this when she saw Shenhao's car, and suddenly looked guilty. Damn, what did I think? Don't worry, my constitution is different from ordinary people, and the alcohol will break down quickly, said Shenhao, waving his hand and not caring. With the alcohol immunity physique card given by the system, even if he drinks another bottle of baijiu, the alcohol will not be detected at all. But he said it would be broken down quickly. After all, some people do have this physique, so it is reasonable. Otherwise, if he just said he was immune to alcohol, Tang Shi would be afraid that she would have to treat him like a monster. Really? Tang Shi looked doubtful. She felt that Shenhao was deliberately saying that to comfort her. I can't joke about my driver's license, can I? I don't want to get my license revoked just after buying a new car. Shenhao spread his hands, looking sincere. Tang Shi was a little convinced, but still asked with some unease, really? Don't worry, it should only take about half an hour, Shenhao responded. Let's go, we can hang out around here and it'll be good for digestion, Shenhao suggested. Chapter 53, Stopping for a Drink Test. Around 9:30, the two returned to the parking spot they had just parked at. Shenhao muttered in his head, "System, use, alcohol immunity card." Ding! Alcohol immunity card, in use. Use complete. Valid for 2 hours, 1 hour, 59 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. Shenhao suddenly felt a burst of heat in his body. The feeling quickly disappeared, and he marveled, what a strange feeling. Will Shenhao really be fine? Otherwise, let's take a taxi back. Tang Shi was a little uneasy. Trust me. Shenhao gave Tang Shi a reassuring look. The two got into the car, and Shenhao started the engine. If you have to be unlucky, you really have to be. They took the same road. They didn't encounter a traffic patrol on the way here, but they were caught red-handed on the way back. Hello, we are checking for drunk driving. Please cooperate. The traffic patrol officer spoke, indicating that Shenhao should lower the window. As a law-abiding citizen, Shenhao naturally cooperated. Shenhao blew calmly and waited for a while, but no alcohol content was detected. Thank you for your cooperation. The traffic patrol officer glanced at it and let Shenhao pass. Tang Shi was full of amazement. I thought you were lying to me, but it turns out that your physique is really so amazing. I have something even more amazing, do you want to see it? Shenhao teased. Tang Shi blushed, knowing that this guy was being serious again. She gave him a glare and didn't respond. Since there was no traffic on the way back, Shenhao safely delivered Tang Shi to the bottom of the building near 11 o'clock. I'm going back, send me a message when you get home. Tang Shi reminded. Shenhao nodded and promised, then waved goodbye to Tang Shi. It was getting late, so he parked the car directly in the open-air parking lot and planned to drive it back to the Xintiandi shopping center tomorrow. It was only one night, so it would not be discovered. After returning home, he chatted with Tang Shi for a while, then washed up briefly and went to bed. The next day. I don't know if it was because I ate raw pickled vegetables yesterday, but Shenhao slept until after 11 o'clock, and the quality of the sleep was quite good. Even Shenhao himself was surprised. Could eating raw pickled vegetables also help with sleep? It was already 11 o'clock, and Wang Xia and Qin Jianming had already had breakfast, so Shenhao had to settle for ordering Japanese food on his phone, which cost 368 yuan. To be honest, it was a bit extravagant to pay that much for breakfast, but to Shenhao, it was a drop in the bucket. Today's blessing money had arrived, so this was nothing. 20 minutes later, Shenhao opened the door and took in the takeaway, and gave the delivery boy a good review, and rewarded him with 10 yuan on Mate 1. The outdoor temperature in Hangzhou has now reached a terrifying 37 degrees. At this temperature, even taking a few extra steps could lead to heatstroke, let alone for these delivery boys. As the saying goes, if you don't have 1,000 gene burden on your back, who would want to deliver takeout in this weather? 10 yuan can't even buy him a Starbucks, but for the delivery boy, it is a recognition of his hard work. Every profession has its hardships, and there is no need to feel the same way, just understand each other. After a simple breakfast, she had a chat with Tang Shi for a while, and learned that Tang Shi was going to accompany her mother shopping today, so Shenhao didn't bother her anymore. Back in her room, Shenhao planned to go for a swim in the canyon today. She had wanted to invite Shinshiyu to play games, but she couldn't because of something else. Big brother? As soon as he logged into the game, someone sent him a message. It turned out to be Yang Kor, a small anchor. She must have just finished playing a game, because a friend's invitation popped up afterwards. Little anchor, you're drifting. Instead of streaming properly, you're playing games? As soon as Shenhao entered the room, he started teasing Yang Kor. No, I changed the streaming time to the evening, so I have time to do the things I like during the day. Yang Kor replied. Oh. Shenhao responded, let's get started. Today I'll let you experience what it's like to win while just sitting there. The game started quickly, and it came to the stage of choosing a person. Shenhao was on the 5th floor, and the jungler position was taken by the 2nd floor. In the end, there was only the position of the marksman left, so there was nothing he could do but play the marksman. To be honest, he didn't really like this position. The growth period was long and smelly, and the opponent always liked to come this way to play mahjong, which made him feel uncomfortable. But there was nothing he could do about it. The lineup had already been finalized, and he couldn't just mess it up. The game started. For this round, he chose Marco Polo, a hero with self-propelled movement and real damage, and his output in the late game was also very explosive. Most importantly, this hero is very flexible and has sufficient self-protection capabilities. 5 minutes into the game, the opponent's development road was broken through by Shenhao, and the poor economy of the shooter pair directly pulled 2,000, so it can be said that the game was over. As expected, the game ended at 7:40, with the enemy's crystal exploding. With a record of 14-06, Shenhao was awarded the MVP of the game. Wow, is the big guy that strong? Yang Kor said. Keep a low profile, Shenhao responded. It was just a star-studded game, it wasn't difficult at all. Soon the two began the next game. As expected, it ended in 6 minutes. In this game, Shenhao chose the jungler position as he wished, and with a perfect rhythm, he took down the enemy cleanly. Before they knew it, the two had been playing for 6 hours, and it was already 6 p.m. Yang Kor's rank had also been successfully upgraded to king under Shenhao's leadership. This game was just too comfortable to play. Just choose Princess Yao Yao, and you don't have to do anything, just hang on to Shenhao and you'll win. Yang Kor said she was lucky to have such a teammate. I'm not playing anymore. You're about to go live, right? Shenhao was about to go offline, and before he did, he asked. You'll go live after eating dinner? Yang Kor replied. Shenhao simply replied and went offline. He should eat dinner too. Every day, this part of the day is quite a worry. Wang Xia is okay at cooking, but if she doesn't cook, he has to worry about what to eat. He can't always eat claypot rice, can he? Even if he loves it, he'll get tired of it if he eats it every day. Mom, have you cooked yet? Shenhao walked towards the kitchen. He sadly discovered that Wang Xia was not at home and Comrade Lao Qin had not returned. Forget it, let's go to Xintiandi for a bite and park the car back. Shenhao grabbed the keys to the Mercedes and left the house. On the B1 floor of the Xintiandi shopping center, Shenhao chose a barbecue pork bento, ordered a eel rice bowl, some Japanese-style chicken nuggets and a bottle of Poyo soda. The eel rice costs 58 yuan, the Japanese-style chicken nuggets 18 yuan, and the Poyo soda 16 yuan, so the total cost of this dinner is 92 yuan. Soon, the eel rice arrived. For this kind of fast food, Shenhao doesn't have any particular preferences, as long as he can fill up. However, their Japanese-style chicken nuggets are still very good. Chapter 54, Getting Ready to Fleece the Sheep. After dinner, Shenhao walked home. As for the Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR Pro, he parked it in the underground parking lot and will find a towing company in a couple of days to ship the car to Tianfu. Otherwise, does he have to drive it there himself? Shenhao said that unless he was crazy, Hangzhou is nearly 1,900 kilometers away from Tianfu, and only someone with a screw loose would do that. He estimated that after this trip, he would probably basically say goodbye to supercars for the rest of his life. Because his back will definitely be ruined. In the next few days, he will have to look into the matter of a towing company, because shipping such a supercar is very troublesome. First of all, there is the issue of insurance. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, do you expect the towing company to be responsible? Come on. Just go to sleep. What's more, people will tell you explicitly that if there is no insurance, you will be responsible for anything that goes wrong. The more expensive the car, the more expensive the insurance will be. Shenhao estimates that shipping this Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR Pro will probably cost more than 10,000 yuan. Sports cars like this are usually shipped separately on a small flatbed truck. The price is about 5-7 yuan per kilometer from Hangzhou to Tianfu, depending on the shipping company, plus additional insurance, which is definitely not cheap. But for Shenhao, this is all pocket change, just a 2-day blessing fee. Back home, Shenhao opened Dosha Live and saw that Yang Kor had already started broadcasting. Welcome back, big man in ink. Yang Kor saw Qin Mo's ID at a glance and welcomed him happily. Whoosh! 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 Shenhao sent 3 rockets, worth 1,500 yuan, and the live broadcast room immediately started to cheer, saying things like Big Brother is generous and Big Brother is awesome. Yang Kor was even more moved, and it could be said that the entire live broadcast room's GDP was supported entirely by Shenhao. Big Brother, you don't have to send anymore. What song do you want to hear today? Yang Kor said as she clicked on NetEase Cloud to prepare to find the accompaniment. You're a good little anchor, aren't you? Shenhao laughed, then clicked on the song As I Wish, which was sung by the diva Wang Fei and was relatively difficult. Yang Kor had never tried this song before, but she knew it was a bit difficult, so she explained in advance, Big guy, I haven't sung this song before, so there might be a few flaws. Shenhao replied, that's okay, just show it all. He had even seen Yang Kor dance, so what could be more terrifying than this? Yang Kor seemed to have found her confidence. She chose the accompaniment and began to sing, and the stream viewers all quieted down. Although she was not very proficient, it was definitely not unpleasant, a 7 out of 10, Shenhao secretly assessed in her heart. How was it? The song ended, and Yang Kor asked expectantly in the live broadcast room. Although she had never sung this song before, with her voice, it shouldn't be too unpleasant, right? It was pretty good, if only it could be a little more delicate. Not bad, keep up the good work. It's nice, I want to take it home. Your thoughts are a bit dangerous. Take me one. Ha 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 ha. The barrage of comments is starting to stir up trouble again. Yang Kor chooses to ignore it, these dog-like fans know only to tease her or troll her all day long. When it comes to the gifting session, everyone is faster than the other, it's called Swift. Whoosh! Shenhao sends a rocket as a small reward, don't ask why. Rich. Spoiled. Wow, thanks for the rocket, big guy. Yang Kor happily thanked for the gift. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Shenhao exited the live broadcast room and lay on the bed, looking at the balance in his bank card. He now had a total of more than 1.1 million in cash in his hands, as well as a 5-fold cashback card. Shenhao was planning how to get the most out of this 5-fold cashback card. Originally, he had thought of buying luxury goods after arriving in Tianfu to maximize the benefits of the card. But that was a plan for 300,000 yuan. After all, buying high-end luxury goods with 300,000 yuan is really not much, but buying 1 million yuan at once is a bit of an exaggeration. Shenhao calculated that if he really bought 1 million yuan worth of luxury goods, he was afraid that he would become a celebrity at school. After all, he didn't own any property in Tianfu, and he would have to take those things back to the dormitory. By then, he might be spread by one of his roommates, and he would never be able to live in peace during his university years. Watches. Shenhao's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. 1 million may seem like a lot, but for some ultra-luxury watch brands, 1 million won't even get you an entry-level watch, let alone a truly top-of-the-line watch. For example, Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe's truly top-of-the-line watches have reached a level beyond a small goal, and they are truly the top of the top, with prices that are beyond the reach of the market. He then looked up Patek Philippe's $1 million watches online, and after looking at them for a while, he liked 3 models: the Complication Timepiece Series 5131-1P001 and the Super Complication Timepiece Functions 5160J001 and 5160 or 001. These three watches are the same model except for the first one, 5131 1P001. The other two models are different only in terms of color. 5160J is an 18K yellow gold watch, while 5160R is an 18K rose gold watch. 5131 1P001 is priced at 1,134,100 yuan, while 5160J and 5160R are priced at 1,129,900 yuan and 1,212,700 yuan respectively. Although they are the same type of watch, the price of 5160R001, which is made of 18K rose gold, is obviously higher, and Shenhao also prefers the latter. However, the embarrassing thing is that there is only 1,128,919 yuan in his card, which is obviously not enough to buy the 5160R001, and there is a shortfall of 83,781 yuan. According to the daily 6,666 yuan blessing gold, it will also take 11 days to reach it. This is too long, by then he will have already reported to the Tianfu. Shenhao suddenly brightened up and remembered that he still has a food rebate card that he has not used. System, if I invite someone else to enjoy the food together, can the amount generated be counted together in the settlement category of this food cashback card? Shenhao asked silently in his heart. Ding! As long as the host makes a purchase, and it is a food purchase, the amount of the purchase will be counted by default in the food cashback card category. Shenhao's eyes lit up. In other words, there is no limit on the number of people, so it will be a direct hit? He remembered a Black Pearl Japanese restaurant in Hangzhou, which costs 500 plus per person. If Lu Tao and the others came, they would probably eat the whole meal and still have leftovers. This price is definitely considered the ceiling level in Hangzhou. It is said that the ingredients in this restaurant are all airlifted from a small country. Shenhao found the phone number of this restaurant and called to inquire. Because the freshness of the ingredients must be guaranteed, this restaurant requires advance reservations. Okay, I'll confirm the number of people here and get back to you in a moment. Shenhao said quickly and hung up the phone. Hurry up, guys, come out and bubble. Shenhao shouted in a group chat with a few people. Shenhao, paratrooper number 1 LBW is ready. Wang Hui, drip, paratrooper number 2 Ma Fei is ready. Lu Tao, paratrooper number 3 is ready. What's going on? The few people almost instantly replied. Chapter 55, Manchu Japanese Restaurant. I've booked Manchu Japanese restaurant in Shihu. Do you guys have time? Shenhao asked. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. The Japanese restaurant at Shenzi Resort that costs 500 plus per person? Lu Tao quickly replied. That's right. Shenhao responded affirmatively. Lao Qin, you've struck it rich? Shenhao and Wang Hui asked, as they naturally knew about this Japanese restaurant, which was said to be the best in Hangzhou. Doghead, my old man's in a good mood recently, and he gave me some. Shenhao replied smugly. Holy cow, when? We have to go. I've never had Japanese food costing 500 plus per person before. Shenhao was the first to respond. Yes, we can't waste Qin's kindness. Wang Hui also responded positively. Can't waste plus one. Lu Tao followed suit. Shenhao laughed out loud, then replied, I'll confirm the number of people first, and let you know after the number is set. Oh yeah, Lu, you should also invite that fairy sister along. What do you mean? Are you going to go through with this to the end? Are you not even going to perform? Lao Qin, you're not going to poach my girlfriend, are you? Lu Tao asked suspiciously. Shenhao was speechless. Did he really look like Chow the traitor? If it weren't to maximize the benefits of the spending cashback card, he would never have mentioned this fairy sister. He then replied, You're thinking about nonsense, because I'm also going to invite the monitor, so it won't be awkward. Oh, I see. I thought you were going to poach my girlfriend. Lu Tao was suddenly relieved. Shenhao said that this was poisonous. Oh, by the way, Lao Wang and Lao Chen, if you have girlfriends, you can invite them along too. Shenhao reminded them. In order to maximize the cashback, the more people, the better, but if you don't know them well, it's not necessary. Shenhao and Wang Hui really felt like they had been kicked in the teeth. What a pot to mention the kettle. Ha, where would they get girlfriends? They were pure single dogs, single for 18 years. Lu Tao immediately switched to mutual black mode and started to rant. Ha, if you don't have one, I'll let Manchu know. We need to make a head count because we need to make a reservation. Shenhao also laughed out loud, and then replied to the message in the group. Sigh, Dad must find a girlfriend in college. Shenhao was about to cry, vowing to find a girlfriend. I've given it some thought, and I'm not cut out for it. Wan Hui had wanted to show off, but when he thought about the school he had signed up for, his enthusiasm instantly cooled. As a result, he was directly targeted by Lu Tao and Chen Chao's joint trolling. Shenhao quit the group chat and sent a message to Tang Shi, asking if she had time. Tang Shi didn't reply for 2 minutes, presumably because she was studying. She also sent a cute emoji of a question mark. Class president, please do me a favor. I've booked Manchu Japanese restaurant, I'll pick you up there. Shenhao quickly replied. Why did you choose such an expensive place? Tang Shi asked doubtfully. She had seen someone post about it in her circle of friends before, so she knew the name of this Japanese restaurant. She thought that Shenhao wanted to invite her alone, and she wanted to refuse. If it was just dinner, there was no need to choose such an expensive place, it was a waste. I've heard that the food here is delicious, so I want to try it. Lu Tao and the others will be going too. Shenhao deliberately mentioned that Lu Tao and the others would be going, just in case Tang Shi would refuse him. Knowing Tang Shi as he did, if he had only invited her, she would probably have said no. There was no denying that Tang Shi was definitely a good girl. Oh. Tang Shi finally understood. It's settled, I'll pick you up then. Shenhao said quickly. Tang Shi agreed. Hello, we've confirmed it here. There will be 6 of us. The time has been set for 1 p.m. 3 days from now. Then Shenhao called Manchu Japanese restaurant again to confirm the number of people and the time with them. Manchu Japanese restaurant's prices are 1,588 yuan per person for the set meal and 2,588 yuan per person for the set meal. You only need to book 1 day in advance for these 2 set meals. He chose the highest level set menu at this restaurant, which costs 3,588 yuan per person. Because it is the highest level, it needs to be booked 3 days in advance. Shenhao roughly calculated the cost of this meal, 21,528 yuan for 6 people, plus an additional 15% service charge of 3,229 yuan, which comes to a total of 24,757 yuan for the meal. After using the 5-fold food cashback card, he would reap 123,785 yuan, which not only met his expectations, but even exceeded them. Then Shenhao informed Lu Tao and the others of the time, telling them to gather at Manchu Japanese restaurant at 1 p.m. 3 days later, and then notified Tang Shi to pick her up at noon that day. Tang Shi quickly replied to the message. Lu Tao and the others also said that it was no problem, and Lu Tao had even already made an appointment with Wang Siki. 3 days later. At 11:30 a.m., Shenhao had already reached the bottom of the building where Tang Shi lived. He sent a message to Tang Shi from the car, and after about 5 minutes, Tang Shi came out of the building. Today, Tang Shi was wearing a Mickey Mouse t-shirt from the Gucci x Disney collaboration on top, and hot pants on bottom. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, and she still had light makeup on, looking like the girl next door. Especially those long, straight, snow-white legs, they were just so eye-catching. Sorry, I was just tidying up the room, that's why I'm late. Tang Shi immediately explained the situation and apologized. Lateness is the most annoying thing, even if it's only 5 minutes, so Tang Shi took the initiative to inform Shenhao. It's okay, you're a goddess, after all, Shenhao said teasingly with his hands spread out. Then let's go. Tang Shi fastened her seatbelt, stuck out her tongue and said playfully. Around 12:50, Shenhao arrived at his destination, Xianzi Resort. Xianzi Resort is affiliated with the boutique hotel brand Relais Chateaux. It is located in the West Lake Scenic Area and consists of 7 villas and 3 top restaurants, Hexiang Building, Manchu, and Sanyan Pavilion. The overall architectural style of Xianzi has the characteristics of a Jiangnan water town. Shenhao sent the location information in the group chat, and Lu Tao and the others replied within seconds, saying that they had already arrived at Xianzi Resort. Shenhao asked them to wait a moment, and he would be there soon. Shenhao informed Tang Shi and Lu Tao that they had also arrived and were preparing to join the others. Tang Shi nodded, and as soon as they got out of the car, they saw Lu Tao and the others, who were looking at Shenhao with an incredulous expression. Holy shit! AMG GTR Pro? Lao Qin, you've been found out, haven't you? Lu Tao walked up quickly, excitedly looking at the pearl white Mercedes-Benz AMG. This was a limited edition of 28 AMG ceilings in the country, with 585 horsepower, 700 Newton meters, and a 0-100 acceleration of just 36 seconds. He was simply too envious. This was a dream beyond his reach. Quickly lend me the keys, I want to experience the taste of money. Lu Tao couldn't wait to say. Just from the carbon fiber of this car, he could tell that the value of this car definitely exceeded 3 million. He didn't know if it would impress the ladies, but it would definitely impress the guys. How could it be so exaggerated? Shenhao smiled and threw the keys to Lu Tao, letting him experience it however he liked. It was a free gift from the system, so he didn't mind. Chapter 56, A Perfect Experience. Lu Tao started the engine, and the sound of the explosion literally made him break out in goosebumps. Wang Hui and Shenhao also watched with eager anticipation, clearly very envious. No wonder Lao Qin chose to invite us here, because this little amount of money is nothing. Wang Hui couldn't help but let out a sigh, but his expression of envy was obvious. He's also very envious, okay? Indeed. Shenhao nodded in agreement, then looked at Shenhao and said very seriously, "Uncle, do you still need a son?" "I don't know if my father needs one or not, but I think you can be my son." Shenhao responded seriously. "Forget it, with your physical fitness, I think I'd have to walk in front of you." Shenhao immediately complained. Ha 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 ha. Shenhao and the others laughed out loud, and Tang Shi also noticed Wang Siki standing there, so she asked Shenhao curiously. Shenhao gave a brief introduction, and Tang Shi smiled. She had to admit that Lu Tao definitely got the better deal with her. After a while, Lu Tao got off the AMG GTR Pro, and he had a hard time letting it go. Wang Hui and Shenhao then went up to experience it for themselves, and they summed it up in one word: awesome. Wang Hui returned the key to Shenhao and sighed, "Another day of envy I can't help but feel." Envy +1. Envy +1. Lu Tao and Shenhao echoed. The group then followed Shenhao to Manchu cuisine, where they were greeted by a beautiful young lady in a kimono. And here's the kicker, this young lady didn't just greet them, she greeted them on her knees. What does that make her? A pro. "Hello, my surname is Qin, we made a reservation for 1 o'clock this afternoon," explained Shenhao. "Hello Mr. Qin, we have prepared a private room for you, please follow me." The kimono-clad waitress first confirmed Shenhao's information and then responded politely. Manchu Japanese restaurant has a total of 6 Japanese-style private rooms and 1 VIP room, which are extremely private. Shenhao and the others followed the kimono-clad waitress through the corridor to one of the private rooms. What came into view was a huge floor-to-ceiling window, through which you could get a panoramic view of the Japanese-style dry landscape garden in the courtyard outside the window. "This is an amazing environment," Shenhao exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the sentiment. It's no wonder that the food costs $500 plus per person, it's truly worth the price. Not to mention the kneeling service, which makes you feel at home. The kimono lady placed the menu for the day in front of each of them. This Japanese restaurant will create a different menu for each season, representing spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It is now the end of August, so the menu is still the summer menu. Tang Shi glanced curiously and found that there were 13 courses, from appetizers to main dishes to fruit for dessert, and a total of more than 10 dishes were served in order. Lu Tao and the others also glanced at them, and Wang Siki was even more surprised. She had never dared to think about a restaurant like this before, let alone come and eat. The pre-meal drink here was not tea but peach wine. The waitress gave them a brief introduction and then poured a glass for each of them. The wine was served in a small, delicate, and cute dish. It wasn't very much, and the sweet and sour peach wine had a very good appetizing effect. Basically, it didn't taste like wine at all, more like a kind of juice. Tang Shi and Wang Siki's eyes lit up after they tasted it, and they both thought that the waitress would like this kind of wine. "It tastes good," Shenhao exclaimed, but he didn't drink much, just a simple sip. After all, he still had to drive later, and he no longer had the alcohol immunity card, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Lu Tao and the other 2 people also only took a sip, obviously they also had the same idea as Shenhao. Don't drink and drive, and don't drive if you drink. Otherwise, the traffic brigade will find out. The first dish is called puffer fish skin namban vinegar. The presentation is exquisite, and this dish is made from puffer fish skin, which is shredded and served with a little side dish and sauce. The kimono lady kindly explained the origin of this dish to the group. Shenhao began to taste it. It was smooth in the mouth, with a light vinegar fragrance. The taste was not very impressive, and it was particularly light. After all, the ultimate secret of Japanese cuisine is to seek lightness. This Japanese restaurant also belongs to kaiseki cuisine, which is relatively light in itself. Shenhao was indifferent to this dish, and the second dish was served immediately afterwards. The waitress once again introduced it to the group. This is also a characteristic of Japanese restaurants, where the service is particularly attentive. For each dish, you will be explained the origin of the ingredients, as well as the cooking method and cooking time. The second dish was hasen, which in Japanese food represents a snack to go with drinks. It is measured in inches, with 8 being the length of tableware, and hasen is about 24 centimeters. It is both the size of tableware and the name of a type of dish. There were 5 dishes in total, namely seasonal ayu fish, anago hachiman roll, fried river shrimp, lily and black beans, and boiled horn turban. There is nothing special about the taste, just the flavor of the ingredients themselves plus a very light cooking flavor, but because of the freshness of the ingredients, I'll give it a 7 out of 10. Because the portion size is not very large, it was quickly finished, and the next dish was served immediately. The waitresses were very attentive and would teach you how to eat each dish. The seasonal sashimi also tasted good, and it was made up of a total of 6 types of sashimi with the best texture of the season. The 10th dish, herb smoked wagyu beef, was definitely the dish that satisfied Shenhao the most today. It was made with M9 wagyu beef, which is of this grade because the marbling is most evenly distributed and the texture is the best. One bite and the entire mouth is filled with the fat and unique fragrance, but there is also a drawback, which is that it can get tiresome after eating too much. After all, M9 grade wagyu beef has a relatively high fat content. However, this dish was unanimously praised by everyone. The meal took almost 2 hours, and Shenhao thought he wouldn't be full, but he was surprised that the portion of the final main dish was exceptionally large. The main dish was eel kabayaki kamameshi. The eel was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the sweet sauce was not greasy. It was the perfect match for the sweetness of the rice, and there was not a trace of fishy smell. However, after eating this, a few people obviously couldn't eat anymore. Fortunately, Shenhao has a relatively large appetite and said that this was all trivial. After eating the eel rice, there were desserts and fruit. Shenhao wasn't very interested in desserts, but he still tasted them. After all, they couldn't be wasted. The 2 desserts were red bean and egg custard and mango ice cream. Tang Shi and Wang Siki liked them more, and the meal ended with matcha tea and seasonal fruit shipped from Japan. I'm so full, I didn't think I'd be able to eat anymore, but I was wrong. Lu Tao said with satisfaction, he had overestimated his appetite. Unexpectedly, the quality and freshness of the ingredients were absolutely perfect. Wang Hui also praised it. Tang Shi also agreed, although this was her first time here, she had also tried other Japanese and Western restaurants in Hangzhou, and in terms of the quality of the ingredients, this restaurant was absolutely amazing. After eating and drinking their fill, the group took a break, and Shenhao got up to go pay the bill. The total cost for the day was 24,757 yuan, including a 15% service charge. Chapter 57, A Crossover Singing God? Host, Shenhao. Level, LV2. Experience, 287,404 500,000. Looks, 77. Stamina, 80. Shenhao briefly read the system information, mainly to see if his experience points had increased. The result was satisfactory. He was only about 200,000 points short of being able to level up. Once he bought the Patek Philippe 5160 or 001, he would be able to level up for sure. He just wondered what new functions the system would add. Shenhao looked forward to it in his heart. Soon, Shenhao received a text message from the bank, indicating that the deduction had been successful. Shenhao smirked as he looked at the balance on his bank card, and then silently repeated in his heart, "Use the food spending cashback card." Ding! The system is calculating. Calculation complete. The host has spent 24,757 yuan this time. The 5-fold food spending card is currently being cashed back. The cashback for this transaction is 123,785 yuan. The cashback funds will be returned to the host's account through the financial market. There is a trackable record, and there is no legal risk. Please feel free to use it. As soon as the system's voice disappeared, Shenhao received a text message from the bank card balance, 1,253,477 yuan. A total of 1.25 million yuan. The blessings for these past 3 days have also been transferred to his card. Shenhao couldn't help but feel that this system is really considerate. The price of the 5160 or 001 is 1,212,700 yuan, and after buying this watch, he will still have a balance of about 40,000 yuan left, Shenhao quickly calculated in his mind. After finishing paying the bill, the young lady in the kimono politely led a few people to the parking lot. Overall, this Japanese restaurant is very good, both in terms of service and quality, and Shenhao feels that it is worth the price. It was still early after they left Manchu Japanese restaurant, and it happened to be in the West Lake scenic area. Lu Tao suggested taking a stroll here, and the others naturally had no objection. They were bored anyway, and it was a good way to digest their meal. However, what left the others speechless was that Lu Tao, as if he had no one around, took Wang Siki's hand and looked back at the others with a smug look. Wang Hui suddenly let out a sigh. Oh no, this brat is faking it. I knew there was more to it than that. This brat is really something. Shenhao was also speechless, and then continued to complain. Class monitor, you tell me, where is there such a person? Tang Shi smiled and said, I think it's normal. Who told you to be a single dog? This sentence completely hit Shenhao's sore spot. He suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears. Why did he have to be so rude as to ask Tang Shi? It's great, but it made him feel even worse. Ha ha ha. Shenhao burst out laughing. He didn't expect Tang Shi to have such a dark side. Shenhao shut himself in. Shenhao looked at Lu Tao and then at Tang Shi standing next to her. Tang Shi knew exactly what she meant. She gave him a dirty look, huffed, and walked quickly out of the room. This jerk was trying to take advantage of her again. Shenhao shrugged. He wanted to say that Tang Shi had misunderstood him. He was a good guy. Today was a nice day, and there were a lot of people visiting the West Lake. The group took a boat ride on the West Lake and went to the Leifeng Pagoda. They didn't return to Xianzi Resort until 8 p.m., and their car was still parked here. Let's go for a midnight snack. I'll make the arrangements this time. Lu Tao waved his hand, showing his generosity. After hearing Lu Tao say that, the others were a little hungry too. After all, they had been shopping since the afternoon. Shenhao naturally had no problem with it, and then he asked Tang Shi for her opinion. Tang Shi gave a small smile and teased, Are you planning to send me back first? Shenhao spread his hands, indicating that it was impossible to send her back, not in this life. Tang Shi saw what Shenhao meant, rolled her eyes, lightly pounded him on the arm, and said, Let's go. Subsequently, the several followed Lu Tao's BMW M3. After about 40 minutes, they returned to Xintiandi, where there was a music bar called Walnut. This is not a bar, but a music restaurant. Of course, if you want to drink, you can. This restaurant is quite famous in Hangzhou. When it comes to atmosphere, this restaurant is absolutely unbeatable. Entering the music restaurant, there was a resident singer singing inside, and she was a young lady. What's more, the song she was singing was Zheng Zhongji's Rogue, which is also one of Qin favorite Cantonese songs. Tang Shi had been here before, but it seemed to have been renovated, so it felt a little different. The group found a seat and started ordering. Lu Tao asked about the tastes of the others, and then expertly ordered a few of the restaurant's signature dishes, and finally asked for a large glass of the special passion fruit and dragon fruit juice. Wait until you try the grilled chicken here, it's very good. Lu Tao recommended it to Wang Siki next to him. Tut. Wang Hui watched Lu Tao's actions and shook his head. What are you smacking your lips at, single guy? If you're so capable, find a girlfriend too. Lu Tao said smugly. I, Wang Hui, wanted to argue back, but I realized that I couldn't. Shenhao said from the side, Buddy, I know how you feel. After all, I was stabbed in the heart by Tang Shi this afternoon. Ha 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 ha. Shenhao and Lu Tao watched Wang Hui's deflated appearance and laughed heartlessly. Wang Hui shrugged his shoulders and gave each of them the middle finger. After a while, the dishes were served, and the few people began to enjoy the food. The singer on stage became a young man, and he sang Jimmy Boo Woo, which has been very popular on the internet recently. But the effect? I can only say that there is a slight gap with the little girl just now. After listening to his song, I feel like I can do it too. Lu Tao looked up and gave a burst of laughter. What kind of eyes do you guys have? Don't believe me? Lu Tao was furious when she saw the expressions on the faces of the others. Alas, Mr. Bolt, please eat honestly, okay? Don't force it, it's not going to work. Wang Hui spread his hands and said, You really can't do it. Can you force it? Ha 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 ha. Several people burst out laughing instantly. Shenhao laughed until tears flowed, and he wildly patted Wang Hui's leg. This is really a divine retort, it's amazing. I agree with Lao Wang, you should stop pushing it. Shenhao imitated him perfectly, and he was wildly trolling. Even Wang Siki laughed secretly on the side, and Lu Tao's face turned black. He looked to Qin Mo for his last hope, but Qin Mo shrugged his shoulders and said, I think Wang Hui is right, what you're doing is crossing over boundaries. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Shenhao and Wang Hui laughed even louder, and even the people at the table next to them cast them a glance. If you want to talk about being weird, it has to be Qin Mo. He knows how to troll. Bolt is obviously running, but you insist on singing. What else is it if it's not a crossover? Unfortunately, Tang Shi and Wang Siki didn't understand this joke, but they still laughed along with the others. After all, laughter is contagious. Chapter 58, Rewarding Professional Level Singing Voice. Lu Tao said he couldn't stand it anymore, and he had to show a few people his singing voice. Dad has to show you what Hangzhou Lin Junjie is today. Then, under the incredulous gazes of the few people, he walked towards the singing stage, briefly communicated with a few people, and the other party agreed to his request. Then he proudly gave a few people an OK sign. Holy cow! Wang Hui gave him a thumbs up, regardless of whether he could sing or not, he admired his courage. Immortal sister, have you heard him sing before? Shenhao asked curiously. They didn't know Lu Tao had this talent. Wang Siki felt a little embarrassed when Shenhao called her immortal sister, but she still responded, no. Qin Mo and the others exchanged glances, and without saying a word, they made a gesture, and finally said, Amen. Wang Siki and Tang Shi were amused by their magical operation, and the three of them were hilarious. What do you mean by a bad friend? This is a bad friend. Lu Tao didn't hear what the others said, otherwise she would definitely not be able to resist trolling. After the little brother on stage finished, he took the initiative to give up his position. Lu Tao thanked him, and then communicated with the accompanists about the song to be sung. After listening, they all cooperated and said there was no problem. The guests present also noticed this scene and looked at it with interested eyes. After all, they have seen guests sing on stage before, and some of them have even sung on stage before. As I said, he is Lin Junjie from Hangzhou, so of course he has to sing Lin Junjie's songs. As soon as the accompaniment started, the guests present knew which song it was. Why be disappointed? Hide your tears in your heart. The past will not lie, don't make it difficult for yourself. We don't need this between the two of us. I think. The heartache of cultivating love. Yes, this song is exactly Lin Junjie's Cultivating Love. Although it doesn't reach the level of being able to kneel down and beg, it definitely doesn't have anything to do with being hard to listen to. Holy shit, this son of a bitch can really sing? The one who was most surprised was Wang Hui. Just now, he had sworn that Lu Tao really couldn't sing, but the result was that he got slapped in the face so quickly. My good brother can sing, I'm so proud. Shenhao's ability to change with the wind directly made Wang Hui look dumb. Is the clown actually by my side? No, is the clown actually me? After the song was finished, the guests present gave a generous round of applause, and Qin Mo and the others naturally joined in. Lu Tao bowed to express his gratitude, and then he got the WeChat of the accompanist and the resident singer, ready to send them a red envelope later. The other party was so cooperative, so of course he couldn't do nothing in return. How about it, still laughing at your father? Lu Tao walked back with a smug look on his face. It was my mistake to underestimate you, Lu Xiao, please forgive me. Wang Hui directly put his hands together in a fist, his attitude of admitting his mistake was very sincere. Well, you are a teachable child. Lu Tao pretended to be offended and looked at people directly through his nostrils. Tang Shi couldn't help but laugh out loud, he was so cocky. Lu Tao even directly issued a challenge, I will give out 1,000 yuan, if any of you dares to go up and sing a song, the 1,000 yuan will be yours, dare you? No, I dare not. Wang Hui shook his head, this is not a challenge, this is obviously a way to lose face. Although I am tempted, a hero does not bow to pressure. Shenhao said seriously. You are really like Doraemon's bag of tricks. Lu Tao looked at him disdainfully. What do you mean? Shenhao was curious. You can really pretend. Lu Tao snapped back. Everyone burst out laughing. Well, what can I say? It's just that the description is so apt. Shenhao found himself left behind, not knowing the reference. Lao Qin, do you want to go up and give it a try? Lu Tao encouraged Qin Mo. Tang Shi also looked at Qin Mo, knowing that he could sing. Is there such a good thing? Qin Mo was delighted to hear this, thinking that there was extra money to be made. He was just about to accept the challenge. Ding! Triggered random task, I'm no singing god. Option 1, accept the challenge and choose the song encore what? The host will receive professional singing voice and professional singing experience. Option 2, refuse to accept the challenge, and the host will receive the title, You're Too Young, for 3 days. Something's wrong with the system. Qin Mo was full of question marks. What the hell is You're Too Young? And the system is obviously messing with things. Encore what is clearly Tang Shi's favorite song. He glanced at Tang Shi next to him and noticed that she was also looking at him. Okay, at this moment, everyone knows what to choose, right? I choose 1. Qin Mo silently mouthed the words in his heart. Please come up to the stage to choose a song. The reward will be issued after the selection is complete. The system kindly reminded him. Accepted. Qin Mo directly showed his WeChat payment code, indicating to Lu Tao that he could scan the code. Then he left his seat and also came to the karaoke stage, where he communicated with the karaoke singer and accompanist. Ding! Reward being distributed. Reward distribution complete. After choosing the song, Qin Mo suddenly felt a heat in his throat, and a lot of knowledge and techniques about singing and pronunciation came to mind, as if they were innate. After the resident singer finished singing, it was Qin Mo's turn. Lu Tao and the others cheered loudly for Qin Mo, and the guests present were also surprised. They didn't expect someone to go on so soon after the previous singer finished. This song is for my friends. I hope you can forgive me for not singing well. Qin Mo said modestly, holding the microphone. The guests present began to jeer one after the other. Qin Mo bowed to thank them, then signaled for the accompaniment to begin. As soon as the accompaniment started, Tang Shi froze. She looked at Qin Mo, who smiled at her. Her face immediately turned red, but fortunately the lighting here was relatively dark, so no one noticed. Open your eyes and dream. I ask you, what's the point of sending me home? Although she knows you, she remains loyal to you without a word. When I see you hiding your ring, it's heavy. My heart is buried in a cave. God, you fool me again and again. As soon as the song started, everyone was stunned. Qin Mo's sad voice seemed to sing into their hearts, and his Cantonese pronunciation was also very standard, instantly capturing everyone's ears. If this is called singing badly, what are they? Some people even recorded the scene of Qin Mo singing and sent it online. Tang Shi felt that it was even better than the last time she sang in the car. Damn, this is called a hidden talent. Wang Hui exclaimed. Class monitor, does Lao Qin's singing count as fraud? Lu Tao complained. Didn't you walk right into it? Tang Shi followed Qin Mo's example and responded with a feigned expression of confusion. Lu Tao was unable to refute. Chapter 59, The Invitation from the Boss of the Walnut Inn. The song ended, and there was a round of applause. It was really beautiful, and most importantly, Qin Mo's Cantonese was really standard. There were people from Guangdong province in the audience, and they couldn't find anything wrong with it. Qin Mo thanked them again, and then returned to his seat. Lao Qin, when did you learn Cantonese? How come we didn't know? Wang Hui was the first to lose his patience and ask a question. Exactly, how did you secretly learn it? Scheming boy. Shenhao also followed suit. You said you were going to be losers together, but one of you is more high class than the other? So calculating. I can't stand it. Qin Mo put his hands up, feigning innocence, and said, maybe it's just a gift. Oh. I'm going to be sick. Several people made exaggerated gestures, and this explanation really disgusted them. What? You guys are so annoying. Qin Mo laughed and said, is it that exaggerated? Call me handsome. Several people said in unison. Damn it. Handsome. Damn it. In the end, several people lost, looked at each other, and shook their heads helplessly. Their son is growing up and disobeying them. Get out of here. Qin Mo laughed and scolded, these guys take advantage of every opportunity. Tang Shi and Wang Siki snickered beside them. After several people finished eating, Lu Tao gave each of the accompaniment and resident singing brothers a red envelope as a token of appreciation. The group walked out of the walnut tree when a middle-aged man with rimless glasses and an elegant appearance chased after them from inside. The group looked at him curiously. "Hello, handsome, I'm the owner of this Walnut Tree Music Tavern. I just heard that your singing is of a very high standard. I'm not sure if you would like to come and sing here for us? You can rest assured about the salary." The owner of the walnut tree volunteered to explain. Just now, Shenhao's unique voice attracted him, so he chased after her to ask. The resident singers at Walnut Lane are not fixed either. Most of them are college students or part-time workers from other industries, and they only work a few hours a day. It is even rarer to find someone of Shenhao's caliber. "Sorry boss, I'm going to go study abroad soon, so I won't be able to sing here on a regular basis." Shenhao politely explained the situation. "Oh, that's a pity." The owner of the Walnut Liquor House looked a little disappointed. "We can add a contact method. When you come back to Hangzhou on vacation, you are welcome to come here anytime." The owner was not giving up. In the end, Shenhao could not resist the owner's enthusiasm, and the two added each other on WeChat. "I sang so beautifully, why didn't he invite me? I feel like I'm being treated differently." Lu Tao suddenly complained. "I hope you know what's going on in your heart. Don't ask what's going on." Beep. Shenhao put his arm around Lu Tao's shoulders and said seriously, "I threw up." Lu Tao pushed Shenhao away with disgust and then turned to ask Wang Siki, "Siki, do you think that compared to Lao Qin's singing, mine is better?" Lu Tao looked expectant, hoping to get some comfort from his goddess, while Wang Siki looked embarrassed and finally whispered, I won't lie." Lu Tao was completely depressed, and now he just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. "I didn't mean it that way." It was Wang Siki who saw Lu Tao's hopeless look and wanted to explain. Lu Tao waved his hand and sighed, "I understand, true masters are never understood. 3 seconds for 100 meters, I really don't compare to Sisterly." Wang Hui came up with a brilliant comeback. Double happiness? Wang Hui once again demonstrated his skill at making up for mistakes. "I give up, you're the 6th child." Lu Tao is at his wit's end. Shenhao patted Lu Tao on the shoulder and said, "It's okay, the worst that can happen is that you come back a few more times, and if you get to know the boss a little better, he might invite you in an unconventional way." Shenhao said the most hurtful things in all seriousness, which undoubtedly made Lu Tao's mood even worse. "You're all 6th children," and Siki Lu Tao turned around and went to find Wang Siki for comfort. Wang Hui and Shenhao's smiles froze. "I'm the clown?" Shenhao didn't expect Lu Tao to pull this move either. In this game, they had both lost, and lost completely. It was almost 11 o'clock at night. Shenhao safely delivered Tang Shi back to the bottom of the building. Tang Shi was still the same as usual, telling Shenhao to message her when he got home safely. Shenhao naturally agreed, and after a few farewells, Shenhao drove the AMG GT Pro towards his own community. Tonight, he could only let it park outside again. After arriving home, Shenhao sent a message to Tang Shi. After getting a response, the two talked for a while, then washed up briefly and went to bed. The next day, Shenhao got up early, had breakfast, then returned to his room. "Hello, I would like to inquire about whether the 5160 or 001 watch is in stock?" Shenhao asked over the phone. The person on the other end of the line was none other than the Patek Philippe source in Shanghai. After getting an accurate reply from there, Shenhao asked him to help make an appointment for tomorrow, and then hung up. Today, there is nothing scheduled, so Shenhao was ready to explore the canyon. He turns on his phone, and the familiar Timmy rings. He checks his friends, and finds that Xin Shiyu is not online, and Yang Kor is also not online. There is no choice but to explore the canyon alone. At 4 p.m., Shenhao finally ended the battle. The final battle was not good. He lost all 23 12 games. He said he couldn't handle it, he just couldn't. It was also time to eat. Wang Xiao was home today, so of course dinner was eaten at home. After all, his mom's cooking best suited his appetite. "Dinner is ready," Wang Xiao called out. Because Qin Jianming was working overtime at the company, this dinner was just the two of them, Wang Xiao and Qinmo. "When will my father be back?" Shenhao asked while eating. "I don't think he'll be back until late. The company has been busy lately." Wang Xia responded. Shenhao nodded, and after dinner, he went to his room, opened Dosha Live, and spent some time in the dance area. After a few days of splurging, he only had 300,000 fishbones left in his account. But he didn't feel bad at all, because he didn't top up the account himself. After watching in the dance area for a while, he moved on to the live broadcast room of a young anchor, and threw 5 super rockets, and 10,000 yuan was gone. Wow, thanks to Brother Mosi's super fire, I love you. Yan Kor is doing a classic live broadcast, and her recent live broadcast style has changed a bit, developing in the direction of a funny woman. It could also be that she has become more comfortable with the rhythm of the broadcast and has begun to express her true self. However, the stream viewers really like it, and the number of viewers in the VIP seats has grown from a single digit to more than 200. It's not a lot, but it's a clear improvement. Chapter 60, Patek Philippe Yuan Residence. Shenhao is on fire. After watching the broadcast for a while, Tang Shi messaged him with a video clip and a smirking emoji. Shenhao was dumbfounded. Tang Shi told him to open the video and take a look. Shenhao clicked to open the video and saw that it was the video of him singing in the walnut tree, which had been sent to TikTok and had over 100,000 likes. He clicked to open the comments section and saw all kinds of compliments like "Your singing is so good, it's absolutely amazing." Shenhao was taken aback. He never expected that he would become so popular in this way. There are also quite a few fans who want your WeChat superstar. Tang Shi replied in a teasing tone. Pouts, I'm scared. Shenhao said he couldn't bear it. Tang Shi continued teasing, can the big star sign my name next time we meet? Frowns. Is this teasing him? How dare this little demon show off in front of a master? Watch my awesome dragon power. Shenhao was amused and immediately replied, no problem, apart from signing, I can also do other things. Funny. Tang Shi's face flushed when she saw Shenhao's message, but the corner of her mouth couldn't help but lift slightly, and she quickly replied, you're not serious. Rolling eyes. Shenhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. The two of them chatted for a while, and Tang Shi asked him why he had chosen the song Encore What yesterday. Don't ask. I'm asking because you like it. Shenhao of course knew this very well, so he sent this message over, and obviously there was silence for 2 minutes on the other end. After a while, Tang Shi replied to the message. I didn't think you had the potential to be a scumbag. Do you flirt with other girls like this? Shenhao felt aggrieved and replied in a sarcastic tone, class monitor, is it really okay to frame an innocent person like this? Tang Shi's mouth curled up as she replied teasingly, humph, after all, scumbags don't print the word scumbag on their heads, don't you think so? You've gone bad. Shenhao tweeted. Frowning, those who associate with evil people become evil themselves. Tang Shi had pulled a prank. Sure, please stop using your supernatural powers. Shenhao said he felt his scalp tingling from the shock, and wondered if this could be considered collateral damage. Is that how the expression those who associate with evil people become evil themselves is used? He felt that he had suffered a loss in the name. Then Shenhao asked Tang Shi if she had time tomorrow. Tang Shi said that she was going to Hangcheng Building with her mother to look at the autumn collection, as the Louis Vuitton house had launched a new autumn collection, namely LV. Then Tang Shi asked Shenhao what was wrong. Shenhao said that nothing was wrong. He had originally planned to take Tang Shi to the Patek Philippe mansion together tomorrow. There was a Tiffany's afternoon tea on the bund that was said to be quite good, and he wanted to try it, but if Tang Shi had something to do, it would be fine. Oh. Tang Shi replied, and the two of them continued chatting for a while. The next day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Shenhao had already finished washing and dressing. His appointment was at 11 o'clock in the morning. The entire journey from his residential area to the Patek Philippe mansion was over 170 kilometers, and it was quite convenient to take the highway for almost 2 hours. With the comfort of the AMG GTR Pro, Shenhao felt that his back should be able to handle the 2-hour journey, and he decided to give it a try. After breakfast, Shenhao went straight out the door. Today's outfit is more Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Shanghai style, a plain white crew neck t-shirt as an inner layer, a black long-sleeved LV logo printed shirt on the outside, a black LV monogram shoulder bag, Gucci shorts and MLB dad shoes. He also accessorized with a Cartier ring that he bought at Hangzhou Tower last time. Paired with that handsome face and over 1.8 meters in height, he is the perfect Jiangsu Zhejiang Shanghai male god. Parentheses, high-quality version. As for how to distinguish between a high-quality and a high-imitation male god, one has to mention the role of the Mercedes-Benz AMG key. Of course, the 1.8 meters in height is partly thanks to the dad shoes, but do these matter? It doesn't affect him driving the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT-R Pro. When he arrived at the parking spot from yesterday, before getting into the car, he deliberately looked around to see if there were any acquaintances. Sitting in the car, Shenhao complained, "It's obviously my car, why do I feel like a thief?" But he just complained a little bit. Once they get to Tianfu, this won't be the case anymore. Then he fastened his seatbelt, started the engine, adjusted the navigation, and set off towards the highway. Shenhao was very lucky, and there was no traffic jam before he got on the highway. He was afraid of encountering this situation, so he left early. There was some upbeat music playing in the car, which Shenhao quite liked. Once on the highway, he naturally wanted to experience the extreme fun of the AMG GT-R Pro. Adjusting the knob on the steering wheel, he switched the mode from Comfort to Sport Plus. He also took the initiative to turn off the car's ESP, the electronic stability program, and turned the yellow TC button unique to the AMG GT-R model to the 9th gear. This yellow button is also known as the 9-stage traction control system. As the name suggests, there are 9 stages to adjust, and the significance of this button is that it can control the degree of rear wheel slip, which must also be adjusted during drifting. One stage is full traction control, which suppresses rear wheel slip to the greatest extent, while 9 stages is full off, which means that the control of this car will be completely handed over to you, turning it into a wild beast with no restrictions. The sense of battle instantly fills the room. After the traction control system is turned off, the AMG GT-R Pro really becomes manic, but fortunately, Shenhao has the proficient driving skills given by the system, allowing him to completely control this performance beast even after the stability and traction systems are turned off. At this moment, the fun of this car has been fully demonstrated, and then he switched the Sport Plus mode to Race mode, which is commonly known as the track mode. In this mode, the sound feedback, engine response, and the response and matching of the 7-speed wet dual-clutch transmission are all in the best condition. Shenhao experienced what it means to be a real man who should play with a car. The feeling of taming the manic beast with his own hands was simply fantastic. The only pity is that the best speed is only 120 km/h, which made him feel a bit disappointed. In the future, he can find a track to try it. Proficient driving skills have turned him into a high-level player who is not inferior to professional racers. Under Shenhao's driving, they finally arrived at the Patek Philippe mansion on the Bund in the Devil City before 11 o'clock. This mansion is located in Building 2 of 33 Bund Origin, a 2-story small Western-style building of historical significance. Shenhao entered the Patek Philippe mansion without any problems, found a place to park the car, turned off the engine, and prepared to get out.